category. I did see a few people asking regarding that. There is a particular skill in Final Fantasy Tactics where you can use multiples of different, or like kind of use this mathematical ability to kind of change damage values, and that's going to be not used. So it is a slightly longer run than the maths, any percent yes math. But yeah, it's going to be a very exciting run. And eLmaGus is a fantastic runner if you don't already know him, so stick around for that. Before we move on to that, though, of course, if you're just joining us, this is RPG Limit Break 2017. We're here in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we're raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Obviously, this is taking place during Mental Health Month, which is May, making this event even more poignant. And obviously, NAMI, fantastic charity. You can head to nami.org in order to find out a little bit more about them and how they're striving to raise awareness of the difficulties that those suffer from the mental illness face. They work obviously to educate, to advocate, and obviously to promote early identification and intervention and support those first of all those who suffer from any mental health issues, and also support those who support people as well. So support carers of those who do suffer from mental health conditions. We're obviously teamed up with the Yeti as well to bring 9 fantastic, brilliant, spectacular designs. And $3 of every single T-shirt purchase will go directly to NAMI. And also, just make sure the Yeti is spelled differently. It's Yeti, as in T-shirt. So that would be the THE, Yeti, YETEE.com/RPG Limit Break to check all of those out. So yeah, I think that's enough from me. We're going to, take a short break, I believe, and then we'll be back with Final Fantasy Tactics, and a new host will be looking after you during that one there. So we do know we have seen some donations coming in, and they will be read momentarily. Do not worry. Thanks for watching so far, guys, and we'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your patience. We are soon about ready to get started with Final Fantasy Tactics here in just a minute more. Once again, for those just joining us, we are RPG Limit Break here in Salt Lake City, Utah, raising money on behalf of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness.
We are live. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Final Fantasy Tactics, the second appearance of the game in RPG Limit Break. But this time, we're going to be running a different category. One of my commentators, Tide over there, just did a run. He was the one that ran this game first at the RPG Limit Break. He did run the normal any percent category. We are going to be running without math skill. Right now, my other commentator over there, that's Mr. Lin1, and I'm eLmaGus. Yeah. With that, I think I am good to go.
All right, I guess, we can talk a little bit about kind of the differences. So one of the major things that was in the 2015 FFT run was the use of math skills. So for those who haven't played FFT, math skill is a very, very powerful ability. What it does is it looks for two different kind of variables that you're kind of setting. And then every target that is a valid target to those variables will be hit by whatever spell you're casting. This means that you can hit targets from all the way across the map, which is very useful because you don't have to, move towards where the enemies are located. So this run that Magus is going to be doing doesn't use math skill. Yeah. So instead, we're going to have to come up with some new tricks to take the enemies down pretty quickly.
Oops.
So
that's fine, actually.
Yeah. I guess whenever we're ready, we can
go
into more of the nitty-gritty details.
So normally we start the timer on new game, but I'm going to get to name our hero something very appropriate, I believe, unless something changed.
Just refreshed it. We have no last-minute donations, so with $226 for the winning bid, our hero, Bale, will be Bowie, in all caps.
Yeah.
All right, Bowie.
Thank you guys very much. All right. Without further ado, can I give you a countdown? All right. So we're going to be starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so the first thing that you actually get to do is you get to set Ramses' birthday. There's actually a couple of different routes you can take. You can use different Zodiac compatibilities, which we'll talk about in a bit. So Magus has chosen January 1st, which sets Ramses' star sign to Capricorn. So Zodiac signs in this game, in case you need to refresh from 2015 or you're new, they affect the success rates and the damage that is dealt between characters. So if two characters are of good compatibility, then they will do 25% more damage. If they're best compatibility, they do 50% more damage. And then you have the other side of the spectrum, bad compatibility, you only do 75% of the damage. And then if you do worse compatibility, your damage is basically cut in half. So this is actually very, very important. It allows Ramses to Bowie to secure kills that he otherwise cannot. And it changes some things. So I think there's a recent reroute recently that uses Taurus, but Magus is using the more traditional one, which is Capricorn.
Yeah, exactly. So the newest route is pretty much focused on Taurus because it's a little bit more stable if you're trying to go really fast. Like my route is stable too, but I use strats that probably lose about 5 to 7 minutes over the course of the run. The main reason I use this route though is because I used to run that like 4 or 5 months ago with this route, and it was just easier for me to practice this route instead of learning something completely new. So yeah.
Yeah, so for those of you guys that are familiar with the name The Claude, he does a lot of work with Final Fantasy Tactics, and it's kind of
he's been known to do this game once or twice.
Pretty much, yeah. So there's actually, to my knowledge, 3 different routes you can take with no math. One is Capricorn, one is Taurus, and the other one I think is Libra.
No.
Libra is pretty much dead, I think, at this point.
Everything's dead except Taurus and Cap.
Taurus and Capricorn.
Yeah.
You could do a different Capricorn route without Agrius and just basically do the same route as Taurus and get 30 seconds of time save on the bosses, though. But it's just a little bit different.
Yeah, so we start off here. This is our first battle. Most of the characters are going to be AI controlled, so Magus doesn't have a lot that he can do to really make this faster. The hope is that, the AIs act smart, Rad doesn't do things like cast fire and blind and just waste your time. And then he's also going to set his menu such that they're on the fastest speed and turn off some notifications that are not necessary. And this just kind of speeds up the overall process of the game. So now he's just going to move Ramza into a position such that they can attack the enemies in the very next turn. But again, for the most part, this is kind of out of his control. And thank you, Agrius, for proving my point.
Nice game. This would probably already be a reset in a real run.
Black magic is maybe okay. It depends. If the archers have potion, well, that's actually good. They are going to focus Agrius now, which should put them in a better position. And there he goes.
Yeah, about that.
This is where it all goes.
Traditionally, a very good kind of opening Orban is about like just under 6 minutes.
A good Orban is
yeah.
a very low, like the best Orban's like very low.
Best
5
Orban's
minutes.
like less than 5:30, but a good Orban I would say is probably under 6. Really bad ones are like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Again, you don't have a lot of control over this fight. You just kind of hope the AI does stuff that you need to do, and thank you, Rad, for throwing rocks that miss. Okay.
It's better than
Welcome to
casting
50.
blind. Nice fire.
Yep.
Agrius being the best.
I said this Orban will probably take like over 6 minutes,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I think it's going to be an over 6 minute Orban.
Just a little.
That's to be expected, though, honestly.
It's not like you're not really in any danger or anything.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
Gefgarian can pretty much solo the fight.
Pretty much, yeah. Lynn's correct. Like, in order to lose this fight, you pretty much have to try.
Yep.
So there's pretty much not much you need to worry about. You're just kind of hoping that, they do things, and thank you, Lavian. Not helping. Just kind of doing what they can to make this a little bit faster, but
It's going well.
It's going real well. And
420 on a timer, nice.
like even though all of these units on our side will be in our party at some point later,
Oh, Agrius, oh.
what happens doesn't actually matter. And yes. Well, Rams is
I'm surprised that happened. Usually, Agrius, the Holy Knight that just used the Stasis Sword ability, is best compatibility. Tide already talked about that. Generally, the AI will try to avoid like hitting your own units that are best compatibility to you because, okay, now I can just
all right.
sit down the controller and relax a little bit.
Yep. This is not very... doesn't tend to happen that often. I mean, Ramza can get killed. And obviously when it does happen, it's a little bad because now you pretty much have absolutely no control over what's going to happen. But, you see those little star signs over Ramza's head right now. That's what we call the Immortal Flag in the game. Immortal Flag prevents characters from having a countdown. It also gives them certain status immunities. So it's not terribly relevant in this fight, but it does come up, which we'll talk a little bit more about the Immortal Flag later on. Hooray! Gefgarian is actually doing stuff.
Well done. Well, I should still be moving the camera, but I mean, at this point, it's just like, yeah.
It's good enough.
That's something I did at the start, is zoom out the camera. That you do that in most battles. Camera movement is actually a nice little optimization in this game that might not be apparent at first. But whenever units move around and there's like, they get covered up by something, the camera will after that pan. We are going to try in the speedrun to move the camera while we are moving, so that doesn't happen and we save a little bit of time here and there.
I think it saves like a minute overall if you do all the camera adjustments properly. It's not like, major savings, but if you're looking to cut your time down, it's stuff you need to start kind of working
605, very nice.
Very nice. Let's see if it gets to the really bad 8-minute Orbans. I don't think it is, though. I mean, all the enemies are dead except for that
see,
one.
like there, I should have... Oh, it's, no, he's buffing. Amazing.
Well, you never know. You might need that.
You might need that protect against that one lone knight.
Can I go ahead and put in some donations?
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
I think now's a good time.
Beautiful.
We have a $25 donation from MK Bunny. Well, I promised my brother I would donate while he was commentating, or hosting in this case. Of course, my favorite German is running the game, so even better. Anyway, put this money half towards whatever MS Kane chooses and half to eLmaGus. Also, I am so thankful that this event supports NAMI because I suffer from depression and anxiety, as does my husband. Knowing that I will have resources to help my kids makes me so happy. Thank you, MK Bunny. And so, what is your donation going to be, eLmaGus?
Does Pokemon X have something coming up that needs to be met?
There are no donations coming up that are required for quite a while. The next one that needs to be filled is the sing-along to the ending song in Saturday Morning RPG.
That sounds very good. Let's
Okay.
put it towards that.
Okay, so we're at $45 out of $300 for that, so eLmaGus's donations for now will go towards filling the sing-along. For myself, MS King's donations are going to be going towards naming the Lucario in Pokemon X Mew 3. We have a $20 donation from Aether. Hello, Magus. Hope you take care of your girlfriend in FFT. You know the one.
I know the
Big
one.
shout out to everyone at the venue. Hope to see you again next year. Donation goes to Magus's Choice, Farland. And finally, $5 from Kupo Kyle. Final Fantasy puns
What are
for
they
Final
doing?
Fantasy
Oh, no.
speedruns.
This
Part
is the,
3.
This is the dreaded 8-minute Orbon.
What a fight.
This is the dreaded 8-minute Orbon.
I hate to be that guy, but this has never happened before.
This is actually amazing.
We did it!
8-12 for
Nicely
Orbon
done.
clear.
And that's with not starting at new game.
Yeah.
It's actually a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It's a little bit longer than that.
I mean, generally what happens if the fight goes a little bit longer or right, I will just reset.
Yeah.
But
we don't really have that option.
even then, I don't think I had such a bad Orbon before. That was quite something. Good start.
I've had an Orbon that was about as bad. That's why I said like the really bad ones are like over 8 minutes. This is one of those times.
Good start.
On the bright side, there's no pressure anymore.
I can
Right.
only get better, yeah.
I guess we can talk a little bit about I guess CT mechanics as well, because they'll probably become important pretty soon. So this game works on the current time system, which means that every character has a speed value, and every single time the game rolls forward an internal clock tick, it will add that much kind of a counter to their speed or turn meter, and when it fills up to 100, then the character would take a turn. One of the things that's really notable about CT in this game is the way tie breaks work, as well as one of the things we'll be casting later on called Quick. For now, what you need to know is that a faster character will basically be getting their turn. That's pretty much it. There's a way to save CT. If you take your full action, such as you move and you act at the same time, you use up all your CT. But if you wait on the spot, you save CT. So the residual CT you save depends on kind of what you do. If you only move or you only act, you save 20. If you don't do anything, you save 40. So this is a little more relevant in the math route because you have to manipulate CT to hit everybody at the same time. But it can come up probably once or twice here as well. If you're wondering why some characters are possibly going faster than others, then when they shouldn't. The tie-breaking rules are also pretty interesting. Characters that are basically guest units have priority, followed by enemy units, and then your own units. So if you want to go first, you have to clearly beat the other guy.
Yeah.
The tie breaks also matter by how you set up your units in the menu, so you set them up so they get all that stuff.
Yeah, that's correct. Positioning in the Battle Party Formation PBF also matters. That has a determinant on the order as well. So that's all kind of things to kind of keep in mind here. All right, so we're beginning Chapter 1. For now, in the story, for those of you that are new, we've begun our quest with Bowie the hero. And he's reflecting back because he saw his best friend Delita kind of kidnapping the princess. How dare he? And he's saying, oh, well, Delita, you know, we used to go all the way back. We were in cadet school together. And the important thing that you need to kind of know about Ramza and Delita is, or sorry, Bowie and Delita, I keep forgetting. Bowie is of aristocracy. He is a high-standing member of society.
I'm not sure if I believe that, but
Well, it is in this story. Please, Magus. Delita, meanwhile, is what they call a commoner, so he's kind of a low boy in society. So Ramza garners, you know, much more respect than Delita, but they're raised together under, you know, Ramza's father, Balbane's Bayuv. So they are, you know, kind of almost like brothers. Brother from another mother, I think is kind of, you know, the way people kind of put it. That kind of surmises the relationship pretty well. Do you want to talk about the formation setup here?
Yeah, sure. They have you're setting a unit, the 2 male squires because they do the most damage. You're setting the broadsword squire on the far end, and then the dagger squire. And you're setting both chemists because you need to take a bunch of chemist actions, both to unlock wizard on hopefully the female chemist. Usually, sometimes you get really bad faith on the female, you take the male. Females are in this game are always better at spellcasting because they have higher magic attack.
Yep.
Males have better physical attack,
Yep.
except for Ramza, who has high of both
Yep.
because he's special.
Yep.
But you need to, and also you're going to need Chemist JP on Ramza, so you need both Chemists for that.
Yeah, so there's a couple of kind of mechanics here that we need to talk about. So the first, I'm just going to follow off of what Lynn was saying. There's what's called spillover JP. So every character in this game, when they take an action, they will get job points. But the one thing that's kind of neat is that the job points that they get kind of spills over to other characters as well. I believe the amount is like 25% of what they normally get. So every action that you take with the Chemist will give all the other characters some Chemist JP. And Ramza does start in Squire, and he does want to unlock the Mage classes quickly. So he does need the Chemist JP spillover. So having more Chemist actions is going to be a little bit of a more beneficial cause to us. The other thing of note is that because Ramza has both male and kind of female growths, you can kind of set up in the classes that wouldn't work as well for a male type character.
So he got really bad. He got a bad sign on the first Squire that moves up, so it wasn't going to die.
Yeah.
So he tried to throw stone, and unfortunately, throw stone missed, or not missed, but pushed him back, so he couldn't get to him with Ramza. So now the fight's kind of messed up.
And those two are the Chemist and the Squire Cancer, which
Our
has
worst compatibility with Ramza's Capricorn.
Yeah.
So this fight might take a little bit longer, but it does give us some time to talk a little bit more about what Magus will be looking for. One of the things, as I said, on the mechanics is that Ramza also has a bunch of hidden stats that you can't see, and these are his hidden jobs point totals. So as you can see, when you open the menu and you check the status, you can see how many job points you start with, and these are random. So Ramza, and as well as every other character, can start with anywhere between 101 to 199 job points. 199 is obviously much better. Right now, you're only getting about 10 JP in action. So if you get the 199 godlike rule, you attain your level 2 chemist much faster. If not, you have to sit there and you have to grind a little bit more. So I think I saw like a 163 and a 180, which is pretty good.
Yep, we have good stats. I just need to check my Chemists.
Yeah. So at least that makes up a little bit for the really bad Orban, because you can also lose a lot of time in Garland just from the grind here. I think Claude put it once, as he said, like the worst 3 fights in the game in FFT are the opening 3 fights in the game, because you have no control over how much job points you start with. You have no control over the AI units, and it's just really random.
Yeah. And we're gonna get another heal. Oh, we don't? Oh, we do. I was about to say. You were not. I hope you were not the guy. You were. Amazing. So I'm just gonna safety healing here. The problem is that if you don't pay attention to any unit that dies that you need, oh god, that
Nice game.
could be bad.
Yeah, that's the randomized roll that you get. So that one wasn't very good. Again, there's not much you can really do about it. If this was to happen on a normal run, typically it'll be a reset because you had a really bad Orban and really bad units that you need. So
This run wouldn't have
just
gotten
like
past
whatever.
Yeah, the Orban would have already been a reset. Orban would have been a reset about 4 minutes into the Orban.
Yep. All right. We can finish the guys off now, though. And the problem is, nice one, that my female chemist has very low JP, so I'm gonna have to try to work around that somehow.
There is a trick that I think a lot of casual players know about how you can lock the chemist into the corner. We don't really want to do that because potion animation is kind of sluggish. So you kind of want to build the JP naturally. That's kind of the hard part. Which is also why he's whacking his own units, because you get job points that way. And if you can do that and not have to beat up on the chemist and hope he just infinitely potions himself, it's going to be much faster.
Alright, I should need 4 more actions with her, which is actually terrible, but
This is just the kind of stuff you have to deal with when
Yeah.
you play this game in no reset scenarios.
Yeah.
The normal backup would be, I mean, on the bright side, Rums is done, but the normal backup would be to try to use a male unit here that I have with decent faith, but they all have pretty bad faith, so that
Yeah.
doesn't work either.
Yeah,
but,
just I guess talk a little bit about Faith since Magus needs some more time to clean up here. Faith is a modifier to how much magic damage you deal and how much magic damage you take. The higher your Faith stat is, the more magic damage you deal, but also the more magic damage you take at the same time.
Well, I can take this guy now.
So Faith can be anywhere between 74 to, I believe it's 43 or something. In case you're wondering, the average Faith point in that spread is 57. So above 57 is better, below 57 is bad. On 57 is also kind of bad because you're just flat average. And so you'll know Ramza starts with the fixed 70 Brave as well as 70 Faith. So Ramza will always be a decent spellcaster for that reason.
Ramsey is the only unit who will ever care about his Brave at all, though.
Yeah, pretty much.
Our generics and stuff are only going to care about their faith.
That will become more relevant. So Brave is a modifier to how often your reaction command will trigger. So the reason why Lynn says it doesn't really matter for the other characters is because Ramza, we will set reaction abilities on him that matter. On the other hand, for the other characters, we're really not going to do that. So the other characters' Brave values aren't as important. If you were doing things like challenge runs, Brave is, also very important to get off the reaction abilities that you might want to see. So luckily, we don't have to worry about that here.
He's just moving back and waiting and try to get the units to come to him.
Yep.
Because if you chase after them, they'll just hit you and run away again after you hit them, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, so this is also where waiting and timing your residual CD can help. Because you can get extra turns. If the guy has to move and attack you, but you'll be attacking, you can possibly lap them before they get a chance to go again.
Well then. Sure.
Sure, restore that 1 MP.
It's also kind of nice that Delita lies in the corner there. That's a spot that I would want to use, actually, but yeah.
Actually, Delita dying is also important. Some of you may be also wondering, why did you kill Delita? He's your best friend. We don't want the AI to really do much because they're going to interfere with how the enemy operates. As well, they're going to try to do things to help us, but really not. Waste our time. So we're going to kill them off pretty much every single opportunity we can, because not only do they allow us to get the, the experience in JP that we need, but, we stop them from taking turns that don't really contribute to anything that we need to do.
Yeah. A lot of guests also will have text boxes on their first turns in battles and stuff.
Yeah,
and
that's
we really
true.
want to skip those because it takes a long time.
Yeah. Like some of the text boxes can cost up to like 90 seconds or something. So anytime you can kill the characters off and not see them, that's going to be way more beneficial. So he's just winding down here. Kind of the last guy to go.
Can I go ahead and do some more donations? We've got
Sure.
quite a backlog of
course.
support
Please do.
here for eLmaGus. We have $5 from Kupo Kyle. Final Fantasy puns for Final Fantasy speedruns. Part 3. What is Ramza's favorite breath mint? Final Fantasy Tic Tacs. We have $25 from Kringus. No comment. Thank you very much. We have $5 from Punkidius. Good luck on the run. I'm stuck at work, so I'll watch it on the VOD. And $21.12 from Unwise. Here's a little money for FFT. Ivali's Hype. We have $25 from Feral Pigman. Good luck, friend. Put this tower's naming demon chocobo on.
Nice meme.
I hope you have time for some more MQ dirty practicing so you have a chance against the mighty Ultros Boogie.
I will. Don't worry.
All right, so that was
2050? It's just 6 minutes
Yeah.
long. No problem.
It's a little poor. I think you get out of, I think Garland nowadays in like 14, right? Yeah.
14 is not even what you want, but yeah.
Yeah, you want like 12 or 11 optimally.
11 is crazy. 12, 13, that's fine, but no. All right, but we made it, which is the important part.
Yeah, so we get to go to the soldier office next, I believe.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You can talk a little bit more about the soldier office, Lynn, I guess.
All right, sure. First, you're going to just buy potions. But then we're going to go to the soldier office. So this is where we need to get the 2 units we're going to be using for the rest of the run, pretty much.
Okay.
He got a very good one there, is a 69 Faith Cancer, which is the best one. He needs at least 1 Cancer, and then 1 Cancer, Taurus, or Virgo. The signs are important for the cancer for quicks on Ramza, and the other one for I think boss strats. And so it can take a very long time. I think it's like around 1% or so to get each unit that you need. It's a little bit higher in this because you can get 3 Zodiacs on your non-main generic. But and you need high faith because otherwise they don't do damage and the quicks won't hit.
Yeah, the most important part is the faith cutoff, which I believe is 64. Any lower than 64 faith, quick becomes a 99% chance instead of 100. And you laugh, like you're like, oh, that 1% chance will never happen. Well, in a game like FFT, never bet against the odds. That 1% will happen when you don't want it to happen. So you absolutely want to have a 64 faith unit at minimum cancer with which will have best compatibility with Ramza. That will lock the quick into 100. So he's going to perform a glitch here called the JP scroll glitch. And the way that works is by kind of underflowing the JP values of what you have. The game kind of bugs out and goes, I don't know what to do. Here, have all this JP. So you can kind of scroll in different ways. So scrolling to Ether gives him all the JP that he needs. Sometimes when you scroll improperly, that will cause the game to use up your JP by accident, or it can give you like a fixed amount, or it can do other things. So the position of where you do the scroll is a little important.
Yeah, it depends just entirely on what ability you're scrolling onto.
Yep.
I'm also learning too many abilities here, but that's just for safety, basically.
Yeah, he's learning some of the magic restoring ones, because mages can run out of mana. And, you know, they're mages, so their physical abilities are going to be kind of bad.
You learn gain JP up on Ramza as well, because all of Chapter 1 is going to be about unlocking classes, and gain JP up is just going to make that faster.
Yeah, the job tree is a little different than what you see in the math route. In the math route, we basically beeline towards all the mage classes. So right here in the no math route, what eLmaGus wants to do is he wants to maneuver Ramza into the samurai job, which is a physical class tree. So Ramza has to kind of go away from where the mage classes are. But at the same time, you still kind of want some of the mage abilities, and this is kind of where stuff like spillover JP kind of becomes important. As well, in the no math route, experience also becomes a little bit more important than the math route as well. And we'll touch upon that when we get there. As for the story, well, Bowie the hero is reflecting back on when his father died. And this is the end of the 50-year war, which in the lore of Final Fantasy Tactics is a war that Ivalice fought with a kind of another continent, and Balbanes was a war hero. Basically, like the might of both himself as well as TG Sid kind of convinced the other countries that, you know, they should, you know, form like a peace truce or whatever. And Balbanes is, I think, somewhere around 60 years old, so he's approaching the end of his life, and he's, you know, dying. So he says to, you know, Bowie, live your life the way, you know, you feel it should be. You know, don't let other people kind of control how you're supposed to behave. The important thing that needs to be kind of talked about in the plot is that Dystarg and Zalbag are both pure blooded, so they're direct kind of from Balbane's first wife. They're kind of direct, like, you know, pure blooded children. Ramza is an actual bastard. He's born out of wedlock, essentially. So, you know, that's going to become important as well as part of the plot. All right, so we're on to the third stage of the game, which is going to be Mandalia Plains.
6970. Just pointing that out. The game gave me a little break there in the soldier office, actually, after the terrible, terrible start. It can take up to like 3 to 4 minutes to get your generics hired, and that was like, what, 30 seconds? So that's a little break I got right there, at least. And they are really good.
And they're both cancer. Time to skip Agrius.
Yeah. Just think, if you had to also shuffle brave values, it will take forever. So a little good thing about this run is that you don't have to worry about brave values on those other units.
Yeah.
All right, so we get Mandalia Plains, and we get introduced to another character called eLmaGus. And in this battle, you get a choice. You can choose to either destroy the Death Core or save eLmaGus. Funnily enough, saving eLmaGus doesn't give you a Brave boost, so you pretty much always want to take the first option, which is good, because eLmaGus can die before you do anything.
And we actually want eLmaGus to die.
We do want him to die too, as well, yes.
He's not a nice guy.
All right, eLmaGus, what you got for me? That's not ideal, but it's not the worst that can happen. The thing is, we want to use a very specific setup here on Mandalia Plains to do a little bit of grinding. and it involves having eLmaGus die in a very specific spot. So the worst thing that can happen is that he can crit one of the two that's around him and then move out. We want him to charge into the squire that just positioned himself there, and that way we can use a little stuck with the cat that you see on the right there. And so far, it's looking all right.
Yeah,
no,
it's
good.
not too bad. None of the enemies have throw stone. They have throw stone. They will sometimes move and throw stones at the leader, which will mess up the formation. So you might be familiar with this in the in the math run as well, because it uses the exact same formation to kind of trap the cat. So enemies in this game, they'll read one turn ahead. If they feel like they can get there, they'll move. This is why you can get the cat stuck, because if you position someone on the opposite side of eLmaGus's corpse, the cat can't read 2 turns ahead. It can't figure out, hey, I could just walk around the corpse. So it's going to feel like it can't really get anywhere, and then it's just going to sit there, and we can grind to our heart's content. So this formation is pretty ideal because it will allow the Black Mage to hit multiple units, and we have a high faith Black Mage, which is good. So as long as you don't get any like really low faith units with bad compatibility, we should be fine.
Yeah, and then you have to take a 44 faith generic or something, or a Glaring Wizard, and she doesn't kill anything, and it's very unfortunate.
Yep. It's also why, by the way, you want a female mage, even if like the magic scores were the same, because only units of the same gender can end up in worst compatibility. And having your damage cut by 50% is a great way of having units survive.
Yep.
So having a male mage here is not ideal. It's workable, but you know, it's not what you want, because you're just going to run into more situations where there's going to be worse compatibility units.
Yeah, nothing you'll be using the Garland Wizard for has a female unit, so the only way they can get worse is to be male.
Yeah, so the cat's going to try to position himself to attack the Black Mage, and then eLmaGus is just going to set up the other units such that they form a nice little formation. We took out the leader like we were doing before so that he doesn't interrupt us while we're grinding.
The goal here is you need to get level 2 Archer on Ramza, and you need to get level 2 Chemist on both of the Chemists. The Chemists are going to unlock Wizard and Priest, and Ramza's going to unlock Thief and something else.
It should be, if it's Archer, it should be like, what was it? God, I'm forgetting my job trees.
I just read the notes, you know.
Yeah.
It's just Thief.
just Thief, okay.
All right.
And just basically, we're grinding through one class per fight in Chapter 1 until we get everything done.
So this looks like we're in a good spot.
Actually, let me check on Archer JP. Okay, okay, that's
He-
fine.
It's like average.
And now he hit level 2 as Archer here, so he's going to have to grind a little more later.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
That's pretty
It
much
just
it.
makes your XP more stable too, which is fine.
Yeah, you guys do you want to talk about why XP is more important in this route than in the math route?
Your speed matters a lot in this category. Like Ramza needs to be. We want Ramza to get level 7 or 8 in Chapter 1 for speed points, and then later on, especially in Chapter 4 and stuff, you really need to hit 18 at the right time to get enough speed to to go faster.
Yeah.
Because he'll get his speed at like fixed points.
Yeah. One of the big things kind of about level growth in FFT is that like you don't really get like progression stats. It's really once you hit a certain level, you get that stat. And different jobs can kind of affect when you get that stat as well. So in this particular case, if you remember the math route, you know, we didn't have to worry about EXP as much. In this case, we do have to worry about it a little bit more though, because, you know, your level does affect some story enemies. And if the enemies, you know, go higher than what they're supposed to be, they'll have more durability. And as Lynn touched upon, you want to be at a certain level at a specific time to get a speed point. And again, you know, it's not gradual progression. It's just you get the speed point.
Yeah.
So.
And why he'll have to probably grind more is because he won't get 2 levels as a thief at Swiggy. He'll probably only get 1. If he gets 2 at Swiggy, he's still fine. But because thief is a faster class, it gets speed faster. So if you get 2 levels as thief, you get your speed point at 7 instead of 8.
Just double checking. All right, we'll get going.
All right.
Just gonna kill the cat.
Yep.
That was decent.
Yeah.
Not bad,
too bad.
not bad,
all
not
things
bad.
considered.
Yeah.
I believe this cat always spawns with 40 faith or something, right? If I recall correctly.
No, he can have a little more, but
Yeah. Okay. Or was it 40 brave? I don't remember. It's one of those.
cool.
All right. So we're out of here.
Yep.
Oh wow, Algus is still alive, even though we just shoved a knife through his back.
Yeah.
Works.
I guess we should save him.
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine. It's just a flesh wound.
Just a flesh wound. Nothing serious.
Yeah. So Algus is actually really important to the plot. So Algus's family used to be of noble heritage, but then during the war, I believe it's his father, got kind of scared and deserted and betrayed all his, other people in this company. One of the persons survived and was able to tell the tale that his father kind of deserted. So ever since then, his house has lost their kind of noble line. So he's looking for a way to restore it. And you'll see kind of more about Algus's attitude. He's, like I said, he's important kind of to where the plot is going. All right, so back to eGross, which takes us more to see of Rams's family. I've already talked about how he has a older brother, Zelbeg, and then he has a younger sister called Alma. And we can see as well in this cutscene, Dystarg is sitting with Ramza and he's saying, "Oh, I'm proud of you for being able to accomplish stuff." And Algus is just all like, "I want 100 soldiers," right? And Dystarg's like, ... Like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
He's just asking for my knights. Like, what the heck?
Yeah. In this world, everything is about rank, basically. And
Yeah. Like, you have to remember, FFT takes place within kind of like the medieval era, so noble heritage and stuff like that is very important.
yeah.
And also backstabbing everyone you know.
That's going to be a common theme in the story of this game.
But both in our fights and in the actual
and
story.
in the actual story.
Yes.
It all ties together.
Yeah, so Algus is just, referring back to how, he's lost their noble heritage and he's trying to recover it. And Ramza has a sister as well as Delita has a sister. So both Delita and his sister, as I mentioned, are commoners. And Zelbike is just saying, to Ramza, well, we've sent a spy to kind of figure out where the Death Corps are. And the Death Corps are kind of the antagonists kind of for the first part of the story. They are a disenfranchised volunteer Knight Corps that was formed during the 50-year wars. They're volunteers. At the end of the war, nobles being nobles would be like, we don't want to give you money. So they didn't really compensate the volunteers for their work. Well, they're volunteers, so what can they expect? But, they got angry, so they're rebelling. So they formed what's called the Death Corps. So Zalbag is just telling Ramza, well, we sent a spy to figure out where the Death Corps is, but he hasn't returned. And the guarding castle was pretty boring work, don't you think? Wink, wink. So, he's kind of telling Ramza, don't figure out where the guy went, without permission from Dystarg.
Yeah.
So Ramza just like, all right, I'm gonna listen to my older brother.
All right, it's time for an important mechanic in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Which is green dots. Green dots, when you walk over them, you have a chance to get a random encounter. Random encounters in this game are very fun. You can't run from them, and they take a very long time often.
Yeah, a random encounter at this point would probably take up to 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So- So you would be saving here even in a real run. Well, if you were on this pace, you wouldn't be saving here. But if you're on a real
Fantastic.
run, you would definitely always save before every green dot, just because you have to reset if you get a random encounter.
Yes, this is way faster than...
Actually fighting it out, yeah.
yeah.
I should note that the randoms are not completely random depending on which direction you come in, so only certain formations
Yes.
can load. But for all intents and purposes, we don't really care. If we get into a random encounter, we're just going to reset.
Yep.
You just got to see the frame.
All right, did we make it? Hooray, we did.
All right, so he's going to sell some stuff so he gets some money, and he's going to buy some armor. Armor in this game doesn't work like you would think it normally works in games. Armor in this game just increases your stats usually, HP, MP, and in some cases you'll get magic or speed or something from them. But generally speaking, armor just increases your HP and MP instead of increasing your defense or something like in most games. And he also bought 3 battle boots, which increase your move by 1, which, as you can imagine, is pretty useful in a game like this, especially when you only have 3 movement on most of your characters.
And he's going to remove the equipment on Delita as well as Algus. Just makes them easier to kill. AI will also target enemies that they believe are, they can kill or are easier to kill. So having lower HP on both Delita and Algus makes them prime targets for the AI, which takes the heat off our wizards. And there's just more of the JP scrolling that we're doing here.
He's setting up his main generics now for the rest of the run, giving him flair and whatnot.
It's probably important to note that even though eLmaGus is able to learn skills using the JP scroll glitch, in order to access classes, he still must get the required job points to reach the prerequisite to get to the job class he's looking for. So even though, for example, you can JP scroll glitch, I don't know, something like Chemist to access the mage classes, you still have to be level 2 to actually open up Black Mage and White Mage. And this is something that does happen in the math run as well, if you remember. Alright, so on to Squeegee Woods. So Squeegee Woods is a map that has mostly entirely monsters. And monsters in this game, as part of the kind of mandatory fights you have to do, are pretty interesting because they take the same level as your characters, with your party average level. So in the math run, you know, if you were way too high of a level, they'll have way more HP than you're expecting. In this case, I think their HP isn't as high, but you still have some work cut out for you.
They usually don't survive, but they can survive. Like the Bolt 2 you're going to cast, which is annoying, but it's usually not a big deal. Usually only one of them at most will survive, and you can clean it up with another Bolt, but it's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, he's going to Frog Ramza here, which will reduce Ramza's physical attack power. That will allow him to hit more of his units without having to use potion. As you know, Claude once put it to us, the fastest animation in this game is just whacking your units with physicals. So physicals are much faster than using a potion.
Yep.
And obviously, if you have best compatibility, the Frog is more likely to hit. Again, you know, kind of why you want that Cancer with High Faith there.
Yep.
All right, and the formation's lining up pretty good. This is typically what this formation ends up doing anyway.
This is the bad formation.
Is it?
Yeah.
It looks like the formation that you get in math. That's why I say that.
Yeah, the thing is that the goblins position themselves a little bit differently from time to time.
Oh, nice.
Nice!
Well, it just means it's going to take a little longer now.
All right. Anyways, you kind of want to have the spot where the red goblin is right now. You want to have that free. It doesn't matter too much, but the positioning of the cats will be a little bit differently. We will lose frames over that. Let's move here. Over an ideal formation where the goblin is a bit more to the back. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do with you other than ether you, I guess. So let's do that. And just wait it out for now.
I mean, technically, Ramza can also lower his physical damage if he has lower Brave. Fists in this game use Brave as a modifier. But, you know, you're never going to really access Mediator, so that's kind of an offshoot.
Yeah.
So
He's
he's
just
kind of stuck doing 15 damage unless he gets frogged.
So he's just going to cast Frog again and hope it hits this time.
Yep.
Pretty much.
What was it, 94% chance?
Yes.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's normal.
6% chance to miss.
It's never 100% because you don't have enough MA or
There we
anything.
go.
Yeah. No, I'm just marveling at the 6% miss chances.
Yeah.
Which goes back to what I was saying way earlier. Like, you think 99% quicks is like, you know, you're always going to hit. Like, no, never bet against the odds in FFT.
There will be plenty of that later. Don't worry, we'll have lots of 98% quicks.
Yep.
So yeah, ideally, if I position myself with Ramza where the goblin is right now, the cat wouldn't be doing all of this. It would just stay in the place at the start. So this was like a small time waste right there. Nothing really huge, but yeah.
This fight usually can't really go badly. Even if the enemies live, they'll usually be critical and they'll just run away. They're not going to come kill you.
220. I'm kind of paying attention to my experience a little bit here on my wizards. We had a decent Mandalia grind though, so I shouldn't be ending up with something bad.
Typically, your main generic you want more XP on, and your non-main generic you want some XP on to steal from, but not too much that she levels up.
Oh yeah, we can probably talk about Steal XP because that's going to come up as well. So Ramza as a thief, there is an ability in the thief class tree called Steal EXP. And what it does is exactly as it sounds. So as long as the target has experience to steal, you can take some of that EXP and then also gain EXP on your own action. So it allows you to level up much faster than normal. Unfortunately, Steal XP, or fortunately, is also modified by your Zodiac compatibility for success rate. So you do want to have good compatibility at the very least to make sure Steal XP doesn't miss.
I got really lucky and have 2 best, so that's really good for me.
It is also subject to evasion for whatever that's worth. because they don't expect you to use steal XP on your units. They're like, you should be using this against the enemy.
Why are you stealing your own
Why are you
XP?
stealing your own EXP?
Anyway, so they gotta finish up Ramza getting level 3 Thief here. Should be, I think, in 2 actions at most.
The way the EXP gains, by the way, is it's 10 EXP for every action against units of the same level. For every level that's above, you get 1 bonus EXP. When you kill a unit, you get 10 bonus EXP, so 10 for the action plus 10 for the kill. For 20, that's the standard. If you're stealing EXP from lower level units, then the actual action itself is going to give you less EXP. Just due to the level modifier, so you get 1 less EXP for a unit that you're 1 level higher above.
Sorry, Ramza.
165.
Yeah, that Frog also has a damage multiplier on it that increases the damage that you take.
Yeah.
So he was Frogged and best compatibility against a 70 Faith unit casting Lightning on him.
And
so.
he's also 70 Faith. So
Yeah,
it's just,
so
it's just real good.
it's gonna pretty much obliterate him.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
Yeah, he's changing the Knight because he needs to level Knight to level 3 as well.
Yep. This is all part of the prerequisites to unlock Samurai.
Yep. We won't be grinding Monk quite as much. Monk needs to get to level 4, which is going to take a while anyway. So we'll just be doing that as we go through mostly.
Nice JP on both of them. Kappa.
102.
That's pretty good.
102.
This run is going really well. Did I mention that already?
It's going.
I don't know. Let's see if it's
Oh, yeah.
worse than
Yeah,
the
it's
run that I just did.
To be fair, though, I did a practice run where I run through more or less earlier that had perfect stats on everything, so I guess I deserve this.
Yeah. That's why you never practice.
Yeah, lesson of this. Never practice during a marathon.
Longsword. I think we're all set up. Yeah, all good.
And Time Mage is really just the last class the generics are going to need to grind.
Yep.
Because they need to unlock Summoner.
All right, so on to Dorder Fort City, or Dorder Trade City, I
Trade,
don't remember. So this is kind of the first level in like a casual playthrough that you'll probably end up having problems with.
Yeah. You got a lot of units around you. And they all come at you from all directions.
Yep.
You got archers on top of the hill shooting at you that you can't necessarily get to.
It's also your first introduction with the mages. There's also the weather properties, which we haven't really touched upon, but it is raining. And in FFT, when it's raining really hard, lightning damage gets a bonus multiplier. Forget how much it is. I think it's 33%, but don't quote me on that. Anyways, it just means lightning does more damage, and then you have to deal with the wizard dealing more damage, and he's already doing a lot. So it's kind of a tricky fight, in a sense.
It can be tricky in the speedrun, too, if
Yep.
things go badly.
Yep.
So scrambling for Dorder is pretty fun when stuff doesn't quite work out.
It's a little bit different, obviously, in math, right? Because you're a black mage, so you can take advantage of the weather as well. But Magus has to go knight to keep developing Ramses' job class, so he's not going to have the advantage that math has where he can cast Ice 3 and Bolt. So he's going to have to do a little more work for him to make this work. Yeah, in case you're wondering what the text box was saying, that's just the leader going, oh, I remember who he is. He's Weegraph, the leader of the Death Corps. So that guy we saw that who just put a sword to this other knight called Black Barn was the leader of the group of knights who were hired to kind of, were trying to figure out where they went, so to speak.
Yeah, and the little text box that the leader is talking about is one of the things we're going to be trying to avoid by grinding Ramza. He'll be able to go before a lot of the generics and kill them before they do that. In addition to getting the XP, which is also important.
There's typically some camera management here as well with the fort. That kind of gets
Yeah.
in the way.
Because the archer that moves down there in the little hull in the valley there is against the wall.
Yep.
And it'll change on its own if you don't adjust it yourself. You can't always do it right just because of the way the turns will line up, but you do your best.
that knight living is pretty standard.
Yeah.
He's pretty bulky.
That
3%
knight,
chance, dude!
that knight guarding is not pretty typical. Now this looks like the practice run.
That happened in practice too, so
Yep.
I mean, but
That knight has a Escutcheon, which I believe has a
And
And his
3%,
potion.
3% chance of a magic evade, and that procced.
So this is
So
interesting.
this is
interesting now.
never bet on the odds in FFT, because if you bet on the odds, it's always against you. Doesn't matter how low the chances are.
And they split up too, which is even great too.
yeah, because he has defend. so-
Yeah, of course. Like, why not?
The other archer has defend too for good measure. It's real bad.
This could be really interesting, actually.
Yeah, now he has to actually worry about MP. He kind of blew the big spells in the beginning because he wants to make sure to kill them. And again, that's kind of why you learn the extra ether elixir abilities, so that you have the extra mana just in case. I mean, it's not the end of the world
Unfortunately,
yet.
no one has item,
Yeah.
so you're not getting any MP here.
Well, you can still get MP
can
if,
get crystals.
You have to get
yeah,
crystals,
if people
yes.
die. I was going to
Exactly.
hit that. Just hope that they die and drop crystals for you. So it's not quite yet the end of the world, but
It's close.
Yeah, he has to start worrying a little bit more about MP right now.
Yeah.
It's
And
close.
Just
This archer actually has a weapon
has extra
equipped.
bow.
Yeah.
The archer in the middle there does not have a weapon,
Yeah,
which is actually important for the normal strat for this fight. But
Come to Papa.
Just punch them with your time mages. Unleash your mighty fist of fury that do 3 damage.
another 97%.
97%.
Sounds like 100 to me.
Yeah, what can go wrong? I mean,
Nothing.
0.3 times 0.3 is, very, very low chance of him
Hey.
missing.
Got him.
All right. Sorta in there.
All right.
So now he has to kind of set up a grind somehow.
Yeah, we're fine. The guy should attack my wizard. Very nice. Good guy. In the meantime, I'm going to be able to move my time mages over here.
And what he's trying to do is he's trying to create a situation where there's a height difference greater than 3. That's kind of the maximum height tolerance normal physicals will have. There's some weapons, I believe, that have a greater vertical tolerance, but for all intents and purposes, most of them only have a 3 height tolerance. So once that wizard is killed, that archer won't be able to hit Ramza because he's
Yeah.
kind of sitting way too low for him.
I don't want to do that.
Got a couple.
Who
turns,
are
I
you?
think.
You're the good one. Oh well. Sucks to be you.
So he's also changing the facing so he doesn't have to deal with class evade. Time mages, I believe, only have like a 5% chance to evade in the front. But, why bother dealing with 5% chances when you can get 0%? Anything to kind of make it a little bit more secure.
Yeah. My time mages had really low JP too, so this is going to take a while.
And he had to swap their positions there because Ramza couldn't steal from the higher height panel.
Yep, it's the vertical height tolerance.
Yep. Steal XP doesn't have enough space. But now he's got it pretty safe and secure.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm in position. Roger that. Alright, it's kind of unfortunate that I had to blow so many spells, otherwise I would have tried to snipe my wizard with Bolt or something, but I can't right now.
Yep.
Pretty much worst case scenario right here, which is pretty awesome. We do want this wizard to die.
Yeah.
We don't need her anymore.
Yep. She had her
You
two
have-
battles of glory.
Yep, you have the 2 generics that you need.
Yeah.
So at that point, she just clogs up menuing space, so you just get rid of her.
Yep.
Now it's actually a good time for donations since
Yep.
we have to wait a while.
We're just waiting. We need everybody to get their JP and Ramza to get to level 5.5 or so.
Those
about.
mighty punches of death. 2 to 3 damage
Okay.
every time.
I'll be happy to give you some donations. We have $25 from Gromora. Yo, Magus, when is the all mime run? Money to runner's choice. We have $10 from Anonymous. Hey, bro, sent ya. I don't believe is here, but what non-profit organization does Leviathan support? Tsunami. Donation goes to runner's choice. $50 from Anonymous. Hey, Lynn, looking good. Put the donation where you want, Lily.
Hi, Mom.
$10 from Daijin Tai. The most hyped game for me this marathon. Probably the only game I've spent over 1,000 total hours on, and this will be the first no math run I've seen. Good luck to the runner.
Thank you.
$25 from Anonymous. After watching that Orban, I feel like I'm obligated to donate now. Good luck with the rest of the run, eLmaGus. Farlam. Also, FFT at GDQ when?
Next year? Question mark?
Next year.
$10 from Denicalis. Hey Goose, that's a fine-looking Bowie you got there. A fine-looking Bowie indeed. Best of luck, friend. Hope you crush it and that you and everyone are having a great time. Let's go ahead and put this towards Acellus being the character run in Saga Frontier. $30 from Crush Dude Run. What happened at the beginning there? Guess your controller stopped working again, right?
Crush, please.
Donation goes to Magus Choice. Magus Hello, Magus Cup.
All right, so we're finally done grinding there. So back onto track. So here we get to see a scene where they saved one of the deathcore people, and they're just kind of interrogating him on kind of where the hideout is, because they want to figure out, you know, the details of what the deathcore is doing. And you can clearly see from the scene, you know, you can see the three characters and their different interactions. So eLmaGus is like torturing this guy, right? He's like kicking him and like punching him. The leader's just all being chill, like he's not really against this, which kind of shows you a little bit about the leader as well. And Rams is just all like, eLmaGus, what are you doing? You're gonna kill him. So you get a pretty good idea of how all three characters kind of interact with each other.
eLmaGus deserves everything he gets in this game.
Yeah, at this point, like, if you don't hate eLmaGus kind of by this point, you will pretty soon.
No.
All right, so on to the Sand Rat Cellar, which is kind of where a group of the deathcore people are hiding out, and where they've taken the Marquis, which, by the way, is kind of one of the reasons why we're also trying to figure out what the deathcore is up to, because eLmaGus has mentioned that you know, he was escorting the Marquis when they got ambushed by the deathcore. So now that we know where the Marquis is, we're gonna go and save him.
Congratulations on being able to scroll Summoner on both units.
Thank you
Woo,
very much.
float.
Summon.
Because normally we would never make them summoners at all. But there is that, you know, 10% chance that their JP is below 110. You can't scroll from Moogle, and you have to make them a summoner for this fight, which is usually not bad unless they're both unscrollable, which is very rare but can happen.
Yeah, you also equip the battle boots back on the leader there, by the way, because it allows him to move into this position, which kind of changes all the enemies' AI, and they will cluster together. You remember correctly during the marathon, this was done for the exact same reason. So very little minor things like that in this game do have very, very big effects kind of on your time, as well as kind of what the enemies will end up doing.
Yeah. And as you might have guessed, we are going to be grinding again. Hooray!
Hooray!
This is pretty much it for major grind segments. Is this fight?
Yeah, it's true for both math and no math, because you need a couple of levels to build up your skills, but really after the major grinds, you're kind of on your way to crushing the game pretty easily.
Yeah. This is just going to get Ramza up to level 8 to get his speed point. He'll be 1 speed faster. He'll be faster than everybody else, and he'll be able to. That'll secure him XP and JP for the rest of Chapter 1 and Chapter 2.
Yep. So in the math version of this, you have teleport, and you're able to kind of warp up quickly to the rooftop if you need to, and you can grind here safely. But I don't think Magus has teleport.
You have
for
ignore
this.
height. You can actually do the same
Do you?
thing.
Okay.
But you don't. You just stuck. You just get the monk stuck. You'll see it in a little bit.
All right, it's fine with me.
He's gonna teleport his main generic onto the top of the clip on top of the thing there to cast a summon on all the units they're grouping up, and because his unit is up there and is the closest unit to the monk is going to want to attack it but can't, and is just going to run away.
Sit in the corner very nicely, not do anything.
Yep. Unless he has defend, and then he'll use defend all the time.
Which is bad.
Or if he has throw stone, he'll
throws
try to
rocks
throw
at you.
stone,
Throw rocks at you.
which you can get around too, but you have to do something a little bit different sometimes.
Yeah, and he has half of MP there to make the really high cost of those summons actually usable.
And if you get good compatibilities and faiths and everything, you can use Odin, but Cyclops is safer. It will always kill everything.
All right. We're pretty much set.
Delita's just going to go have it out with this monk, but
How
unfortunately,
about you?
Delita is a chemist, and this monk is a monk.
Yeah.
So it
His
doesn't work out.
mighty 6 punches versus this guy, and his mighty 36 damage punches. Oops.
And as you can see now, this
Let's
his unit on the
shoot.
top is the closest unit to that monk. And the
Yeah,
monk-
so it said guarded because Magus tried to steal an EXP from a unit that has no EXP. If it misses, it will say miss. If it's blocked for some other reason, it will say guarded.
Yep.
And this is why when we were talking about XP and Swiggy and so on, the unit's XPs matter. But he had, so unfortunately, his unit leveled up at some point or didn't have enough XP, and so he missed one steal, which doesn't matter, but it just wastes a little bit of time.
No.
Because he can just punch and get XP.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying. It's a waste of time, obviously, if you have to punch more than, just like stealing naturally, because my unit that I'm stealing from doesn't really need experience of this anymore in the whole run. But, yeah, gotta do what you gotta do. The experience got a bit out of whack because of that door there as well. Like, I kind of entered with decent values, and then everything just kind of blew up in my face there.
Thrown off by a 3% chance.
Yeah.
It's
That
just
happens.
what happens in this game. You're going to see something that you've never seen before almost every run.
It's also why, again, you never bet against the odds in this game. You don't want to bet against the odds. Kind of an aside, I believe there is actually a highlight of Claude when he was initially in the very initial stages of doing no math, and he missed a 99% quick. And the resulting reaction out of that was pretty great. So it does happen.
Well, my favorite AI thing from is Mustadio walking up and shooting his wizard in the back at Gog. That was a good one. Or,
That was that was pretty good
Talon.
too.
Yeah.
Mustadio forever the backstabber.
Nice.
Face class evade.
Yeah. Whenever you don't move your unit to face the other direction, you always regret it because that always happens, even though it's not that likely.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think Ramza has a 10% class evade or something, so it's a little bit higher than your mages, but it's still low enough that you would think it's safe, but
All right.
don't count on it.
Jeez. Oh yeah, I use Cyclops, so I have to use the other wizard to do things. So we're gonna move forward, lure this guy out, and then hopefully we can one-shot him with the wizard. We'll find out momentarily. Give me all your experience.
That's it.
I mean, I should have way good.
Yeah. Yeah, when you have to go to level 8, you pretty much always find JP.
That should kill. Even though he is bad comp. Yeah, it still kills. Awesome. Alright, that wasn't too bad.
That's pretty much all the major grinding we're going to see. We might have to do a little bit later, depending on how things play out, but it won't be too much. And now Ramses is going to be a monk until the end of Chapter 2, and he'll unlock Samurai pretty much naturally.
Yep. So we're kind of seeing the dispute they have within the Death Core here, in front of us, where the idealistic regraph here does not agree with the methods that the part of the Death Core used with kidnapping and all that. He's he has very pure ideals, and he wants to see them done. And if somebody doesn't obey him, well, you saw what happened there. So
Well, at least he stabbed him in the chest instead of in the back like everybody else.
that's true.
Well, it is important to know that kind of Wiregraph's motivations here kind of signify the type of person that he is at this point, and it becomes important later during the plot when you see him basically take like a complete 180 reversal. This is the part of the game, as the title calls, it's called the Meager, and it will be much more obvious once we finish the chapter why it's called the Meager.
We did learn Holy. We did. We did.
Hooray!
Did we learn Holy on you, though? We did not. Remove teleport.
I got 2 green dots this time, so it's even less likely to get there, but it's just got to try. Naturally.
Why not?
Just, this is, nice 25 seconds every time you don't get through. And you just deal with it. You're almost never going to see a run that doesn't have an encounter at all. It doesn't happen. Average is probably around like 7 or so.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right.
over the course of their run, not just in one spot, but you just deal with it.
Amazing. So we have three? Three, yeah.
Very, yep.
Yeah, Chapter 1 is a little bit more annoying in this category than in the normal 80% category, too, because in the normal 80% category, you do use a random battle to grind. So naturally, if you get one, it's basically a free grinding spot for you. And here, we avoid random battles completely, so this seems like a little bit more annoying to us here in this category.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the main difference in Chapter 1 with this category versus Yes Math is Yes Math has a lot more grinding because you do have to fight an extra battle or two to get Calculator.
Yeah.
But then it makes it all up from the fights being faster.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. It's about 30 minutes faster than this category. But this category is more fun, in my estimation. You don't have to just watch holy animations.
Define fun.
You get to lose more time to everything.
Yeah, that's right.
If units get turns, how can or don't get turns, then nothing can go wrong.
Exactly. All right, so we're meeting Prince Lark here, who is, well, in line for the throne. And, yeah, Daisajark basically works under him as he is part of, or the head of the noble family, the Belves. He's serving Prince Lark here, and they have some sort of scheme going on. Don't quite find out what it is yet, but it's going to become apparent sooner than later. All right. First of all, I gotta make sure that I don't get another random encounter.
Yeah, Chapter 1 is pretty bad for random encounters. Chapter 1 and Chapter 4 are the worst. Chapter 2 only has one green dot. Chapter 3, I think you only go over 3, I want to say, and it's all the same one.
You know, when I submitted this game and put 515 as an estimate, I was kind of laughing about that, but at this point, it seems like a good estimate.
It's okay, when you submitted it with 515, you were going to do a bunch of extra stuff too, and none of that happened.
Well,
So we're doing it now instead.
Oh boy.
hocus pocus.
Yeah, moving the cursor on the map is kind of awkward sometimes because the cursor gets like sucked into each dot, and you kind of have to know how it's going to work, or you'll miss.
Yep. So this is our first instance of an assassination battle, which sounds exciting. There's a lot of battles in this game where the goal is not defeat all enemies, but defeat a certain enemy. This one we're going to have to defeat Maluda, who is talking with her companions right here in the back. She's the knight right there. She has a lot of HP. That's usually you would either have to use a summon, or my strategies usually involve casting Holy, which is really a really powerful spell. Since we have good faith, though, we can use Flare, which has a lot of faster animations, so we're going to save a little bit of time here.
Yeah. When you have 70 and 69 faith generics, you save a lot of time in this gauntlet at the end of Chapter 1 because you can do all the good strats.
Yep. Spin fists.
The assassination battles in this game are typically not the problems because they're typically very predictable
Yeah.
and very stable.
Oops. Didn't go.
Like Maludo, you're always going to have them pretty much do the same things and move forward, then you just kill the target.
Yeah, one of the things is that in assassination battles, the boss character usually has like fixed equipment or like fixed stats.
And especially
So
fixed Zodiacs.
Yeah, fixed Zodiacs is the big one. So you know in advance like how much damage you're going to be dealing, as well as how much damage they're going to be taking and stuff. So that allows you to kind of plan in advance of saying, okay, this setup is going to one-shot them. In random battles where you have to kind of, well, I say random, but non-mass assassination battles, you are dealing with a bunch of random variables where the, it's not quite set in stone, so there's a lot more kind of on-the-fly thinking that you have to do.
Yeah, some more so than others.
Yeah.
We'll see some pretty bad ones later. But
Also helps if you use the ability, actually,
it
that saves
helps.
time.
But, it's probably still faster than watching the holy animation.
I think it saves like 6 seconds or something.
That's not that much, but Holy is very long.
Yeah.
We'll see holy, don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the if you remember from the math run, the main big spells that you get are things like Holy, Flare, and like Bolt 3. And each one kind of has their strengths and their weaknesses. So Holy's big thing is that it ignores Evade. So I don't know if it's going to be cast again at certain points, but the fact that it ignores Evade makes it really useful for consistency.
There are definitely times where the ignoring Evade is useful.
Yeah, and
especially in a marathon.
It is considered Holy Element, so there is that, as well as the fact that it costs more MP, longer animation. Flare is kind of your in between. It's kind of a little faster, still costs a lot of MP, but it still hits pretty decently hard. And then Bolt 3 is kind of like the weakest of the set, but you can strengthen it. It's pretty fast, not as MP intensive, and so on. So you kind of pick the best spell that you need for the situation. And obviously in this case, because you're not using math, you also have Summon Magic, which is you summon different creatures which have wide area effect attacks that can hit everybody at the same time.
Pretty much remove Odin and Cyclops.
Yeah.
You also use Shiva and Ifrit for one battle each.
All right, so we get this fun cutscene where the Death Corps are making an assault on the Balbane mansion, so to speak. So they kidnapped Tita, which is going to become important as well at the very end of the chapter. And they tried to assassinate Dice Stark, but they failed. So Dice Stark is saying you should go after them, and then he falls unconscious from getting assaulted. So at this point, that Titra has been kidnapped. The Death Corps are being wiped out because you're assaulting their bases. So things are looking kind of bleak for the Death Corps as a group. And Ramza is gonna go back and he's gonna talk to Dice Stark, who's gonna inform him about what their plans to quell the rebellion is gonna be. But Ramza's he's the pure idealistic guy, so he's thinking the teachers, with the Death Corps, what are we going to do about that? So Dice Stark tries to reassure Ramza that, we're going to save her because, she's part of our family, we've known her through all our life. But, Algus sprinkles the truth serum, kind of reveal the veil from everybody's eyes, and he basically tells them that, Dice Stark is not going to do that. Dice Stark is, he's noble, he's like me, screw all the commoners, they're all like, animals, guys don't deserve to live. And then Delita proceeds to basically punch him in the face. That's the type of guy Algus is. What a great guy, right? Why would you not want to be friends with this guy?
If you don't like Algus, well, wait, 10
wait for a
minutes.
little bit. We'll get our revenge.
If you do like Algus, well, I'm sorry.
The thing is, Algus is super important actually to the story because he represents kind of a lot of what the noble people are actually thinking, that commoners do have lower rights. They're not supposed to have the same rights that we noble people are supposed to have. So in this kind of dynamic between Delita, Algus, and Ramza, he's the realistic guy. He's the guy who's shedding the truth about this is what is gonna happen. If you don't like it, you can deal with it. So Delita's really angry, not hearing about this, but the truth is the truth. So again, Ramza's idealist, so he's telling Algus, get out, right? Algus is just like, all right, well, if you don't want to believe me.
And now we're going to have a very special edition of Green Dot.
Green Dot's to return.
Because unlike every other Green Dot in the game, this one does not have a random encounter on it.
That is true. That is true. I forgot which Green Dot it was. We get another cutscene, actually. It's actually just Delita reflecting kind of on what Algus was saying. And he realizes that there is a portion of truth to what Algus is saying as well. He can try as much as he wants. But at the end of the day, he's not going to become like a war general. He's not going to become, this famous person who's going to make ripples, in the aristocracy. He's, at the end of the day, still, common-born. So he's reflecting on the fact that, because of his birth, he doesn't have the power to save his own sister. And he feels, really powerless. And, Algus's influence on Delita in the first chapter pretty much shapes the rest of the game, because he sees how Algus is acting and he understands, if I am like Algus, then I can make it through the world. I have to use other people like Algus to get to where I need to be. If I'm like Ramza and be idealist, I won't get anywhere. I'm going to be used the entire time. So this is kind of like, the cutscene where they're kind of reflecting back on, better times when they didn't have to deal with all this trouble. but now they're grown men. They have to deal with this stuff. So.
Alright.
Just in case.
Yep. Another assassination battle coming up.
This one,
It's straightforward.
very rare for anything. I don't think anything can really go wrong,
No.
but just in case. Doesn't hurt.
I guess you're using Holy for this fight, or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
The other options for this fight are
Yeah.
Klops and Double Ramu, depending on your faiths.
Yep.
If you remember this fight in math, there's an option to use Flare. And the reason, why I was saying that beforehand is because Meluda does come with a small mantle, 10% magic evade. So Holy is going to bypass that completely. Summon magic ignores, evade altogether. So, we're not going to deal with the magic evasion. We've already seen the 3%.
Alright, first things first. As always,
Yep.
goodbye to Lita.
Get used to seeing guests die on the first turn of battles. It's going to happen a lot for the rest of the game.
It's important.
Yeah,
It is important.
it does a lot of things. It gives XP, JP, and it prevents dialogue. And
Yeah.
prevents them taking turns that'll mess up the formations of the fight.
Yeah, the big one here is dialogue, actually, for
Yes.
this specific fight. There's a lot of dialogue between Meluda and Delita if he gets a turn.
Yeah, I mean, the important part here for the story is that, Meluda is, Weegraf's sister. She kind of relates to what Delita is going through. They're both common born, and, she's just kind of trying to stress upon the fact, like, why are we different? Just because the fact that we're born from not, aristocracy. So, at the end of the day, you have to kill her. You can't really talk your way out of this one, even though Ramza would really much rather talk his way out of it. And then they just kind of reflect on the fact that, this is kind of what they have to do. That, there was no recourse. They couldn't really talk Meluda out of trying to kill them.
And as you can see, even though nothing can go wrong in this fight to kill you, the Time Mage had haste and cast it on 2 people, so you still randomly lose time to that because
Yeah.
it's just an extra animation.
Haste is actually a very big time loss, over 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's one of the lengthier animations for sure. Reminder that, we used to, I think, use haste in, which fight was it? In Bethla Garrison, then we swapped to haste too. And haste there was still like a time loss. Like ideally, if you could do things your way, you just do double quick. But
Yeah.
double quick's not very accurate.
Huh. I like to go for 72%.
72% times 2.
Yeah. Easy.
All right. So we find out more kind of about why they kidnapped Tita. So they believe Tita is of aristocracy, like a noble house. So when they were trying to assassinate Dice Dark, they wanted kind of an ace in the hole. So they kidnapped Titra, believing, they're never going to assassinate someone from the noble house. Joke's on them. So Weegraf has just received news that, Meluda has died. So he, is not very happy at our idealistic party of Ramza and sort of becoming more pragmatic Delita at the moment.
Yeah.
So he's just telling them to retreat to the fort at, what was it? We'll get there.
Zigton.
Zigton, thank you.
This fight is where you can start seeing one of the common, random things that can go wrong in fights, which is one of these monks can have Geomancy learned, they can have Hell Ivy learned, and they can cast it on you.
Please don't.
Ixnay on the Geomancy Nay.
It's okay. It can happen in a lot of fights.
Please don't.
It will be fine.
Just to be fair, whenever FFT has a chance to kind of mess with you, it tends to do that. It's not just for this run. I mean, Hell IV stop can happen even in math as well.
Yeah.
So
It's just it's something.
it's just
to
a
deal
thing
with.
you have to, you just kind of have to deal with.
In some fights, it's not as bad because you can recover. In some fights, you can't.
Also, shout outs to Boko.
Yeah, there's Boko. We'll see him again later.
Don't do it. Thank you.
Everything's fine.
Once again, you're using Holy. Wygraf does have evasion as well, magic evade. So Holy is going to bypass that for us. And he's down for the count.
He'll be back
He'll be back.
several times.
Spoilers.
Well, he's not dead. Obviously, he's gonna be back. He's still talking.
Yeah. Well, he's also revealing more information about the plot at the moment. So he's just kind of telling Ramza that the person who wanted to kidnap the Marquis in the first place was his older brother, Dice Dark. So Ramza doesn't really believe, we rap because, why should he? But it kind of reveals more about Dice Dark's character as well. Like, he's this scheming, he wants to get ahead, and he's generally not, like, a very nice guy, which kind of tells you kind of about what's going to happen to Tetra pretty soon. But Rams at this point, he's an idealist, so he doesn't really believe what Wildgraph is saying. And I keep referring Ramza to Ramza instead of as Bowie. I'm bad.
No, that's correct.
I apologize.
No one wants to refer to Bowie.
If I could do a couple quick donations, real.
Sure.
We got $20 from our very own Big Fung Balls. I just wanted to take the time to say hello to my roommate, eLmaGus. Dear Cup friend, please put this $20 Towers Naming Demon Chocobo on. We have $20 from Fatman. Good luck, eLmaGus. I hope our Landu comes with the Excalibur this time. This donation goes towards the favorite thing in Earthbound being Butterfly.
Yeah, Orlando is a character later in the game,
Yeah,
which is highly overpowered. He always comes with the Excalibur in this game, but there's a nice little thing called a randomizer that you can do, and sometimes he does not have the Excalibur in that one, which is actually hugely annoying. The Excalibur is probably the best Night Sword you can get.
Yeah, I'll dare say it's actually probably the best weapon in the entire game.
Probably.
It's up there.
It's probably the best weapon we'll be having, at least.
Yeah. Yeah. So, well, you saw what happened to Tetra. It's, thank you, Dice Dark, for showing us the true colors that you possess. So this event has a very, very profound impact on Delita. We'll talk about it kind of more after the fight, but I think even for the fight itself, it's not terribly that difficult, right? Because I don't think Algus even has any evasion at all.
No, he doesn't, which is amazing, because if your faith is good enough, which ours is, you can just flare.
Just bomb him. Save some seconds.
Yep.
There's actually a lot of dialogue in this fight if you let it prolong.
Oh, yeah.
So you really do want to kill Algus before that happens.
Yeah, the dialogue, by the way, even triggers, like, even if Ramza dies in a turn, he has a lot of dialogue with Ramza. Ramza will just revive. So
Ramza will auto-res, which is useful in challenges. It's like, oh, I can kamikaze Ramza for a bit. But in this case, it's purely bad for us because it's a pure time loss. And, there's dialogue between them. And, he's just kind of informing Ramza about how, this is kind of what is expected of them. Like, we're not going to trade up, our kind of noble name for some commoner. So they believe us, we're going to kill them and so on. So he's basically pretty much being bigot against poor people. Algus is a horrible person, a.k.a.
Shoutouts to Delita's Sis, which is the best class in the game because it has Always Dead.
Always Dead,
Yep.
yeah. Little known fact.
oh, she has Defend. Interesting.
It's better than Haste.
It's better than Haste, for sure.
Oh yeah, the Wizards can instant gank Ramza as well. That can happen. I don't think it's going to matter though because, it's going to hit. By the way, while Magus didn't need to put that second mage, the game, for all intents and purposes, when it sees that it needs to load 2 PBS, will force you to put all the units you have at least onto one on the second map at the very least, which is why he's forced to dump the second wizard onto the second PBF, even though he doesn't need it.
Yep.
All right, and Algus met a very fiery, painful death. Hooray!
That's Chapter 1.
Yeah, that is Chapter 1.
That was Chapter 1.
That is the meager.
Certainly a Chapter 1.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, story-wise, this is actually a very important point because it kind of cascades through what happens during the Lion War that is going to happen in chapters 2, 3, and 4. But essentially, Delita sees that if he sticks to the ideals, he's not really going to be achieved the stuff that he needs to do. He needs to be ruthless. He needs to be like Algus, and he needs to backstab people, and like he can't really trust anybody. He has to manipulate everybody to get to where he is, because eLmaGus did that. He got places. So eLmaGus's actions have a very profound effect on Delita, and both him and Regraph feel what the chapter name calls the meager. They're both realizing that because they're a common lot in the society, they don't have much power. They can't really do much. They're meager in their choices, and that the only thing they really can do is they can try to rebel, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. And that carries on throughout the rest of the story. Like, it changes pretty much how they react. So you'll see that in the upcoming chapters. All right, time for Chapter 2, which is essentially where we picked up back from the prologue. You're still standing in front of the monastery.
Yep, Chapter 1 is just a little flashback right after Orban. And one of these guys is not going to be coming with us,
Yep.
unfortunately.
Guess who?
It's the useless one. Oh, and I guess Simon's not coming with us either, but we're not counting him.
Wonder how good Simon would be.
I think Simon actually has a class
He
and
has.
everything, right? Yeah.
He has.
Little known fact about FFT, for those of you that are not super into it, some of the guest characters in this game do have pre-programmed classes, even though they do not take part in any battle, and Simon is one of them.
So now we decide to follow Delita because, old childhood friend still alive after that huge explosion. Got to find out what's going on there.
And he just stole a princess.
And
Yeah,
he stole
that
a
too.
prince.
That too.
Alright, and then we get the first time in the game that we get the prompt here that somebody's going to join our party. We do want Alicia and Lavin over here to join our party. They are pretty useful.
Yep.
They
They are definitely a lot more useful here than in Math Route, that's for sure.
They come with fixed zodiac signs, and also they come with 61 and 62 faith, I think. Or
I
62 and
believe that's
63.
correct. Yeah.
And which is decent. It's enough that we can use them to cast spells. So they're here, and we take them.
Yep.
It's pretty quick to set them up to do stuff.
Yep. In some routes, I think you actually use them as part of your main core units because of their compatibility. In this case, I think we're just kind of bringing them along because they're useful in other cases. So the other thing Magus did is he basically stripped both Agris and Gafgarian. So in the normal playthrough, you keep them equipped because they're pretty powerful at this point in the game. But here, Rams is pretty much, he needs his JP, and we pretty much have the units that we need to kind of beat the rest of the game. So we're going to strip them down, and they're going to get killed. Exactly like the leader, because we don't need them to do things and try to quote-unquote help us. And we'll be continuing our job to try to build Ramza up to a samurai.
Yep.
All right.
I wonder who that is.
I don't know. I guess we'll never find out.
He does want to kill us, though.
It doesn't have a name. He can't be anybody important. It just says knight.
Shoutouts to his portrait, which is different than the regular thieves. But if you recruit him with an invitation, he becomes a regular thief. What a rip. I wonder how he does that, facial reconstruction. Gafgarian, damn, 700 was too cheap.
Yeah. So we're kind of getting blocked here. Gotta fight our way through. If we are reasonably lucky, there's like one really bad scenario that is very unlikely to happen. But if we're reasonably lucky, we should be able to finish them off with one summon. Okay, so
Yes.
far so good.
So you see the thieves going first because they do have higher speed, and I don't think Rams at this point can overtake them. So in the event of a tiebreak, they're going to go first.
Yeah, they will always have more.
Yeah.
46 Libra, that is exactly what I don't want to see. Should be okay though, yes. Perfect. So what can happen if this archer has bad comp / worst comp, she can move up the house, which is really, really bad. But it looks like everything is working out. I will, however, since you are Libra, cast Bolt on you with you, just in case. That should kill everybody. So you're kind of manipulating the enemies more or less to line up in a way that you can hit them with one big attack. Yo, nice critical.
No, nice crit. Was an average crit though.
Huh.
Nice guarded.
Sweet. That works. That's why I preemptively casted it.
Yeah, now you can cast the second one.
They have those nice small mantles with the 10% chances. It's okay. Just run up to them and beat them with your
Thief did
mighty mage fists. 2 damage turn.
They're going to run away. Or no, they're not. I can't reach. You can reach though. Kind of unfortunate there that she didn't die because she blocked it, but hey, what you gonna do?
That's just kind of how a lot of these fights wind up going. You kill most of the units, and then you scramble to kill the bad comps.
3 damage!
Perfect.
Yeah!
But no math.
No mouth.
Alright, we got a bit of a lengthy menu coming up.
Because we've gotten to chapter 2 now, and so a lot of shopping is going to open up.
Yeah.
Yep.
New items, and we also need to set up Alicia and Lavian properly.
As you progress in the story, the shops get new items added to them. But also, we're going to be taking advantage of a proposition here in the bar.
Yeah.
It basically since you can send 3 units off on a proposition, and they'll come back after some number of days, depending on what proposition and what you choose and all.
Yeah,
and
just an entire science behind how propositions work.
the science behind propositions is crazy, and
Yeah.
I think there's like 2 people in the world that understand it. We had to get actual scientists when Claude was routing stuff too. I remember.
Yeah.
But it's going to give them Chemist JP to unlock Wizard. It's going to give his main generic Squire JP, particularly for move +1, which is very important at the end of the game, and also other times. And also a little bit of money, which is nice.
Yeah. So the main thing is that you can't send named generics. What I mean by that is you can't send, not named generics, but named units. So you can't send like Agrius, you can't send like Obstadio to a proposition. But you can send all your other, custom generics to do these propositions. And you do get JP on them. I believe the number of days affects the success multiplier, which gives you a bigger reward. But I think in this case, we're probably just going to go with the lowest, I think.
Yeah, these are lowest.
Yeah, we don't need to worry about like picking up extra treasures and stuff like that. So obviously, as you can see, doing props is going to be much faster than doing any sort of random grinding, which is also why we do it if we need to learn some media abilities.
This.
And yeah, this is what I mean by it kind of depends on where you kind of scroll onto, so you have to figure it out.
This should work, right? There we go. That's it. That's it? That's it.
We did it.
All right.
Sometimes
she needs... I didn't use the elixir, right? Yeah. Getting elixir for safety. You are... her. My units are also in positions because my units died in Garland in the first battle, if you remember. They are kind of all over the place, so I kind of have to go against my notes, which is interesting.
Because like the way it works is at the start of the game, you have a full party of 7 units. But if they die in Garland and crystallize or turn into treasure chests, you don't have them anymore, and those slots are free. And the way Magus does the recruiting is he normally recruits before kicking his units. So his 2 recruited generics will be at the end of his party list and not at the front. However, since units crystallized, his units are actually in the middle of his party.
Yeah.
They're, I think, number 3 and number 4 instead of
Yeah.
being at like 7 and 8 where they would be.
Yeah.
And so there's a slot, but 4 of them now that Alicia's in, which
You
is
can also
annoying.
mess that up if you kick them before you do the soldier office, as Lim was alluding to.
Yes, if you kick before you do soldier office, they'll always be number 2 and number 3 in the menu. It just depends on it depends on how your menus are set up and how you want to do stuff.
All right, here comes Arrowgray Woods, the return of a known figure, and a lot of goblins. Yes,
Save
a
Boko,
lot
save
of goblins.
Save Boko, save Boko.
Save Boko.
Yeah, so the important thing here is, it's just like with August at the start of the game, you can either opt to not save or save this guy. Saving him actually gives you Brave, which is important for way later in the game. You do want to have the Brave gain here. We did it. For bosses later, we're going to be actually using a couple physical strategies, and Ramza needs the Brave that he gets here in order to deal enough damage for certain strategies to work, but we'll get to touch that when we get there.
Yep. So goblins are weak to ice in case we're forgetting, but I'm not sure if we're necessarily going to be using those.
We will be
I think
using
we're
ice.
I think we're using Shiva, right?
We're using Shiva and
Yeah.
Ice, yes. Shiva and Ice 3.
It's just we have all those nice big shiny summons, man.
And we've put short charge on all of our on our 2 generics anyway that are going to be casting Shiva to make sure that Shiva casts before any of the other goblins get a turn, so they don't move out of it. So the only goblin that gets a turn is the black one that moved back, which Lavian will kill with Ice 3.
I did not optimize. We should be okay. Black Goblin is going to move, but I should be
Yeah.
able to hit him next turn.
Maybe Boko will be our savior.
Boko will never be aggressive in this battle.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Sadly, his AI is set to run for
Yeah.
life.
Now, because we've chosen to save Boko, if he dies, I'm pretty sure it's a game over. But,
Yeah.
That is correct.
Of course.
But
It's fine.
should be fine.
Yeah, we should be okay.
That's one of the reasons why it's important to kill everything immediately. Is
Yeah, he's going to run to this side now. And the Goblin should be in range for Lavian. And then we can kill him. That's probably like, what, 30 seconds? Oh, he moved
Yeah.
to the side, obviously.
this is just because he forgot to put the battle boots on Lavian,
Yep.
so she didn't have
Didn't
enough movement.
optimize her.
She couldn't get close enough to the goblin.
Don't have enough MP. This is great. Run, Boko. Thank you. Alright.
He's just
He's
not being helped.
fixated on the Chocobo. We should be in range now, though. Double checking. Okay. Lined up perfect.
By the way, I like
Sure.
how Gafgirion lies dead in the middle of the field.
And now Agrius too.
Yep, and Agrius too.
Free experience.
She wanted, she came over, was
Yeah.
ready, you know, why not?
Free experience.
Rams demonstrating the way evilest law works, backstabbing people with a knife.
Yeah, this is kind of where I had to read my notes backwards, and then yeah, we kind of ended up. I kind of ended up forgetting something.
Yeah, as much as we
Which-
said we're gonna save Boko, we're not gonna add him to the party.
Well,
No.
we saved him, he's fine.
He's just gonna keep somehow reproducing and making eggs by himself.
Monsters in this game, they are relatively powerful. However, they reproduce very, very quickly.
Yeah, they somehow reproduce even if there's only one monster.
They'll fill your whole party up with new monsters that
Yep.
you did never wanted.
You get a lot of menu and clutter if you don't kick them out, so best not to add them.
Not that Chocobos especially would be useful, but there's other monsters later that are pretty powerful that could be helpful, but...
You could ride Chocobos. They could be useful in some cases, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
All right, so we get Zarakal Falls. Very, very interesting fight. Normally, in this case, for math. It's one of the few fights that you have to do a little CT manipulation just due to the way the units are aligning. I guess in no math, though, it's going to be... Is it meteors that you're going to be casting?
Yes.
In general, yeah. If you get really lucky, one of the knights can die first, and you can use Flare on one side, but
Yeah.
or they can group up a little bit, but yeah, you're going to be using Meteor.
Yeah, because the leader has a chance of having Crush Punch, and if Crush Punch procs, then he'll help you kill one of the knights before they can do anything.
Meteor is a very long animation, but it's also
It's also very powerful.
the strongest spell we have access
Yeah.
to.
It also has very, very wide area effect.
Yep.
So, you know, Gafgarion's going to betray us because, hey, it's in the contract, apparently, which he never read. Gafgarion is a expert mercenary. And he's going to try to kill the princess. And Rams is all like, no, you can't do that.
Alright, let's see what Delia does.
Yep.
Where's he going?
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Huh?
Oh.
Dang.
Yeah, that's
That has approximately 20% chance of proccing the dead.
The whole reason Alicia, by the way, is Monk is so she can punch out Gafgarion. Gafgarion has obviously a lot of text in this battle, so you want to get rid of him as fast as possible.
Yep.
And Rams is moving to this specific point to protect Ovelia from the knights, because Ovelia is usually going to cast a spell on herself and move behind Ramza. Sometimes she'll move to over on a spot on the waterfall, but you don't want her to die.
Yeah.
It's, bad.
Libra again. That could actually be bad. Although the leader should have it covered in case he doesn't die.
Yeah,
Oh, he has potion. He has potion.
of course. Why wouldn't he have
Why
potion?
wouldn't he have potion?
Well, he didn't move anywhere annoying, at least.
Yeah, he can still nuke him.
Okay. Left side should be fine. Yeah, left side is fine. Yeah. No. That's where delete is. That's why I have to move there. Okay. So I'm curious if the knight on top there dies or not. You can tell if the leader does something here. Yeah,
Yeah.
the knight would have lived actually. So yeah.
But delete is helpful, so.
Oh, the stop procced. Couldn't have done that early, Delita.
Mm-hmm.
And now we sit here and watch, a million years of meteor animations.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Space Rocks.
Curious how much damage it does to the one knight. 136. So yeah, he had a high HP pool too. Like
Yeah.
knights have between 100 and 150. He had 150, 59 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Pretty crazy.
part of what we were saying as well about how random fights or mandatory fights with random generics can be pretty random because their equipment can also be random as well.
Yeah.
So back to the story. Ramses saved the princess, hooray! But now, he realizes he doesn't really have anywhere to go. So the leader is telling him, people who actually wanted to kidnap Ovelia was actually Dice Dark's party. And they were going to kill her and then blame it on the other Duke. So, Ramses realizes he doesn't really have anywhere to go. So the leader is saying, give the princess to me, I can protect her better. But, Ramses, you're a little bit smarter than that now. Not much smarter, but a little smarter. So he's like, I don't believe you, Delita. We're going to keep an eye on her. So he agrees to with Agrias that they're going to protect Ovelia. And Agrias suggests that they head towards Cardinal Draclo's domain, which is neutral kind of in between this territory of the two dukes fighting each other. So all of a sudden, we're going to change our directions from Bethla Garrison down to Lionel Castle.
Yeah, going in different directions is kind of the theme of Chapter 2.
Yeah.
Just always going somewhere else.
Priest is nice, but
You want the MA. By the way, protecting Ovelia has a second side benefit as well, because sometimes the knights can load with either like helmet break or like armor break, and the equipment she has is very shiny. Very shiny. So you don't want those equipment pieces to be broken.
Yes. They both add MA to your units,
Yep, significant amounts too.
which is very helpful.
All right, here is Zalond
one of the best fights in this category.
with our favorite dude, Mustadio, our bro.
Stadio will occasionally help out and occasionally make the fight go really badly.
Yeah, this fight is kind of interesting in the fact that it can go in a lot of different ways. Not only is Mustadio a huge random factor because he's faster than everybody, but sometimes the wizards, if they have like good comm to some of your units, will move in a different way. Usually they will target Mustadio, but if they have good comm to somebody that's standing right there, they will try to cast spells. The knight can have a geomancy, which is a fun way to lose this battle.
Shoutouts to Petrify.
Yeah.
Good old card model. Yeah.
The archers can move all the way to the back over the roofs and stuff like that. It just randomly happens. So
Mustadio can don't act people and they'll run away.
Yep.
The archers can have worse comp and not die to stuff. And
So reminder that in the math version of this fight, all you do is CT3 and then you like bolt through and everybody dies.
pretty much.
So this is very, very different.
this is one of the fights you kind of have to play by ear. There's like a couple scenarios you'll see a lot, but you always have to look at it and decide what's the best spells to use.
Now I forget, but I'm pretty sure you chose not to save Mustadio
Yes.
as the condition, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, because there's a very good chance that Mustadio can die.
Yes.
But, you know, the important thing about
There
this
she
is that
goes.
you still get some Brave, regardless of which choice you pick. If you say you want to save Mustadio, you get a nice +10. But saying that you don't want to save him still gives you a +5, because Ramza is just that much of a nice guy. He's just like, I still have to save him. You're like, no, I deliberately told you I don't want to get involved. And he's like, nope,
It's like, don't want to get involved, but we have to.
but we have to. But thou must. Nice 1 HP.
That's kind of what we're talking about. Is this fight, you know, you get Zodiacs and stuff, it just, stuff goes wrong.
It's just like we should. She's 46 neutral, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's why she doesn't die. It's fine. We can teleport and punch her, I guess, or something.
Or maybe Mustadio can help? Question
Aha!
mark.
Good one.
I know.
Mustadio
I like to
helping.
make jokes.
He's not critical, so he might not run away.
Yeah, he might not.
He might actually do something useful.
Like kill the archer, maybe.
Or kill the
Maybe.
wizard that's charging, you know.
It's just not.
Maybe.
I could have also cast Meteor here on the left, but I just that's
Yeah.
faster. So yeah.
Yeah, since he didn't die to the both spells or getting critical or anything, he's helping out, which is good.
Yeah.
Alright. So the one thing now, the archer in the back there is on the roof. And that is actually kind of annoying because now Lavian has to cast Bolt 4 in order to hit her. The archer is going to move forward to a spot where only Bolt 4 can reach. And since Lavian is not quite as powerful as my other two generics, this could possibly not kill her. Bright side, Mustadio could still shoot, so
Yeah, we'll just rely on
hoping for
Boy
the
and
best
Mustadio
here.
to help us.
pretty reasonable overall, I guess. I've had way worse
yeah.
fights here, so oh nice.
Excellent.
That was decent, yeah. Like, good, you just cast Flare and Meteor and everything dies, but you can't always have that.
Yeah. So now we're on to a little more plot. So we just rescued this guy called Mustadio, even though Ramza has absolutely no idea what he does. For he know he could be the thief, but Ramza's like, I'm gonna save him. So we bring him into this room and we're like talking to him like, hey, you know, why were you being chased? And Mustadio's like, oh, I'm running away from the bar company who, you know, they do some really shady stuff. So they're like, well, why are they chasing after you? You must be a good guy, right? And he's like, well, I stole the stone. And it's, I don't know what it does, but my father told me never to give it to them, so I ran away with it. Pretty much that's the reason why they're chasing him. You'll learn more about the stone a little bit later on, very shortly. But, you know, Agrius, you know, kind of being the smart person in the team is like, you seem kind of shady. I'm not sure we want to add you to our party. But, you know, Ovile comes in and it's like, you know, she's like this benevolent individual, so she's like, no, you can come with us. You know, even though my bodyguard tells me that this is a bad idea. Poor life decisions.
Alright then, I'll trust you.
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden. Just like that. Just like that. Random guy Mustadio, we trust you. Yeah, you get triangle hats and I think wizard ropes here. No?
No, Wizard Ropes unlock later.
Okay.
So just trying.
So those triangle hats are very shiny. They give a nice +1 MA and lots of MP as well.
There we go.
So we already have one from Ovelia.
There we are.
But now we can outfit the rest of our team with nice triangle hats.
Yeah, write that backwards again. It's okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Time for this cutscene. Yeah, you find a little bit more about Ovelia. So she was raised largely in a monastery. So she's kind of lamenting on the fact that, you know, people are dying because they're fighting over a secession. You know, case in point, the entire Lion War, like the bulk of the story happens because of a secession battle. And the way that this works is you have, you know, two dukes. You have Duke Lark and you have Duke, what's his name? I'm forgetting his name right now.
Goltana.
Goltana, thank you. So they each kind of have a representative that puts them into position of power. You have Larg is, you know, can be a regent if the little kid that the queen basically has, like, she gave birth to, takes over the role of prince, then he will become regent and basically become the ruling monarch because the queen is imprisoned. And the kid is way too young to be making decisions. But on the other hand, if Ovelia rises to power, then Goltana is the one who has succession rights. So the two dukes are kind of battling it over, and right now it's kind of like, you know, Cold War-ish. But you know the tensions are rising, so Vila is lamenting on the fact that people are dying because of her. And she reveals that she was also friends with Alma, which was Ramses' sister. So
Because surely Alma is the only person who could ever know how to
blow a
make
reed
noises,
flute.
make noises on a reed.
Yeah. Reed flutes in this game are interesting because like only a few characters play them, but it kind of refers back to the good old days for them when they weren't kind of caught up in this war. But it's not really time for that now. All right, Various Hill.
I'm excited for this fight.
He's excited for every fight. What can go wrong? Just stick to the notes.
I game over to this fight 4 times in 2 runs. It was a good streak.
Switch. 2. Okay. Just making sure. Very important to put number 2 there, not number 1.
This fight is pretty nasty usually, even in a casual playthrough.
Yeah.
It's one of the fights in chapter that can be pretty nasty.
It can be pretty bad here too.
Yeah, well, this is kind of your first time encountering summoners. Enemy summoners are very, very dangerous units. The archers also have height advantage on you. So at the very start of this fight, you're not in a very good position.
But important things first. Kill Mustadio. All right.
All right, so now he won't get in the way.
Capricorn. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, it's 70 fate.
He's very dead.
Not so beautiful.
He's not as dead.
Ares 45.
He might be. Taurus should be fine.
Yeah, high
So
faith too.
117.
70.
Yeah.
70.
Looks
70
good.
faith.
Alright, this guy, Pisces. Not bad, not bad. I'll wait with those 2, move 2 forward. Cast a meteor, and that should kill the 4 here. Now, there is a thing with the left moose summoner. She can have time magic equipped, and that can be a little bit annoying if she casts it on a knight.
It will mess up the CT.
Yeah. 'cause
Yeah.
If the knight gets
I know.
hasted, it will go before the meteor goes off.
Yeah, but fortunately the front knight had defend anyways, which is really, really nice actually
Yeah.
for that purpose. Bolt 3. Why game?
And that
Ah,
happens sometimes too.
Yeah.
she'll survive 7 HP.
Oh,
Thank
well.
you, game. Meanwhile, this one gets killed double over what she has.
Only you could share.
But
If
yeah.
only you can distribute the damage. Sadly, you cannot.
Unfortunately, this is no math. We don't have damage split.
Nope.
Well, you are technically eligible to use damage split if you want to. We are banning is the math skill
yes.
skill set.
It's okay, Magus. Just go up there and punch them with your mighty mage arms. 3 damage apiece.
Don't think that's enough. I can, however.
This is what you have Bolt for.
Yeah.
Because Bolt will resolve before Moogle will.
Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's trying to heal herself, but she's not going to make it.
All right, that wasn't bad.
Yep.
Definitely acceptable.
Yep. I think that knights can load with geomancy too, can't they? I forget.
I've never seen that, but
I'd believe it, but
I believe
I
it.
believe
Definitely.
I have a $5 donation from Doragon. As a gamer, a Final Fantasy Tactics run makes me happy, but as an accountant, a no math run makes me sad.
All right. So yeah, you get a little bit more of the backdrop here in Egros, and yeah, you can see Gafgarian. He's scheming with Dice Dark. Dice Dark is a classy villain. He's gonna pour himself some wine and have some cheese while he's talking to our good buddy Gaffy. And Gafgarian's just basically saying, your brother's involved on the other side. So Dice Dark's like, oh, if you see him again, you can just kill him. Yeah, I don't care. He might be family, I don't care. Because Dice Dark is a great individual, by the way.
to evil.
And then afterwards, we'll go straight to Lionel Castle. We have a little bit more of a story on the Holy Stone. So Mustadio has that nice little trinket which the Bart Company is after him for. And the Cardinal reveals that he will also have, or he is in possession of a Holy Stone as well. So in the lore, way before this game even started, kind of back in the good old days, there's a tale about how 12 warriors came together to defeat the great demon, Saint Jorah, I think. I'm not sure what the great demon's name is. Point is, they defeated the demon, and then they kind of sealed their souls. Lucavi, thank you. I'm forgetting names like all over the place, but they sealed the souls inside these holy stones, so they're supposed to be said like they contain spirits of the powerful holy warriors that once took part in banishing this great evil from Evilis. So Agrius is like, oh, I thought it was just a fairy tale. And obviously the Cardinal is like, hey now, you're saying the church is lying? So, he's a devout believer in this tale. So the Holy Stones, they're very prized. You can kind of tell from this conversation, the church is seeking the Holy Stones because they feel that, there is some merit to like the story. But Mustadio, tells the Cardinal that he was being chased because he owns one of these stones, and his father told him never to give it to the Bard Company. So then after we safely escorted the princess, Ramza decides that he's going to help Mustadio out because Mustadio has helped us out, apparently.
I mean, he gave Ramza some XP and JP.
Yeah.
Kind of helped. He killed one unit.
Well, he didn't shoot us in the back this time.
Yeah,
that
he
helps.
didn't kill any of your wizards. It's pretty good. That's really all you ask from him.
Not pretty much.
Yep.
We made it this far thanks to Bowie.
Yep.
What a thing to say.
Or what a thing to say because of everything that has happened. So in the math version, you do buy rubber shoes here because at this point the CT kind of doesn't really work out for you anymore. So you have to cast Bolt on yourself. But obviously I don't think we'll be quite doing that. Is there a shot that's coming up?
Nope, no
Nope.
shopping here. This is just going to be setting item and stuff on people for Zagolas, because this is going to be the first time we'll be seeing undead units
Oh, yes.
in the run. And we actually bought Phoenix Downs a while ago, not to use on ourselves, but because, like a lot of games in the Final Fantasy series, undead units are susceptible to Phoenix Down.
Oh.
And it will one-shot them from full HP, no evasion or anything, they just die,
Yep.
which is very nice.
Yeah, and again, in the math one, you don't see that because you can do CT5 Bolt 3, and all the enemies on the field are going to die. And then Ramza's going to be immune because he'll have rubber shoes. So now we're going to be tossing Phoenix down at people, and then they'll magically turn back into dead skeletons, or whatever they are.
Some of the units in this are not necessarily undead, and you can will still be killing with spells.
Yeah, I think you can see a Uribo as well as a Malboro.
Malboro is the best because
Yeah.
it runs into Odin, but
We got, of course, the most time waste here.
of course. Why wouldn't you?
It's interesting to note the ghost units in this fight, they're actually weak to fire. But you have the rain, and which I think actually dampens the fire effect.
Ghosts being weak to fire will be
It will be
important
relevant,
much
yeah.
later. But we'll get to that.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. I'm lined up here so that I can do this. Luring the leftmost ghost, basically, with my positioning as well. She will kill both of these skeletons on the natural way, and we have item on her as well. We have too many items, though.
Yeah, that happens when you learn too many of an ability in one skill set. Instead of being able to like press up at the top of the menu, you get to the bottom. It'll have a scroll bar instead, and you can no longer press up to get to the bottom. So you have to scroll all the way down.
Yep.
So you try to limit the number of spells you learn to exactly that many at most. But sometimes, either you learn the wrong thing or you come with some extra ability to learn too much stuff. It's just how it works out.
She should be able to, yeah. Oh, that's one too far, but whatever.
Yeah,
Not that it matters.
lightning has a little bit more damage in this fight as well. Due to the rain effect, as was previously noted even way back in Daughter.
Yep.
So that gives us a little extra power, which helps for securing kills.
Yep.
I have a $35 donation from Chaos. I always had trouble with Weograph at Riovanes. I can't wait to see how a speedrun handles it. Money going to a Celsus scenario for Saga Frontier to tie it up for the drama.
Okay. I'm gonna be doing something unusual here. Summon magic attack, teleport. This one. Okay. So there's going to be cutscene here, and then there's going to be a battle. It is really, really difficult because there is 6 units that are going to be in that battle, and there's like 3 different types of speed they have. So it's really hard to gather them all in one place and kill them at the same time, which is why we're kind of trying to baiting them into certain formations, but as you can imagine, depending on what they come with, like ability-wise and equipment-wise, there can be certain varieties and certain levels of how well this battle can go. So what I'm hoping for is that I can hit 4 units with my Odin. That would be ideal, and then just finish off the 2 other units with 2 more of my units. I'm gonna bring 4 wizards just in case, but I'm going to have to see. Also, I guess saving is a thing. It's very unlikely to die, honestly. Like, I mean, I'm just because I can't. I'm saving everywhere, but yeah.
Yeah, again, never bet on the odds of FFT.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a 1% chance of dying, like the one time you decide not to save, that's when it's gonna happen.
Yeah. Because the units are going to do, like, Mustadio gets to go first, and he's going to do something, and what he does is going to affect what everybody else does.
Exactly.
And what they have learned, what their Zodiacs are is going to change stuff too, and depending on their Zodiacs, they might live through your spells. There's a lot of different ways this fight can go, and some of them are good, some of them are not very good. Sometimes they'll all just clump up in one spot, and you Odin, and almost everything dies instantly.
So we meet the leader of bot company here.
Yep. And Mustadio's been taken hostage, and he's like, "Give me the Holy Stone." Rams is like, "No," you know. They go back and forth until Mustadio's like, "Oh, the Holy Stone's by the chimney." So then Ramza goes and picks it up, and then tosses at him. There is a very important thing at the end of this particular cutscene, though, because Rudovich will mention, or Bart, rather, he'll mention that, oh, look, the Cardinal it will be so pleased. So you know that Cardinal Draclo was in on this as well. So you know he's working for the other team.
Surprise, surprise. Somebody in FFT is playing both sides and backstabbing everyone.
Surprise! So now Ramza realizes that both Agrius and Ovelia are still at the castle. That's kind of bad. First, we have to take care of these guys, though. So yeah, as eLmaGus is alluding to, summoners have 5 speed, thieves have 8, archers, I believe, have between 6 to 7, kind of depending what the equipment loadout is. A thing here is that the equipment set, I think, just loaded stuff like Green Berets, and Green Berets give you +1 speed. So if the equipment is randomized, you can get between a +1 range of what the speed can be, so it does mess things up. Even in the math run, this fight can be kind of nasty because it's very hard to align all the CT together, except now in no math you also have to worry about positioning.
That's she's coming.
Yo, the poison bow.
That's bad, actually. They're lining up fine for now, though.
It's okay.
You move forward, and I'm a happy man. Yeah, that looks very good.
Yeah.
Now, there's one issue with this. You don't need to do anything. Let's see here. Odin will hit everybody there. Yeah, that's the best I can do. You... Good enough. You hate to see that type of thing happen. Hold on. I have to double check this. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well,
So we get to try
80.
80.
Yo.
It's not the worst
Because
ever,
the
but
the front female archer there moved where he needs to teleport to hit the back summoner.
Yeah.
So he couldn't do anything.
Yeah. So in case you're wondering what happened there, he has a movement skill called Teleport. So teleport allows you to reach any square on the field, but any square you take that's outside of your natural movement comes at a cost of a 10% failure rate. So for example, if his wizard has 3 base move and they try to move 4 spaces, then he has a 90% chance of success of actually taking that forward move. So there he was trying to take a 5-space move, so he only had an 80% chance of making it. And obviously FFT being FFT just said nope, and his wizard is stuck there for now.
Yeah.
That's the one downside to making Ramza a chemist. Usually what people will do is they will have him as a monk, so he can move and do stuff. I can go here, right? It should be enough. As a monk to actually use Wave Fist or something. Oh, great, doesn't even die. So it wouldn't have worked anyways. Awesome.
Yeah. So it didn't matter.
But yeah, as a chemist, you can draw the archer, sort of. But there's if the archer has a crossbow, it can happen that she
Does that.
does something very bad like that. Yeah.
Well, there's other things too. The archer can come loaded with potion, then she survives. And being an archer, she can shoot and then run away, and then you have to chase them down. That's one of the most annoying things that can happen in a no math one, is you have to move to try to reach the targets, because you don't have the infinite range that math skill has, as part of its properties.
That's why one of the backups is always just teleport 100 yards and try to catch up and hope for the best.
Pretty much.
You know.
Okay, so, this is the scene where Ramza realizes, hey, Ovelia and Agrius are probably in trouble because we left them with the guy who's doing shady business with the shady guy who wanted to kill Mustadio. We should probably go back and help them. Mustadio does join our party at the end of this, or there's a prompt that tells you to let him join. But I don't think we'll be taking him in the no math run.
You do in some routes, but Magus is not going to be taking him.
And not in Capricorn then?
Whatever you probably do in some Capricorn routes too, but at least not in
Okay.
not in specifically the route Magus is using.
All right, so see ya, Mustadio. You can live happily with your dad.
He doesn't have a lot of uses. He's usually used as a bait unit.
Yeah. But
and
it's the same thing in in math. But he does occasionally help with a chip shot here and there as well.
pretty much.
So, he's not totally useless, but
The one thing Mustadia has going for him is his speed.
Yeah.
Is very good for
that
what it
helps
is.
in certain spots that allows him to snipe out targets from having dialogue.
Yeah.
So,
I think the biggest one in no math is killing Rafa in the outside Rivanes.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an important scene as well because we get reunited with our good buddy and friend Delita. So Delita imparts some wisdom onto Ramza and basically tells him, good actions don't always lead to good results or something of that nature. And, Ramza's taken back. He's like, Delita, what exactly are you up to? And Ramza, is kind of wondering about what Delita is doing because, he's a little smarter again. But, Delita doesn't reveal his whole hand. He's basically just saying, I'm the only person who can really do anything here because I'm going against what everybody else is doing. He leaves a little cryptic, but, Ramza decides that he's still going to try to do what he can. So he's going to rush all the way back to the castle. You notice that, the path that led straight forward to where Lionel was is now cut off because Ramza suspects that now that they have a fake Holy Stone, they're going to be wary that, we're aware of their plans, so we can't do a direct assault approach. We're going to sneak in through the back, which is why you take your boat all the way to Wargillis Trade City.
Ride your boat.
Ride your boat. Nice boat. And here we have a nice meeting between our evil trio. Gafgaring's like, don't worry, I've got this. And he's off to kill Ramza. Meanwhile, Bart Radovich is like, hey, I tried to do the thing that you wanted. What else do you want from me? And Dracula's not very happy with this guy, so he's gonna, teach him a lesson or two. Painfully.
You must now take responsibility.
Yeah.
And the screen turns red to tell you what happened.
Yeah.
In case there was any question.
He's dead.
Okay. Fitting room. Green beret. Alicia, right? Yes. Like I kind of have to
Yeah.
because they are sorted around in a different way.
Yeah, so green berets are very great helmets. They give you +1 speed. So there's a little speed manipulation that can open up as a result of having those helmets on you.
Yep.
Okay.
It's
So
being faster and being slower is both useful at various times.
yes.
And
So in case you haven't noticed, in the last fight, Magus was able to safely cast some of his spells off because all the enemy units have gone. So when your CT reaches 100, any CT you have left goes into your next turn. But because you've just gone and taken your turn, you can't really immediately act again. So Magus is able to safely get his wizards to cast, slower, more powerful spells without having to worry about getting hit in the middle of charging. When you're charging, you're a lot more vulnerable. You have no evade and you take additional damage. So you really don't want to get hit mid-charge unless you absolutely have to. You're trying to bait someone into hitting you.
yeah, mid-charge is very important for bosses later.
Yep.
And someone's back.
It's Agrius. I wonder if she will help us.
Well,
It's probably more useful than Mustadio. Maybe.
I would say she's not, but
Yeah, I think it's
this
debatable.
route.
I think it's definitely debatable.
So you're going to be using kind of an interesting strategy though here as well. As you can see, the units are very, very far spread apart. Specifically in this battle, and the goal is to protect Agrius. Perfect. Now what we are going to do, and why specifically we have Ramza set up in a way that he is relatively weak, we're going to try to force the enemy AI to focus Ramza. That way they will line up in a way where we can hit most of them on the left side here anyways, in a nice manner with an Odin. I guess the relative left side, now it's left. The right side is will be
Yeah,
taken
the
care
stop
of
is nice.
by the two wizards over there, but yeah.
I should note that despite all appearances, Agrius does have a chance of dying in this fight.
Yeah.
So having Ramza bait is also actually very useful to keeping Agrius
Yeah,
alive.
the chance is very, very low, but it can happen if
Yep.
the knights are fantastic combat and all that.
Yeah, and you can get things like Bolt 2 procs off the arrows
That too,
for
yeah.
no apparent reason.
That too, yeah. Alright.
so stopping that wizard is pretty good because
Yep.
otherwise he will come up and cast a spell on Ramza,
Yep.
and that wastes a lot of time.
So you should be...
Excuse me.
Bless you. Yay, job level up.
Hooray.
Why did I port so far forward? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. You also have to cast Odin. You can sometimes try to cast Ramu here, but if the wizard is in the water, he's too low for Ramu to reach, so you have to cast Odin anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the main reasons we use Odin is it has a very large area of effect, both vertically and horizontally, so you can kill a lot of stuff that you wouldn't be able to use otherwise.
Yeah. Ramu is usable in this fight because there's also a damage boost associated with it. And on top of that, I think you are equipping Thunder Rods or something right now. So you get the strengthen and it stacks with the weather effect. But of course, like they said, Ramu has better range, which is kind of the kicker here. All right.
Yeah,
That looked like it worked well.
Like we have Cyclops for damage, Odin because it's a decent animation and longer range, and Ramu is fast animation, but often you can't use it.
Yeah. So kind of the same what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of the same relationship between the Bolt 3 Flare and a Holy comparison.
Take Nagarius. As you may have noticed, just like our two generics, she's actually also a Cancer, so she's also best compatibility with Ramza.
Yeah, unfortunately, she has 63 faith and not 64.
Yes.
So any quicks cast by her has a 1% chance of failure. Thank you, Agrius.
Chemist. I did that already, and we will be needing short charge.
I have a $10 donation from Los Gucrin, which simply says French bids.
Alright, Alicia, Ramza, Agrius.
All right, this is also actually a pretty interesting fight because this is the execution site fight, right?
Mhm.
Yes, it's very infamous amongst FFT players. It's actually usually considered one of the hardest fights in the game because you are severely outnumbered. I believe it's 8 to 5, and on top of that, one of them is Gafgarian. So in the math route, we pretty much just got rid of most of them by doing the group bolt spell that kind of removed everybody. But here, again, it's a little trickier because you don't have the infinite range that allows you to hit everybody.
Basically what you're going to be trying to do is bait all the units down here in the main area to come forward close enough to be Odin, and the ones on the top you're just going to kill with your units on the side, and then hopefully it all works out.
Does Gafgarian's equipment matter in this fight? Because he does load with randomized equipment.
Yes, it does matter. I'm not sure what you're using to kill Gaffy, but
Odin, but it shouldn't matter.
if you're not using Odin to kill Gafgarian, if you're using Holy or Bolt 3, then it does matter because he'll either come with Battle Boots or Small Mantle, and if he comes with Battle Boots, he'll only have, I guess, 95% evasion, whereas if he has Small Mantle, he'll have more.
Yeah.
So you're more likely to want to use Holy if he has Small Mantle on, which is a time loss compared to Bolt 3, just because of how much longer the animation is.
Well, see you, Ramza.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see. You can use Agrius as well.
Yeah.
Because what we would do without Agrius is we'd have Ramza standing where Agrius is, but with MP switch, and he would hopefully MP switch on one of those two attacks and not die, and then he would heal himself, and the other knights would come forward trying to kill him. But this is the same basic idea.
Yeah.
Just gets Agrius in action, which just like in Chapter 1, he now wants to unlock some classes with Agrius for her to use.
Yep.
So he's going to be trying to grind Chemist and whatnot on her.
Oh, hey, it's awesome.
Awesome. 100% chance. 100% chance.
Flare reaches. Yes. I'm going to be super safe also with what I'm casting here, obviously. You know, I could be using spells that are faster. Here? Yeah. Sweet. I could be using faster animation spells, but especially in a no reset run, you don't just want to chance it. Like, I mean, I'm not fast enough calculating damage, calculating in no math.
No math, yeah.
But yeah,
But it's,
I'd rather have the secure kill than save a second here and there.
It's definitely one of the things you can do in this game to save time is be very aware of what everybody's Zodiacs and Faiths are and HPs, and know if they'll die to faster spells, but...
Yeah, Gafgarian's gonna run away even though we didn't kill him. I think. Pretty sure it's just spells resolving right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so interesting factor. You don't actually have to kill Gafgarian in this fight.
Yeah,
You just have to bring him down to critical.
yeah, a couple of the assassination battles will actually work like that. You don't necessarily have to kill people.
Yeah. I should note, though, there's a difference between critical and super critical. So they're both classified as critical status, but one of them requires you to bring them, I think, down to like 10%, and the other is just like 20%. So there is a difference, and it does matter. All right, we're on to near the end of Chapter 2, and the only green dot in Chapter 2.
The only place you can get random encounters in
Yep.
Chapter 2.
So let's hope we cross pretty safely. Meanwhile, back in Delita's camp of Brouhaha, you know, they've kidnapped Ovelia, and she's being taken as a prisoner. So they reveal as a kind of semi-plot twist here that Ovelia is actually not the real Ovelia. The real Ovelia died a very long time ago, and she is actually just a stand-in for the real Ovelia. And as the leader of the Temple Knights, Vormat, points out, it doesn't really matter whether or not she's the real princess. As long as people believe she's real, that's all that matters. Because she can ascend to the position of becoming, the figurehead, which will allow Goltana to take hold of kind of the ruling. And kind of the only person really in the camp that can see eye to eye with Ovelia is Delita. But they just kind of let her stew, and as he points out, let her think about it. She'll come to her senses and want to join us. Meanwhile, though, Rams is still trying to break into the castle, and we get a very interesting battle at Lionel Gate. Because even though this is not an assassination battle per se, you get split up into two parties, and Ramza faces off against Gafgarian in their own little section of the field. And in the casual playthrough, this can be kind of difficult because Ramza's not always going to be set up well to handle the duel. And there is a lever he can activate in that stage that will open the gate and allow his units to come in and help him. But on the other side of the gate, Gafgarian also has his units to deal with yours. An interesting facet about this fight, though, is that all the enemies in Lionel Gate have lightning type weapons. So in a casual playthrough, all you really need to do is to equip rubber shoes, and the fight's easy. And that's amazing. The encounter of the one green dot.
Of course.
But in this case, you want to do a little job building because Agrias needs her JP. Ramza still needs Samurai, which is why, again, Magus changed to Lancer. It's the last job you kind of need the level for to reach Samurai. And as for strategies, I believe it's going to be similar to what we've been seeing. It's going to be some Meteors, some Odins, and depending on whether or not we can take safer shots, we're going to cast faster spells.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
He's going to have to be a little bit careful because he wants to most likely set up a little bit of a grind for Agrias and Ramza. So he doesn't want to kill all the units right away.
Yep. And the units here can screw something else up too, I believe, because one of them can spawn with Geomancy. That's always fun. Geomancy status proc.
In this case, you have
Bane of our
Ramza has
lives.
item on. If things go south, you can at least heal people.
Yeah.
If you have a unit that has fly, they can also fly over the barrier, and Gafgarian will sit there and be like, "Durr, I don't know how to open the door."
Well, this is why Ramza has teleport on. Spoilers.
Spoilers.
So normally what should happen here is that Agrias dies, and Ramza should be reviving her. Let's hope the enemy does not get any other ideas. Shouldn't, because Agrias is very, very weak at this point as chemists. We'll see. Good guy.
Yeah, and as I touched upon very early on, you can manipulate the AI a little bit because they'll prioritize kill shots over almost anything else.
Yeah. Nice.
Instead of shooting your wizards with bolt guns and casting Hell Ivy and all kinds of fun things.
Yeah, doing things that would actually be very bad.
And like one unit dying doesn't really matter even if you expect it to, because you can Phoenix down them and they'll get their turn just like normal because Ramza's faster. Because the way the turns work in the game, even when they're dead, they're still building CT as they normally would. So if you revive them before their turn, they'll still get them right when they should.
Yeah. And that CT build-up effect, by the way, is just a side effect of the game keeping track of the death counter. Because after 3 turns, if you've played this game before, your units crystallize, and that applies to special units as well. We touched upon this in the Shadow Hearts from New World run as well, but that type of mechanic allows you to kind of sandbag pretty effectively because, as long as you can get a turn before the unit crystallizes, the death kind of undoes itself, so to speak. So as long as you're kind of smart about reviving, you can even take a turn immediately after getting revived because it keeps track of where your time gauge is on the CT gauge.
And if you remember back in Sandrat, just like his unit has teleported up on top of the hill there. So the last knight alive is now going to run away because it can't get to that unit, but it wants to. And so it just kind of gives up and runs away instead.
Indeed.
And he'll give him the time he needs to finish grinding. Anything else he needs to take care of?
I should be good on Lancer pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I think you started with pretty good Lancer,
yeah,
JP.
decent.
But I'm not sure about Agrias, which is the fun part, actually.
And so this girl's going to go to the back corner and sit there for the rest of the fight until
We're done our
Yeah.
thing, and then we'll go get her.
Let's actually check. Okay,
165.
that's a couple actions.
So if I have a moment while you're grinding,
Sure,
Yep.
sure.
I'd like to direct our attention to the donation tracker where we have surpassed $40,000. Thank you all for your support. The donation that put us over the top was a $100 donation from Wormtalon, which says, "Hey all, Marathon seems to be going well so far, though I have not been able to watch much, but I can still donate, and to what better cause than naming Lucario after the great Tai-Ho. I've missed you all this year and am looking forward to attending again next year. Good luck to all with the rest of the marathon and crush the goal." We've also just had a $10 donation from Barbarous. Here's $10 because of eLmaGus, Magus Waifu. Thank you all very much for your donations, and Once again, if you're just tuning in, we are RPG Limit Break in Salt Lake City, Utah, raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. This is especially poignant for us because this month is Mental Health Month in May. And so please join the conversation on Twitter using hashtag Mental Health Month or hashtag StigmaFree. And please keep donating, and thank you all very much again for your donations.
Alright, so we got done relatively quickly here with the grind. Turned out Agrius had decent-ish JP. Our levels are pretty alright. Bare minimum achieved, which is really nice. So we can just try to move on here. Oh yeah, it's okay. Bolt 2. Sweet.
Yeah, at this point, you're looking for Ramza's levels are important, obviously, because Ramza is going to be his speed matters for the whole game and his stats matter for the whole game. And also, your main generic speed matters a lot too, because she really needs to be fast enough to get clicks off in a lot of situations.
Has that bolt ever proc before on the lightning rod when you use it to whack Ramza? I imagine it has probably killed him by accident before.
Yeah, but only if I was done with grinding.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of good because the wizard gets more experience.
Alright, we are about to fight our first Lucavi demon. So the Lucavi demons are kind of the official kind of boss characters in the game. Some of them will spawn with support, some of them will not. Our very first encounter, we're just going to see just the demon himself, Quecklin. So veteran FFT players know that Quecklin is not really that big of a problem, but if you're first playing through, FFT as your first time, this can be quite an eye-opener because they have, these really unique skill sets that you've never seen before. But for the most part, Quecklin, in terms of HP, he's pretty fragile. I think he has about 360 to 390 HP or something. So that's enough for us to pretty much nuke him in 1 or 2 shots.
Holy, that's it.
Yeah.
Yep. Ideally, what I want to have happen is that my second generic that I'm using right now for Holy would have had enough experience for me to not bring her to get experience here, so that Alicia, who already has White Magic and Holy equipped, could do this. But I didn't get to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, so surprise, the Holy Stones actually do not contain the spirit of the 7 warriors who defeated the Lucavi. They actually contain the spirits of Lucavi. Or so we think for now. Yeah. Dun dun dun.
Hello there.
I love Quecklin.
The actual problem with this fight is routing it, because nothing Quecklin ever actually does makes any sense to anyone.
Yeah.
He just kind of does whatever the heck he wants. You eventually find a formation that always does something, but sometimes it's tricky.
Yeah, generally if you center your strategy around him trying to hit Ramza, it will work, always work, but...
If you want to keep Ramza alive, it's
yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's where you start getting into trouble, yeah. Alright, and that Holy 490 damage is way good. The reason I brought Agrius, by the way, is just to make sure 100% that she will get her wizard job level up in Chapter 3 at the start. I don't think I even needed to bring her, honestly, but better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, one of the things is when you get Spillover JP doesn't give you a notification for when you get a job level up. So if you're relying on Spillover JP to get your job level up, well, better make sure you actually have it.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Or it's going to be a very nasty surprise when you don't.
Definitely.
All right, and that's the end of Chapter 2.
224.
Yeah.
That's not very good, but I guess it's alright for no reset, especially after the start I had.
Yeah, after the first 2 levels.
Yeah, Chapter 2 wasn't bad. It was
Yeah.
just Chapter 1 mostly.
Yeah.
All right. So we do get a kind of a break in the game. At this point, there's a pretty long cutscene.
Yeah.
If we have any donations, now's a good time for them. I know we just kind of recently read a couple off, but pays the check. Nope.
Yeah, we do have one more donation that just came in from Rory Extra Life 113. He sends $50 and says, "Good luck to my main man, eLmaGus. Hopefully your inability to use a calculator doesn't make life too difficult for you." Also, shout-outs to the RPG Limit Break team for running another fantastic event. Donation goes to Runner's Choice.
Thanks, Rory. Hopefully I can see you next year, too.
All right. So this cutscene here, the leader goes back to Gotana. It's kind of where he is, And we see he brings this random squire who's apparently a traitor, and he's like, oh, who ordered you to kidnap the princess? And you find out it's this minister guy, which, he appears on screen for 10 seconds and then gets killed. It's kind of the story of FFT. If you're a random guy that appears, there's a chance you'll get killed, so people don't want to appear on screen.
And if you're not a random guy, you'll probably also get killed
Yeah,
later.
just in very different ways. So the importance of that scene, though, was that you find out during the course of the dialogue that essentially the people who've were hired to kind of kidnap the princess were part of Goltana's camp as well. And this manipulation by the leader allows him to be promoted into the ranks or higher ranks within the Goltana camp. So he's kind of, fostering the trust that he needs later on to kind of get to, again, where he wants. Because the leader, at this point, he's more manipulative. He knows that in order to get ahead, he has to kind of, backstab people, like the poor random minister who got killed, which you don't even really know whether or not he was actually, a traitor. Just that this random squire that he could have possibly paid off said he was. Interesting thing of note was that in the cutscene, if you were paying attention, there's a nice little animation where Orlando also goes after his sword when the leader draws his. Nice little touches, that you see in the game by developers. You might not notice the first time. So that kind of sparks the start of the Lion War. So Goltana and Duke Larg are going to fight off against each other for succession now. After that sparked, because now Goltana thinks that, Larg has sent spies in his camp and are trying to, ruin his chances of becoming regent. And then Larg has Dystark in his camp, and, they're doing their scheming and, they want to put Prince Orneus, who's the queen's kid, into the position such that Larg can become regent. And this kind of sparks the event of the Civil War, which they call the Lion War in the game.
It also gives you the longest input break in the entire game.
Yeah, you go to the bathroom during this time. It's a nice 2.5-minute break.
It's conveniently placed at the middle of
At the midpoint, yeah.
Too. It's helpful.
Yeah. And to top it all off, you get one more here.
You get another minute.
You get another cutscene here.
Immediately
So
after.
I mean by you get quite a few cutscenes. So if we ever use Turbo, this is a nice time to literally just make a sandwich. So this is about 2 or 3 months into the Lion War, and Goltana's camp is kind of giving their numbers on what's happened. So there's refugees. Soldiers are suffering from low morale. So Orlando is. He's the reasonable kind of war general. He's like, we should probably consider peace talks because there's no point in this war. We're killing ourselves over things that shouldn't matter. But, Goltana, he's, greedy. He wants power. He's like, no, we're going to keep fighting until Larg surrenders because, secession is my right. He shouldn't have taken it. And even though Orlando tries to, persuade him with reason, like, I've been serving you for 20 years, right? Like, I'm going to give you good advice. You've had me on this board for 20 years. But Goltana's like, nope. I'm going to become king, or there is no monarchy. So Orlando has to sit down and, shut up.
Pretty much. Alright, so now we're starting in Chapter 3 here. We're getting access to a lot more equipment, and due to that, we're actually going to be using one of the few glitches in this game, which is very exciting. We're going to be duping items.
Yes.
Which will effectively give us infinite money, more or less. We're obviously only going to dupe items as long as we need it for selling purposes, but yeah, it's like kind of a nifty trick. We're going to use it twice in the run.
Yeah.
One time for money purposes, one time. We talked about Excalibur already. We won more than one, so...
Yeah, it's, again, possibly the best weapon in the game. We'll talk about more when Orlando joins, because that's when the Excalibur actually appears. For now, I believe Magus will be duping sea bags, right? Yeah, so the bags are worth a lot of money for some reason. They're female-only equips, but once you buy one, you dupe them, you can have a lot of money, which is helpful. Again, because we don't fight random encounters, and unlike the math route, where the only person we really have to equip is Ramza, we have to equip pretty much an entire unit here. 3 to 4 units at the very least. So this costs quite a bit of money if we don't dupe. I think we actually don't have enough if we don't dupe, which is why we do it.
We actually want the bags themselves too because they give plus MA, which is helpful.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. The Rizzo Rod doesn't appear until a couple levels down the line. So for now, the Sea Bags is the only bag that we do have that boosts mana. Or not mana, magic power.
Yep.
I think I miscounted.
No math.
No math, please.
Just do it by feel. Easy.
Team left.
Way too many.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
You can't really have too much money. It just wastes all the time.
That is true. Kotetsu 6 for Wizard Stars.
Too bad you don't have like Guild Toss in this game.
Do I need to shield snap?
So the extra money, easy.
2 extra wizard robes just in case. Magic gauntlets, I believe 5, 6. Because we have, yeah.
Yep. So
Lavian.
once we're done equipping, we're going to go into Golden Coal City. Where
Actually,
we're
let me
gonna-
save before that.
Okay. Yeah. I forget what does Olan have a chance of dying in this round?
Oh, yeah.
he does, yeah, okay.
The battle can go really bad. I need to scroll, though. I don't want to mess up the
Okay.
scrolling here.
Yeah. So we're about to go into Golden Coal City. We're gonna meet a individual called Olan. He's the astrologist in the game. It's a unique class to him, which has a very powerful move called Galaxy Stop. Unfortunately, during the course of this run, we do not want to see Galaxy Stop because it wastes a lot of time. And generally speaking, we don't need to see it.
Golan's pretty much the worst fight in the game. It can go a lot of different ways. You can lose a lot of time. And it's all generic units. And I mean, the chemists have fixed Zodiacs,
Yep.
but
They have bad compatibility.
and
with
they're fixed
Capricorn.
bad with your units, and it's just kind of ugly.
It's a pretty wonky fight, yeah. I mean, the thieves are female as well, which is a problem because they can charm Ramza. I think that's actually caused somebody to die before. I forget who it was.
Me?
It was it? Okay. I'm sorry.
It's me.
It can happen. So, yeah, there are little things in this fight that can cause it to happen. I mean, in the math route, you can, I think, end up in a situation where the thief charms Ramza and then he blows up all.
It was my fault. I died. You have a unit that's faster than Ramza that can knock him out of it, but I forgot to equip because it was like one of my early runs, and I didn't equip the right stuff on Lavian.
Yeah.
And so Ramza got charmed and used Kotetsu on my entire party and killed them all.
Yeah, so you can die in both versions of the runs is what I'm getting at. So there's a reason why we're being a little bit safer here.
Yeah.
Again, you don't want Olan to really use Galaxy Stop because it's such a long animation, and we're just going to be killing units anyway.
But Ramza, we finally have Samurai unlocked on Ramza.
Yeah.
And so the fruits of all the grinding we've done on him throughout the entire game can finally start to pay off.
Yep.
Where he has draw out. And draw out is, contrary to what you might think from Samurai being a physical class, draw out is actually magic.
Yup.
Draw out is actually magic based. So all this magic equipment we've been storing up
Kind of,
everywhere,
Yeah, hoarding.
and we have it. So he has magic attack up on and a bunch of magic equipment, and so he can now help out with damage a lot in fights.
I would dare say I think Draw is probably considered the second best universal ability you can have after math skill. I think it's debatable. Summon Magic is up there as well. But yeah, Draw Out is instantaneous. It's MA based. It's what I classify as pseudo magic, so it's not direct casting, but it is it hits. It uses magic to hit. It just doesn't care about faith. Which is a very nice side effect because we no longer have to really worry about what the fate values are that we have to worry about with spellcasting.
By the way, Galaxy Stop.
Yep, I see it.
Everyone's going to see it soon.
Yep.
Well, you can see it usually if you see the yellow panel which shows the targeting and hits all the enemies. You know he's going for it.
Capricorn, huh?
Worst comp? Yep. That's
The
fine.
best thing that can
48.
happen is when he uses Galaxy Stop and then he misses everybody. It's like, you just wasted 90 seconds of my life. Why you did this so long?
Alright. So the reason we brought Lavian over Alicia, by the way, are these chemists.
Yeah.
They will always be Libra, and Alicia, Lavian is the best comp to them, so she should be having a way easier time killing them than Alicia has.
Yep, and you also have Teleport. So Teleport doesn't really care about height, which is nice, because now Ramza can magically appear like 15 stories above where he was standing. Hooray. Alright, does he actually hit anything? He hits 1, 2,
He hit a lot
3.
of people.
Alright,
Oh
at least,
my God,
at
all
least
of
they
them.
did something.
Well,
so now all the enemies won't
Every
move.
enemy is stopped. That's decent.
That's at least some consolation.
Alright. I doubt that even
not even
Cyclops. Yeah. Cyclops doesn't. Not even close.
Yo,
Not
it's just
even close.
That's-
freaking 47th faith female, bad compatibility.
Worst comp.
Worst comp, sorry.
Yeah,
The best.
it's pretty bad. That's just the kind of thing you get to deal with in this game.
Yeah.
Again, this is also why draw out is good, because you don't have to worry about faith. You just raise your sword above your head and go, I draw out the power, or whatever
But
He-Man
you do
says.
still get to worry about worse compatibility.
You do,
Don't
yes. You still have to worry about Zodiac, unfortunately. It's just Faith that gives you a break. 117.
Yep.
That's not that's not right.
That is glorious.
Olin's going in. Still not going to kill her, though.
9.
Nine
very
damage.
good.
No, I
Okay.
thought he was going to use his book.
Nope.
That would have
Oh.
been useful.
Olon does indeed have a book that he uses to whack people. That is a weapon in this game.
It makes a funny sound, too.
It does, yes. Like boing.
Triple checking here, but we got it. Yeah. Okay. Was a bit worried there, but
Just like our other units, Time Mage is important.
Yep.
easy
Because she
teleport.
needs short charge, at least. Probably other things.
Okay. That wasn't even that terrible,
Short
honestly.
charge quicker. Yeah, that was actually decent.
Yeah. But Olon, I think, actually hitting all the enemies from the Galaxy Stop does help. I mean, he can miss all of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Which is like, oh my god.
We didn't get
Like,
charmed or
really?
anything.
Yeah,
Anyway,
no charm.
That's pretty good.
No major disasters.
Yep.
All right.
That's basically, once we finish up with Agri's leveling here, we're going to be changing our jobs in the way that we are going to be using them for a long time now.
Yeah.
We're going to have small changes every now and then, but basically, since Ramza has draw out now, he's going to be our main damage dealer for most of the rest of the run, with a few exceptions, obviously, but the idea behind all of this is that you have all these characters that have best compatibility to you, so you can use Quick. I alluded to that earlier in the run already, and the first instance of Quick is going to be in the next battle, but not before.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of cover very quickly about Quick as well, just some add-ons. Quick is a very unique spell because it automatically sets your CT to 100, so you get an instant turn out of it. So if you remember in Shadow Hearts, when I was bouncing turns back and forth to different people, Quick is kind of like that. You trade off your CT and you give the other person 100 CT so they get an instant turn. It behaves in some very, very bizarre ways. I think there's a video where Claude had Ramza die, but he was quicked, and Ramza still took a turn when dead. So it's not exactly you're just set at 100 CT. It's a very unique status.
You
but
are
for-
getting a quick turn.
You're getting a quick turn. For all intents and purposes, though, Quick is, you get another turn in line. So because, these other units, they're great spellcasters, but we want to be faster. So we're going to be essentially passing turns off to Ramza repeatedly, and he's going to be using Draw Out repeatedly, and that will help us kind of take care of all the enemies. Draw has area effect. Again, it's not faith dependent, so you don't have to worry about that. And, with all the magic equipment that we've had, as Lynn was saying earlier, Ramza will be pretty much able to demolish most regular enemies on his own just with Draw Out. In terms of story, this is about 1 year into the Civil War at this point. So Ramza has kind of been hiding out, and he's made his way back to, or he plans to make his way back to see his brother Zalbag at one of their capitals in,
That makes more sense.
I guess, a kind of Duke Larg's territory. And one of the things he happens across on his way to the capital is he sees Olon. And Olon basically tells him that, he acts very surprised when he tells him that, oh, my name is Ramza Bayuv. So he realizes, oh, Ramza Bayuv, I've heard that name before. You're going to see what that's about. But essentially, Ramza's, for killing a cardinal, he is a very dangerous man in the eyes of many at this point. And, a lot of the story kind of talks about how Ramza's, an idealist. He's trying to do everything he can to prevent this war from erupting. But there's not a lot he can do, and this is one of the things that also goes against him. So he's gone to see Zalbag, and he wants to tell Zalbag about how, Dice Dark is doing this scheming. But Zalbag's all like, no, that can't be true. Dice Dark, my true blood brother. You're just a bastard. I don't believe you. And Ramza, as much as he wants to convince Zalbag, Zalbag's having none of it. He's like, how can you not believe your own brother? And of course, Ramza's the only person who really sees what's going on, because he's the one who's seen things like the Lukavi. So at this point, he's kind of out of options. He can't really convince Zalbag to call off the war.
Never believe anyone.
Yep. So we're going to probably leave the city, yep.
Oh,
And
never mind.
we're going to get into a battle with one of the possibly best quote-unquote joke characters, depending on how you see it, Zalmo Luntansa, Heretic Examiner. I bet
Yeah.
he says that to all the ladies.
it turns out we're actually heretics, and
We
you
are
just didn't know.
heretics. Yeah, that is why Olan was very surprised when you told him your name is Ramza Bayuv, the heretic who killed the cardinal. So they're basically here to take you into their custody, and as Alma is going to allude to, essentially, people who go with Zalmo basically disappear forever. So you can kind of imagine what happens in their quote-unquote interrogation. So Zalmo is kind of adamant on you coming with him, dead or alive, more or less. So for the actual battle itself, it is an assassination battle. Zalmo is, I think, what they call like a white priest or something, which is a magic defensive class type of thing. And he's typically gonna try to hide if you give him a chance to, run away and take a turn. So, having that good speed that we were talking about, avoids that problem because we can, go in, snipe Zalmo, and get out of this battle pretty quickly.
Yeah. Importantly, this is where we start seeing using priest on our generics instead of wizard, because priest is faster.
Yep. Higher base multiplier.
Yep. So she'll be faster than Ramza, and she'll be able to quick him before and then he'll be able to do his things.
Yeah, I believe the priests have short charge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So that increases the casting speed
Yep.
of the quick, so they go off almost instantaneously.
Pretty much anytime you're using quick, you're gonna have short charge on.
Yep.
Yeah, I have to be careful. Usually I don't teach haste to her that early, but just to make sure that I don't forget it later in the run. You do need haste at the very end of Chapter 3. I taught it to her very early. The thing is, you want to kind of select your abilities as fast as you can, and obviously if an ability is at the top, it's fastest to select it. And I kind of like to keep quick at the top because there is scenarios where you might not need haste, but it's relatively rare, so... but yeah, I learned it for the purpose of not forgetting it later on.
So as you can see, Magus bounced the turn back to Ramza quick, and Ramza took 2 turns in a row more or less, and that kills him.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be how we're gonna be doing a majority of these fights. And with teleport, we can travel quickly, which removes the issue of movement, which is one of the things that having math gets around, because you don't have to move in with math skill. You just stand there and then you just calculate and go, oh, okay, I'm gonna nuke the world.
Yep.
Yep, so here we have Ramza and Alma talking to each other. So essentially, Ramza at this point is a heretic. So Alma's saying, you have to take me with you because, they've seen me. So they're going to think I'm a heretic as well. Ramza's all like, no, I'm hunting a bunch of really dangerous people. I don't want to put you into danger. And Alma's like, well, I can't really go to anybody because the only person I can really talk to is like Dice Dog. And that he'll rather sell me out than, deal with the fact that, I was seen with a heretic. So Ramza reluctantly takes Alma with her, and luckily for him, because she's a student at the monastery, they will let her in. Whereas Ramza, because he's been a heretic for pretty much over 6 months at this point, so they're not going to let him in because they're like, you're a heretic, why are you here? That's going to happen later on in the story too, when he basically tells some head of the church, he's like, I'm a heretic, I'm Ramza Bayuv, and they're like, hey, you're the heretic.
Aegis shield. Alright.
And it's pretty interesting in terms of kind of where they are in the story. You see the kind of reversal of fortunes in Delita and Ramza's role. So Ramza started as a noble-born of a noble house, even though he was a bastard. He had prestige. He was from a military academy that was, well-known. But now he's like a heretic and he's being hunted. Nobody believes him. On the other hand, Delita was a commoner. He couldn't gain any respect beforehand. His sister died, and he pretty much had to work and manipulate everyone around. But now he's, a trusted member of Gautana's army. He has his own unit, more or less, and he's going to continue working his way up. So you can kind of see how the effects of the first chapter affected both characters. Ramza took it much harder. That he felt it was his fault that teacher died. So he feels like in order to kind of uphold, what his father was saying, he has to keep fighting, for the sake of others who can't fight. But Delita's decided that, the only way that he can really do anything and prevent bad things from happening is to be the guy at the top, even if it means, kind of being an evil person all the way across. All right, so on to UBS 2, I believe.
Yep. This fight can be pretty awkward sometimes.
I think
Depending
it's
on who-
awkward everywhere.
depending
Even
on
in
who
math, it's pretty weird.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the problems in math that you don't have to worry about, at least, is the Lancers here can occasionally spawn with eLmaGus shields, which have 50% magic evasion, because eLmaGus shields were just introduced. At least with draw, you won't have to deal with that.
The actual problem with the Lancers in this category, it used to be at least, or depending on your strats, still might still be, is they can spawn with Thunder Shields. That's the problem.
Yes, that's the other problem. Thunder shields also, or as flame shields or whatever, they spawn at the same time, so they can also block some of the magic you have. And then of course the time mages can cast spells that can always mess up your timing.
You'll cast Ramu on them and then it'll do like 12 damage.
Yep.
But also time mages can be worse comp and live.
Yep. That's also a possibility.
It just depends on the strategy as you use and whatnot.
Well, the chemist can also spawn with a Phoenix down and generally be a nuisance. So this fight can be kind of tricky, I think, regardless of which category you're playing through.
Yeah, this is one of the last fights where there's a lot of generics that can really mess with things.
Nice slow proc.
99%.
99%.
99% is because she's one faith.
Yes, she's one faith
she's
lower.
63 faith.
As I mentioned before. That's again why at the soldier office you want the 64. That's the magic number.
Or as I discovered later, you actually want 65 because 64 is still 99% when they don't have magic gear on.
You know what? I think I'm gonna let the guy live for now. I'm more happy with killing those two. So this guy always lives pretty much, more or less, but that's why we brought our wizard.
Oh yes, one of the other things I think we could talk about now is I saw Blade Grasp as the reaction ability.
Yeah.
Did you want to go over the reaction abilities and kind of what they do?
Yeah, sure. So you learn Blade Grasp. Reaction abilities in general, most of them have like a chance equal to basically the percentage of your brave. So 70% chance with Blade. Rams at 73 brave, it'll be 70% chance. But Blade Grasp will block a lot of attacks. For instance, Jump. Unfortunately, it did not block Jump here.
Yeah.
But it'll block a lot of stuff. Almost all physical attacks that are blockable will be blocked by Blade Grasp.
Yeah.
A lot of random stuff.
There's a term I believe in the FFT community called Counter Grasp, which refers to everything that is hit by counter attack and Blade Grasps, which encompasses a lot of physicals. So FFT veteran players kind of know. Blade Grasp is one of those abilities that are really, really good, even for its high JP price of 700.
Yeah. The only other thing you'd usually use on Ramza is MP Switch.
Yep, that's the other ability.
Because that, instead of taking damage, he will damage your MP, as it sounds like, which is useful in other situations. Just depends.
Yeah, it's definitely useful in this category, especially if you don't have to do spell casting. Masco doesn't use it as well, so it's useful in the math category as well. All right, so on to UBS the third. This is a assassination battle.
It's a very simple one.
Against Islud. I think veteran FFT players always refers to Islud as a very, very easy fight if you know what you're doing. And I think in runs it really portrays that because Islud pretty much gets one shot before he does anything.
Yep. He does get a turn, but he doesn't do anything.
And he moves into position so he can get nuked.
The thing about Islud is that he doesn't even need to be in critical in order for the battle to end. He has a higher cap, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, so you want Islud to, I think, move to a certain position so you can target him right off the bat.
Exactly.
And the PBF sets that up.
Yep. There he is.
Come at me.
Come at me, bro.
Haste. Baby Rage.
I'm gonna select haste so many times.
It's like
Well, as long as you don't confirm it, it's fine.
that's the thing I like most about the outside driving strat that got or the rooftop strat is that you don't need haste. Because I don't have to learn it ever. Just mash through your time magic all the time.
All right, that gets rid of both.
Yep.
Although that side knight we don't really care about.
He deserved it.
He just died as a result of being in range. Poor guy.
There's a lot of incidental units that die in this game. It's just like, they're there.
Gotta make sacrifices.
Yep, Rams is like, ah, well. And now we get back to the first floor of the underground monastery. And we're going to see a familiar face. Weegraph comes back. He comes back. So there's this fight is It's pretty interesting, but not in the ways I think people will expect. I've mentioned, I think, in the math run, in this this run, Regraph, I think if he gets to go, he can hit you with Lightning Stab, and if it crits, it can one-shot you. I don't know how the no math
We
works
have Chameleon
exactly.
Robes.
You have Chameleon
We're
Robes?
immune
Okay,
to
yeah.
Holy.
That avoids that issue completely.
That's why we have Chameleon Robes, is for holy immunity.
Because yeah, in the math mode, you have to equip for MA, and what you do is you kind of beat Y-Graph out for speed, and you nuke him. The dangerous part is you're using stuff like Flare to get try to get a bigger time advantage. He can come down and crit you, and then you die. You don't want that to happen, obviously.
Yeah, he's pretty powerful.
He won't do anything. He'll just move forward and then kill him.
Lightning stab you in the end.
No lightning stab. Just like Velius we'll have.
So Regraph,
No, no.
in this point in the story, he's like a disillusioned person. He used to fight for his ideals. He was the guy who was like, we shouldn't be kidnapping nobles. We should be trying to make them see our way and stuff like that. But at this point, he's like, screw it. I don't really care. So he's kind of an agent of the church now. He's like, oh, Rams is here. I'll have my showdown with him, pretty much. But he's kind of decided that, having these dreams and ideals does absolutely nothing because he's part of the meager. He doesn't have the power to change the things that he wants. So he's very disillusioned with kind of his place. And, unlike the leader who took the route of, I must, manipulate everybody to get the position to change what needs to change, Regraph has just gone to the complete apathy route and be like, it doesn't matter what I do anymore type of thing. So he's taken a very complete 180 as well. Yep.
He can actually spawn with enough HP that you have to use Heaven's Cloud on him, but
Never
he
seen that
he
actually.
didn't this time.
But yeah, it's very
I've never
very
seen
rare.
It. Yeah, I've never seen it either. But
His equipment draw is really huge. I don't know.
Is it possible for him to
He can have
two
over
Heaven
400.
Clouds?
He can have over 400 HP.
Yeah. I know he's always locked the Elf Mantle. That's like the one thing he always has. Shoutouts to the Elf Mantle. 25% evade. Alright. And we got to see more Holy Stone action here. So Islude, has the Holy Stone. Yeah, he has Alma. So he runs away after Regraph orders him to go, even though he's mortally injured. He's like, I must avenge Luda. But he kind of dies before that happens. So then the Holy Stone speaks to him, and it's like, hey, why don't we make the pact? I can help you achieve the goals that you're looking for. And, Regraph's kind of on his deathbed, and he's like, I don't really have a choice. So, yeah, sure, why not? And then, he becomes the Space Scope Demons. I kind of wish I was joking, but I'm not. He does become a Space Scope Demon.
he becomes the devil, as it says.
Yeah. What a pact.
Also enjoy that very annoying noise. I hope you can all hear it well.
Yeah. The loud kind of buzzing noise.
Yeah.
Promise.
No, Wygraph, don't open that. I have no idea what he's opening.
Yeah.
I am Velius, the devil. At this point, Wygraph realizes, oh crap, maybe I shouldn't have made that pact.
Well, if you're gonna die anyway, might as well, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, just sell your soul, right?
Exactly.
That's all it's going to cost you, eternal
all-
damnation.
It's all fine. And look, now you're a cool goat man. That's seems fine to me. I don't know.
Ram's up drawing his sword, even though he's not equipped with a sword.
He's got all them katanas lying around,
Yeah.
That is true.
They're all in
I'll
his
just pull one of these spare ones. I don't know what I'm doing.
They're just all in his pocket. I mean, maybe you could throw one or something.
Yeah, so the important part, aside from Wugraf turning into a demon, Simon dies as a result of the Temple Knights assaulting the monastery, and he gives Ramza a book called the Germanic Scriptures, which reveals the truth about Saint Ajora. And you can read it if you want, but we're not going to do that because the book is actually really long.
Yeah, the book
for
is.
cutscene.
I recommend if you like
If you like the
game,
lore, yeah, you should read it.
You should read it. It's a good read. But
No,
yeah.
we're not doing it. In a nutshell, what it basically says is that Saint Najora wasn't really a saint. He was pretty much a normal man. And he kind of had these disciples that, kind of more or less boasted about his abilities, which is why he became a saint. It kind of reveals the Holy Stone story about the 12 warriors to also be false. Really, it's just, 12 regular dudes fighting, and, nothing really spectacular happens. There's nothing really within these stones. So in this scene, the church are sending agents to retrieve the Germanic scriptures because they realize that with this book, whoever holds it kind of has the church's position in their hand. They can use the book to reveal the fact that the holy stones are not what they are, and that the church's story are complete lies. So they're very interested in getting the book away from Ramza, and Ramza is going to realize that he has a card in his hand with the Germanic scriptures pretty soon. But for now, you tell the exotic wizard. I have no idea what the book's about. I didn't read it. Too long, didn't read.
Well, I'm sure that unique sprited exotic wizard guy with a portrait will never show up again. So.
I agree. Ramza needs the Cliff's Notes version of the Germanic scriptures.
Yeah, he doesn't have time to read it.
Yeah, he's like, I got a world to save in like 4 hours. Like, how am I gonna read this book?
4 hours might be pushing it.
Just a wrong warp to the very last stage.
This
Easy.
game having tech, that's a good one.
Hey now, camera tech is still tech.
Camera tech is definitely tech.
Yeah.
As soon as someone routes it.
This is also an interesting scene. And I say that about a lot of things because FFT story is actually really well constructed. So the leader talks to Ovelia, and they kind of share their troubles with each other. So Ovelia, is lamenting the fact that she's not even the real princess. She feels like all the years she's suffered in solitude, the monastery is kind of for naught. She doesn't really know what she's doing, and the lead is revealing a bit about his past as well, like how his sister died. He didn't have the power to change things, and now both of them are being kind of used in this game that's being played by other people. And he swears to Ovelia that he's never going to be in the position of being used. He's always going to be the user, and he promises Ovelia that he's going to take care of her, and we'll see to it that you become the queen, like legally, pretty much. So that's kind of where they're headed, and it kind of develops a relationship between both Delita and Ovelia as well. Just that they're connecting more than you would think.
You bought some holy miters there, which are basically just upgraded triangle hats.
Yep.
Increase your MA, but give more HP and MP, so just better when you need them.
All right, it's time for Grog Hill.
Casually walking over Green Dot.
Yeah,
No problem.
No problem.
It's really irritating to me that I have Alicia at the start, and the other two are directly behind that. I always think that my number 1 is number 2. Just think,
Grog is a, I don't know, it's one of those battles that I think in casual play you don't really think much about. But in speedrun, it's one of those areas that can cause a lot of problems for very many reasons.
It's usually not too bad.
It's usually not too bad, I agree.
Depending on who lives, it can be a little questionable. Usually you just want to have them chase somebody down to kill them, but...
I know the chemists can be extremely obnoxious.
Yes.
If they survive, they start throwing items around everywhere. You're just like, stop.
yeah, front squire can also be annoying.
Yeah, Squire runs forward and blocks your path. And
Especially with move +1, he can be really annoying.
especially if he's not something Ramza can kill.
Yep.
He also wields an axe. I don't know if that's actually relevant ever. Maybe he gets a really high damage swing and kills someone.
I don't think he can get far enough, can he?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, it could happen if he survives for some reason and then gets a turn, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, this is just using Agrius' bait to pull the chemist forward.
Yo, those rocks, man.
They're going to want to shoot her, so they'll come forward to shoot her.
Yeah.
Those 20 damage rocks.
Or move backwards, but he'll still be in range of Meteor is the joke.
And Meteor has a huge range just like Odin, so...
Yep.
I think we're fine.
Yeah, doesn't look too
Looks
bad.
decent.
Let's find out.
I think there was that time when Claw cast that meteor and then one of the units moved forward and
Oh,
nuked
yeah.
on his units.
Yeah,
that was pretty great.
That's fun.
That's always a good one.
That's fun, yeah.
I definitely have.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Oh, sweet.
That definitely happens at Barriers Hill, especially if you target one of the knights with unit and he gets hasted, and then he just walks
walks
forward.
in, casually walks forward. It's like, all right.
Hi guys, I have a meteor for you.
Yeah, and this cutscene is where Olam reveals to Ramza that he saw the poster. He knows that Ramza is a heretic. But they talk to each other, and Olam's like, I'm not really trying to hunt you down. That's the church's business. And he basically talks to Ramza and says, we're on the same side. We're trying to stop this war. We're just kind of doing about in different ways. And they kind of form sort of like a friendship almost. Even though they don't really get together per se, because they're on the same side more or less. They want to avoid the bloodshed and bring the civil war to an end. And after this cutscene, we'll get to a very fun battle. Normally, even in casual playthrough, good old Yardo. And well, I'm sure we'll have more to talk about Yardo.
Oh. I'll save before this battle. I mean, I mean, I actually kind of want the bad thing to happen, honestly, just so people can enjoy it.
Things can go bad, but it's usually fine.
Yeah.
Yardo is also where the eLmaGus' girlfriend meme comes up, by the way.
Yeah. Shout out to my boy Aether
Yeah.
who donated for that.
There is a back female summoner, that always tends to, for whatever reason, survive by the skin of her teeth, whether it's dodging something completely fatal with magic evasion or living with a few HP, just to spite you. Of course, she got this name because that happened most to eLmaGus. So we'll see whether or not she takes center stage in this stage as well. So this level, I think everybody in casual playthrough knows it's a massive pain in the rear. So the objective is to protect a unit called Rafa. Fortunately for us, Rafa is not very durable. And unfortunately as well, Rafa's AI is not very good. So we have to move pretty quickly to avoid the enemies gunning her down. And unfortunately, we have the two most powerful, on offense at the very least, units in this fight. We have ninjas, which are physical, and we have summoners, which are magical. So we pretty much had to get in there immediately to take them out before Rafa gets eliminated before we can do anything, which can happen in a casual playthrough, of course. That's why everybody remembers this.
Yes,
It can also happen here.
Yeah, it can.
you also have to hope Raffle doesn't kill you, which is always fun. I don't know if that can happen to you, though.
I forget who was it. There was one time they were playing this level and Rafa tried to help out, and then Heaven Thunder proceeded to kill the unit that was going to end the fight and made it such that you ended up dying.
I think
It was pretty great.
I think Claude got killed before.
Yeah.
by Heaven Thunder.
It was like, Rafa, stop.
It's another one of those
Oh.
things. That's cute.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's good. No.
That's
Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen.
Okay.
Normally.
And yeah, ninjas have the fastest speed in the game, so
maybe
unless you're duked out for speed, you're not going to beat them.
you just want to get everybody clumped up enough that you can take 3 turns and hit everybody with drawouts.
Yep.
That's the ideal.
Yep. Oh, I see. Why? Okay, never mind. Should still work out, honestly.
99%.
Well, this one should be a backup, so 65. Only.
65. Hey, you, that crazy wizard that I saw.
I forgot to equip Float and Lavian.
Oh,
which,
yeah. Yeah, because with Float on Lavian, it baits the ninjas to come and kill her.
Yeah.
But if you don't have it, stuff like this happens.
Yeah. Again, very minor things can change
Yeah.
things in very big ways in this game.
Do I
I-
leave this guy alive?
I believe it's because Float makes your height higher, so they actually have line of sight. to
They
the
Yes,
have
I
other-
believe
yeah.
that's correct.
Yeah. Because they'll normally stand up there on the little ledge where the other one is.
Yeah.
Think the summoners are a little more important. See you go, friend. Hopefully. Yeah, sweet.
Alright. Here we go. Alright, this is the
Hopefully
risky
this-
one.
This hopefully hits.
Missed.
Miss! I thought 65% meant 100%.
Real. Yeah.
Now I get to kind of
Well,
scramble.
yeah, you gotta see how strong ninjas kind of are if they get in close. They're pretty scary for physical units. I mean, like, they're throwing stuff and it hurts too, right? Because it's based off speed.
It's more really more annoying if the summoners are still alive.
I
Like
agree.
the ninjas will do this. They will throw stuff at you, but it won't really matter.
The ninjas are fragile enough that you can kind of pick them off, yeah. The summoners have AoE, which I think is
Go
going to be a lot
Rafa.
scarier. Go, Rafa. You are a funny
Go!
man, eLmaGus. You are a funny man.
She's doing it. She did
She
it.
got him!
Yeah, she got one. Shoutouts to Rafa.
All right, time for some.
Time to actually do work.
That was 90%, by the way.
Never lucky.
Never
At
lucky.
least you got it out of the way now instead of on Ruffle.
Well, at least he didn't go for the double whack on Rafa. That'll happen.
Go, Rafa.
Kinda
She's
bad.
going
You can
in.
do it.
Oh yeah.
Told ya.
You can do it.
Believe in
Okay.
Rafa.
Leaving Rafa.
Well, this is like
that sounds
impossible.
like a poor life decision.
That one works, obviously.
Yeah,
Doesn't look
just go
impossible, maybe.
big. That's the idea. That should kill him, I think. No.
Huh.
168. Oh boy, I hope Rafa doesn't kill Ramza.
I don't know. He's
Yeah.
not close
Okay.
enough. I tried.
They tried.
Still have enough for Demi.
Yeah. I think it's like a 77% chance it looked like.
Yeah, 70 and 50.
Yeah. It's fine. All right, we're out there.
All of that just because I forgot to equip one ability. But
Forgot to
hey,
equip float.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to float.
All the menus in this game matter, basically.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
forget one thing, stuff like that happens.
It's set up such that if you forget something, it creates pretty big changes.
yeah. The big thing is that if something like this happens, you want to play it safe. You don't want to die. That's not very good.
And the opposite mentality that I have. Oh, I did something wrong. I'm gonna go big.
Gotta fix
Go
it.
big or go home.
It's very easy to die though.
Yes.
from
It is,
A
yes.
mistake like this.
Especially because in this case, I mean, you have Demi, but if you didn't have Demi, you would have pretty much no damage other than
Yeah,
Ramsey.
you have a white mage fist bonks.
And
Try to
it's
punch
just-
them out with your mighty 2 damage punch. Yeah, so this is kind of a side story. Ramza needs to go to Ryovanes to meet up with the exotic wizard who said, that's where his sister is. But along the way, you see the Wonder Twins, Rafa and Malik Galtana. And you find out that the Galtana siblings have, special abilities that the man who raised them, Barrington, wants. So he massacred an entire village to manipulate them and to believe him that he was a savior. And through the text, it's implied that he's also assaulted Rafa. So he's a very bad man. So Rafa wants to leave his care, but Malik doesn't believe it. He thinks that Barrington is like the person who saved them. He's not going to betray this guy. So they're having a sibling quarrel essentially. Yeah, we're going to change Rafa to a chemist and strip all her equipment so she's easier to kill. There's some dialogue that's coming up at the gate of Ryovanes if she's around. It will continue between her and Malik, so we want her out of the way quickly, so we're just doing the pre-menu for that.
I forget if
By killing her, it gets rid of Malik too.
Yeah,
that
which
makes
is nice. And then I believe this next strat is a little bit different than what people have traditionally been doing. I don't know how long it's been around for, but I do know the person who developed it was actually Sweet Cherry Boy. So shoutouts to him for figuring this out.
He figured out like 90% of the strats that we're even using these days anyway.
Yeah. I thought Claude still had a lot to do with it, but yeah, it's good to know. So shoutouts to him. He's been working on this route quite hard as well. And I think the strat, if I recall correctly, does rely on the use of Ifrit. It's the one time we see Ifrit being used in this run.
Like we said a long time ago, ghosts are weak to fire, and Ifrit happens to be fire elemental.
Yep.
is
And sorry.
So this is one of the fights in the game that has very little, actually, no RNG as far as like enemies because none of them take turns,
Yeah.
and they all die 100% of the time. But again, as before, these enemies are all undead.
Yep. I should note that it's the monster ghost enemies that are weak to fire. Just because you're undead doesn't make you weak to fire. In fact, some of these wizards have white robes equipped. So in the math run, when you're trying to clean this up and you think, oh, a bolt 3 should be enough, never know. They could be equipped with white robes. It's usually safer to just go for the flare. But in this case, as Lynn was saying, it doesn't matter. So this strategy that Sweet Cherry Boy developed is 100% consistent because they all die before they do anything. Again, this is also why speed is important. Because if you can go and ensure that everybody dies before you do anything, you know, you pretty much remove all the RNG from it.
Time mages.
Time mages. Yo, the bonk.
So he didn't put throw item on.
Yeah.
So that happened. Luckily, she just walked up and did that instead of casting a
spells,
spell.
doing something dangerous.
So it's all good. So I'll just die next turn. That's it, pretty much. You can see your one cast effort.
Yeah, and summons don't target friendly units. Same with draw, by the way. So it's a very neat property. You can lock a summon on your own guide and walk them in as a walking nuke.
Yep.
Yep, and that's over. So we're on to Rival Veins Gate, which is the last dungeon area of Chapter 3.
And location of one of the battles that gave casual players the most problems.
Yeah.
Not quite yet.
I think even on challenge runs, it's one of the battles that everybody has stuck with. But we'll get to it after Rival Veins Gate. Rival Veins Gate is pretty interesting in the sense that a lot of the enemies there are kind of spread out. And you have lots of different equipment sets now, so you can mix and match and have lots of different things that can happen. But above all else, kind of the layout of the fight is you have a bunch of archers at the top of a tower, and then some knights around the middle area, and then a couple of units on the very far left. So I believe this is another case where Meteor is going to be used because it has a very wide area effect that can hit everything, since the enemies are fairly spread out.
And Meteor will usually at least take care of the knights on the left side, and then Ramza can pretty much clean up everything else by himself.
Yeah, so Mag is just setting up his menu properly.
Oh yeah, back at Yarda also we bought sprint shoes, which is does exactly what you would think. Yeah, +1 speed, very important. It's the only accessory we're going to get that improves speed, so they're going to be important forever.
Sprint shoes are always important because they affect speed. And I think somebody once said, I don't know who it was, but like every FFT veteran knows that speed is like the most important stat in some ways because it controls the tempo and kind of where the fight is going. And I think it's true. No invisible Barrington.
Reset.
Dang.
It's all over.
So if you mash the text at that point and there's a 2-frame window where if you hit the button correctly, Barrington disappears for some reason. So he's just having a nice, cordial conversation with the Shrine Knights. He's just like, oh, I know you guys have these holy stones, and, I kind of want to join your team. And Vormath's all like, no. So, Barrington tries to blackmail them by saying, we can have the scriptures, and we'll expose the fraud that you guys have been doing, and basically bring the church down. And, Vormath's not a very happy camper about this, so he's like, what do you think you can exactly do? And Barrington tries to call his bluff and says, I have my army here, you can't, have your way. But obviously, I think at this point it's pretty obvious that the Vormath is not exactly, shall we say, human. If the Omnius Thunder in the direction that the game is saying is not any indication. I'll show you the power of the Holy Stone.
Yep.
I think we can all assume what happened. All right, on to Yardo. Not Yardo, sorry.
Yeah, on to Yardo.
Oh, yeah, but back to Yardo.
We're going back.
On to Rival Veins Gate.
Magus wants to read me his wife again.
Yeah.
I have a $30 donation from Kodiak, first time catching RPG Limit Break live and first time donating. Put $30 of this to this random incentive that I have no knowledge about. Good luck to the runners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this battle we fight against Moloch again. There's one little intricacy about this battle, basically. So you are supposed to defeat all enemies, but Rafa and Moloch kind of interact here. So as soon as one of them is in critical and leaves the battle, the other one does too. So it is easier to put our Rafa that we removed all equipment from into critical HP. So that, or close to critical, so that she leaves the battle, and Moloch does too. The rest, there's knights and archers here, which are kind of annoying. But with a couple quakes and drawouts, we should be having no issues cleaning up here.
I like how one of the knights can spawn with Geomancy again.
Oh, sweet, it's cancer.
More than one ways.
We'll get back to him later.
One of the knights here can have Geomancy, and he's standing on top of water, so he can frog you, which is always fun.
I'm
Yeah.
a fan of the one that's in the water that you can't see right now. It's the one with item. And healing the one that's trying to kill with Ramza. That's a good thing too.
Yep.
Okay, he'll die to Kutetsu.
Oh yes, and samurai swords, when you draw them out, has a chance of breaking. I believe the chance is 20% across all the swords. It does mean that for the most part, you know, you do. This is also why duping your bags into having more funds is important, so you can buy more swords. And just make sure you keep yourself supplied so you don't run out of swords at a very inopportune moment.
Oh, 47 faith.
Yo,
They're all
47
cancer.
faith. All cancer.
No, okay, I haven't seen the other one yet. Actually, no. Okay,
Well, the
yeah.
female cancer's fine.
Okay, this
I
guy,
guess.
this guy is dead.
No, it's a Libra, 67.
No, he's at 69 faith cap. He's very dead.
Okay.
That wind slash bow.
Shouldn't need you. We should only need one quick. Should.
Alright, 99%.
I'm gonna have to Heaven's Cloud, don't I?
Yeah, in case we didn't cover it either, Heaven's Cloud is a bit slower than Kotetsu.
Yep.
So we always want to use Kotetsu whenever possible.
I didn't even pay attention to how much HP that knight. He might even live.
Yeah, he
Which
has
is
90. He
ridiculous.
took 98 damage.
Yep.
So yeah, he's gonna live.
That's worst compatibility for you.
Yep. Well, when you take a 50% damage cut, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously, knights spawn with a lot of HP sometimes.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Nice.
well,
Down
they-
154.
They have a lot of HP now because you also have a lot of good equipment in stores.
That's fine.
So it's possible. I think some of them may spawn with ropes, but don't quote me on that.
Alright.
I
Alright.
to move.
I mean, that wasn't really like
Okay.
terrible.
No, it's just one
So,
extraction.
Yeah. Inside of Ryovane. So this is the level that everybody has.
Because
trouble
everybody
with.
got here, and they saved over their one save file. Then they found out they couldn't kill Wygriff.
Yeah, and then they quit the game forever. Pretty much. This fight in casual playthrough, it's a hard fight for sure. Wygraph's stats are kind of at a point where he can two-shot you. And if your Rams is not really set up properly, he will beat Rams up pretty easily because he does have those sword skills. And, you know, he hits pretty hard overall. And then after you kill him, you find out, oh, I have to take out his demon form now. And that demon form has very powerful summons and some support adds at the same time.
Yep.
So normally there's some really easy ways you can get around the Wygraph duel. One of them is like setting up yourself as a Lancer, and even at the same speed, you will beat Wygraph as long as you can tank 2 hits. You can also change into a Mage class and basically nuke him from pretty much across the map, and he will die. Most of the cases, though, when you're in a physical job, you don't really have the nuke far away option. So there's a bug in Wygraph's kind of AI where when you equip the Chameleon Robe, same thing as happening in the UBS second fight, the AI will bug out and think that because Ramza is immune to Holy, I can't use Holy Sword, when really that's not the case at all. So that will help avoid some of the damage. And of course, we have the draw out, which will bypass his shield, his evasion, as well as his counter.
Yeah. Even though it is Holy Sword, it is actually taking on the properties of the weapon the individual has equipped. So.
Yep. This can make for some very powerful setups where one of the most common ones is the Black Robe into Ice Brand setup. That will power up your sword, as well as power up all your sword skills, although it will make it Ice Elemental. In this case, though, again, Ramza's already set up with draw out, so he's in a good position because you don't have to worry about evade and you don't have to worry about counters. If you're fighting him, for example, as a knight, you don't really have a choice. Kind of have to deal with both. Alright, so Weegraf is going to get all philosophical with Ramza. If you let the fight drag out long enough and pretty much basically disclaim religion and basically say it's all a falsehood created by man, and people just don't want to improve on things that they should be improving on. They look for higher powers for miracles, kind of being his demon self, I guess. Of course, Ramza is kind of fighting against that type of ideology.
Draw your sword, Bowie.
Draw your sword, Bowie. Sorry, I am a wizard. I don't have a sword.
We got katanas.
I do have a staff, though. Can I raise my staff? No? Dang.
Just grab the katanas that are lying around and touch them, and magic will happen. That's how it works.
Yeah, so if he's not using draw out, Weegraf has both Earth Slash and Wave Fist, I believe, as backups.
Yes.
It should be fine, oh yeah. You have good compatibility with him, so the draw out's going to do a lot more damage.
Yeah, that's one of the draws to Taurus and Capricorn both.
Yep.
They resonate very well with this battle.
Yeah. They resonate with well with a lot of battles because a lot of bosses in this game are actually, I think, Virgo.
Yes.
And Virgo has good compatibility with both Taurus and Capricorn. Bad compatibility units would be stuff like Gemini, Sagittarius, and Pisces. By the way, Pisces does get used in several challenge runs as the extreme defensive option. You pretty much never want to use Gemini or Sagittarius because it's like, if you're going to go defensive, why would you not go all the way, right? Like, go halfway? Like, what is up with that? So, those two signs are very, very rare to see. They're very often not recommended. Alright, so here's his support. He's like, alright, I'm going to take you out, boy.
So a little trick here, since we are transitioning between battles. Before Vigoroth transitioned to battle, basically what happened is that Ramza got Phantom CT, I'ma call it. What happened is before they started the cutscene to transition to battle, I basically got a free turn with my CT again before I started the cutscene. So that way I'm going to get a turn here immediately, and it's going to line up that we are going to get another turn really, really quickly here.
Yep. And the nice thing for us, we talked about getting hit mid-charge being a problem, but Weegraf sees, 4 units lined up, I'm going to summon something big and take all of them out. But, of course, we have our amazing draw out, so we're going to take advantage of his baiting him and his instinct to come down and try to kill us. Okay. So, yeah, that's going to kill him.
Yep.
Guaranteed. And again, this is also why assassination battles are going to be easier than your random mobs, because we know what the boss stats are. We know approximately what shape we're going to get in here, so we can kind of figure out a strat that will work, pretty much 100% consistently.
In addition to it usually being easier just to kill one unit than to wipe the whole field,
Yeah.
you can have a lot more consistent strats because they're usually very stable fights,
Yep.
as opposed to the ones with a lot of generic units that'll be random stats, random equipment and stuff.
Yep, and then the AI can move to random spots depending on what happens, and then sometimes they can run all the way. In this case, we don't really have that as an issue. So after Ryo Veins, or inside of Ryo Veins, we get Ryo Veins Rooftop.
Yeah, you'd figure it would end here because we just beat a big bad guy, so that should be the end of the chapter, right? No.
We got one more.
There's one more here.
It is also pretty infamous among FFT veteran players. It's another one of those, I can lose before I do anything type of fights.
Yeah, you're taking days to beat Velius, and then you find out, there's another battle. Interesting. And yeah, not an easy one if you don't know what's going on, because the units in this battle are very powerful for which you're probably, if you're playing casually, you're probably around the 30s, maybe.
I think that's right. I was around 35 the first time I was through. So in this cutscene, Alma, goes to Islude's corpse and picks up the Holy Stone. But you do see the fact that this is kind of the result of Vormav activating the Holy Stone and pretty much killing everything. And there he is, and you're fully expecting Alma to pretty much die at this point. Because here's this guy who just murdered a whole bunch of people. But no, he realizes that Alma was resonating with the Holy Stone that Islude has with them, and he realizes that Alma is the perfect kind of surrogate to revive their evil dead god, more or less. So he kidnaps our beloved sister and runs away. Runs away!
Unfortunately, she dropped it on the floor.
Yeah, about that. Oops.
I'm saving way too much, but it's okay.
I don't know, better to be safe than sorry. I kind of did the same thing. All right, so rooftop. So as eLmaGus was saying earlier, this level has 3 units. 2 of them are very, very fast. All 3 are unique and quite powerful. The objective here is to protect Rafa, and all you really have to do is to put one of the enemies, I think, into critical to defeat one of them. So it's not a terrible level, but at the same time, because the units are so fast, they can gank Rafa before you really do much. So that's kind of the lookout for this fight. But I think in this case, are we faster than them? Or?
Because
Yeah,
Yeah, we are.
because
yeah.
we're 18.
Yeah, so that removes the problem.
I mean, you would never do a strat where they got turns, but
Yeah, that's
also
way
because
too
he's
dangerous.
18 now,
No,
he can he doesn't have to do anything else.
exactly.
At 18 he
I
gets a
could have
speed
skipped
point.
learning haste.
Could have skipped haste all along. But yeah, because he's 18, he has a speed point as wizard, so he's now fast enough for Ramza to get his turn before them.
I want to point out though, but that's only because I made that mistake in Yardo.
Yes,
It was all planned.
absolutely.
It was all planned. Yeah, so we get some background story here. Basically, Barrington confirms that, he's assaulted Rafa. Malik overhears this, and, they both turn on him. But, Barrington has a gun, and he's like, ha, 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 I have a gun. And then he gets thrown off the roof. What a swell guy.
Yeah, if you weren't 18 here, you would have to do something else, because either you would be wizard and you wouldn't be fast enough to kill the assassins before they get the turn, or you would have to be a priest to be fast enough, but you wouldn't do enough damage.
Exactly.
So those are your choices. So either you need an extra damage source, one option is Mustadio, shooting them, or you need somebody to cast haste to make you fast enough as a wizard. But since he's 18, he can just be a wizard by himself. No problem.
So yeah, the goal, protect Rafa. Rafa's a very smart person, because even though she does get hit all the time in the first turn, she still rushes towards them, which is really, really smart.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, if you don't kill them, she'll just walk right up there and probably miss them and then die.
She just go Leroy Jenkins. She's like, this is the best strategy. What is wrong with going Leroy Jenkins on these guys? All right, and that's over with.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bowie has us covered. He got this.
He's got this.
Attaboy, Bowie.
And that's chapter 3.
That is chapter.
Yeah, so there's a cutscene coming up. If there are donations, now's a good time to read them.
Yes, it's gonna be lengthy.
Alrighty then. We've gotten $30 and then $25 from the ever deep, generous pockets of Anonymous. Thank you very much for your donations. We also have $10 from Kazumi Blue 10, who says, "Good luck to eLmaGus on this wonderful game. I joke around a lot, but I legitimately think you're one of the nicest, coolest people I've met on Twitch. Keep being awesome and having unintentional eLmaGus luck, TM. Speaking of which, did you ever get that Goo King sword?"
I did not. I did not.
We have $1 from Kaishira. "I heard a certain lovely little girl wants Chespin named Spiky." And finally, $5 from Genesic Gunlian. "I love watching a good FF Tactics run. Good luck, eLmaGus."
Thank you. Also, thank you that you think this is a good run.
Oh, it's a good run. It
It's fine.
depends on what you want in a speed run.
If people tell me my run was a good run, I think your run was a good run. Let's just keep it at that.
I mean, I've been slow here and there, but overall, it's been working out okay.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's been working out okay. Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Malik got revived by the power of the Holy Stone. So Ramza was all set to be like, no, no, Rafa, don't use that. You're gonna become a giant goat. But apparently the Holy Stones don't work exactly the way they think, and they kind of debate on how the Holy Stones work. And the script kind of gets garbled here pretty badly. We'll see the text coming up at the start of Chapter 4. But in essence, I think the idea is that the Holy Stone kind of draws upon the person's own soul. So, like, the more corrupted and the more dark their own soul is, they're going to become the demon inside the Holy Stone. Whereas if they are more, benevolent, they're going to be able to do more miraculous things like, Rafa, kind of reviving her dead brother. And, they're having this conversation here, kind of going, I heard a voice. I didn't know who it was, but it told me to come back, so, I kind of did. And shout-outs to the next line, I think, that appears here. Oops. All right, time for the best translated line this entire game.
Bowie, I like it already.
I didn't think the god made holy stones, but ... more evil. Well, Lucavi made them into this world. Your guess is as good as mine as to what Bowie was referring to.
I would ask him, but he's not here.
He's not here. Anyways, I think it's kind of what I was referring to. That the Holy Stones were, they were there. They were left behind as artifacts, but it really comes down to the person's kind of own soul for what the stone will end up doing. It's kind of an off point because, we don't really talk about the Gautana twins ever after this chapter. So it's literally kind of like a side chapter or a guide.
Because we're about to remove them forever.
Yeah, that too. They are deemed unfit for combat.
Well, the problem with them is really that, like, they do come at a decent level, but you have to start with their basic jobs. That's the problem. If they had jobs unlocked, like if Rafa had Time Mage unlocked, for instance, she could be useful, but she doesn't.
Yeah.
So we're taking a quick look and then just say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. It's alright, they'll return in FFT version patch like 10 point whatever at some point. Where they'll be made more powerful.
I'm sure there's a ROM hack for that.
Yeah, there is, for sure.
This is the last time we'll ever see them.
Pretty much.
How sad.
Anyways, they discuss among themselves. So they're like, oh, there's a lot of corpses. Look, they were crushed by something. And they're like, oh, pretty much everybody died. And it's like, there were 3 Shy Knights, and we didn't see Alma's body. So it's like, Rams is like, well, one of them is dead, and I just killed another one. So the last one probably has my sister. So he decides that he's going to go to Gautana's territory to speak to his good buddy Delita, which we haven't seen in a little while. And I kind of get the gist of what the Gautana camp is kind of up to. And here's a TG Sid. And TG Sid reveals that he also has a Holy Stone on him.
So he's a bad guy, right?
Yeah, apparently.
Of course.
But he's so powerful, he doesn't need to become a space goat demon.
He already is one.
He already
just
is one.
in human form.
Just in human form, exactly.
That's actually his demon form is just that.
Pretty much true.
Can't randomizers spawn with random Orlando's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, there we go. He's the random space goat demons. All right. So kind of a bit more background regarding what's happening. So the 2 camps are fighting amongst each other, but the church is gathering favor with the Holy Stone as well as the Zodiac Brave story. So people are believing more in the church while this infighting is going on, and they're losing faith in the monarchy because they're doing this infighting for no apparent reason. People are dying, everybody's suffering, and this is all kind of a part of the plan of the church to garner more favor from the people. Because if people lose faith in the 2 dukes and the ruling houses, then the church becomes the power player kind of within Ivalice. So this entire Lion War, Civil War thing that's happening is spawned because of the church's manipulation. And everybody
Classic.
backstabs everybody here, pretty much.
Also, we're back to Chapter 4, which means random encounters again.
Yep.
Chapter 4 has a lot of green dots.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot.
We're going to have a lot of fun with green dots.
Science is still out there.
I have a $10 donation from Anonymous saying, I heard someone say Goo King Sword. Guess I have to donate.
Okay.
Alrighty.
That's one. I forgot to buy one of them. I incorporated Lavian relatively late. I had her in a route before, and then I removed her, and I put her in again. It's pretty good. You need move +1, you need black magic, you. Short charge. Okay, now we're set up for the rest of the, or for the next couple battles.
Excuse me. Alright. So, Doguola Pass. Or Dojuola Pass.
This is another
The Doge.
another generic base, another one, just a bunch of generic
Yep.
enemies.
It's one, even in the math route, there's a lot of complications. Because the enemies at this point are pretty well equipped.
Yeah.
Lots of HP, lots of different sets of equipment they can use.
Actually, almost nothing anymore in No Math. Well, I don't, not necessarily in this strat, but one of the strats now is you just cast Death and they all gloop up and die. you cast Death on Ramza and they don't go after him because he's marked for death,
Yep.
and then they all just clump up right there in the
Yeah.
middle, and you meter them.
Did you want to talk a little bit more about the Mark for Death thing, since you brought it up?
Sure. When units are marked for death, basically you have a spell casting on them or something that's going to kill them. Enemies will tend to ignore them, pretend they don't exist, because they're going to die in theory, even though they're not. It happens with damage spells and stuff like
Did
death.
she get level? No.
Yeah. It doesn't happen only with damage. It can happen with status as
Okay,
well.
that's fine.
If you, for example, use Death Sentence on yourself, which is the
Yep.
famous example,
Yep.
the units will ignore you for 2 turns because they're thinking, well, this guy's going to die in 2 turns.
Yep.
I'm just going to leave him alone. So that gives you some invulnerability. And there's ways you can set it up such that, for example, having Death Sentence blocking accessory, or sorry, Death blocking accessory, such as the Angel Ring, you can actually Death Sentence yourself repeatedly, and then the enemies will repeatedly ignore you because they keep thinking that you're going to die. But then, at the end of the Death Sentence counter, that doesn't kick in because you're immune. And this is already looking to be quite interesting.
Yeah.
I already saw 2 kind of death charges going off.
My number 2 has something on that's not right, but I need to figure that out afterwards.
Yeah, it's just another little thing when your speeds are off. Stuff goes weird
Yep.
because you want your turn orders in very specific ways, so that you can move with say move with rounds.
I probably did not give her a holy miter,
Mm.
which
Like generally the ideal way is Ramza will get his turn, or you'll quick Ramza and then he'll get his turn and the quicks will go off, or something like that.
Mhm.
But if your
Okay.
speed's not perfect, it doesn't work out all the time.
no. Sure. I'll take the free CT.
Of course.
Does that hit? Probably not. Turn away.
Run away!
Enemies in critical just kind of tend to run.
Yep. If they have one other person at the very least that
Yep.
can help win the fight, they'll run away.
If they
Then,
don't,
of course, they realize, oh, the last guy's dead.
yeah.
Time for me to go Leroy
realize-
Jenkins. I hope you have some way to res him.
I don't.
Can you quick to get
You
out
can
of there?
quick
I
move,
think you
yeah.
can. But then I
It's
think you
going-
run out of
Yeah.
you run out of mana.
Yeah, he's out of MP for quicks.
Oh.
Right.
Oh,
Wrong panel. It's fine now.
yeah, that's it.
so it's a
wonder.
bit
That's fine.
messy, but this fight is always the
Again.
case, regardless of which category you're doing.
Again, you make one menuing error and this kind of stuff happens at all?
Yeah,
Like anything?
I probably didn't equip, like I said, the Holy Mitre on number 2.
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not.
Essentially missing one quick there because I preemptively cast it. I must still have the Green Beret on for some reason.
All right, we are about to go into.
Interesting.
I think it's what was it, Bernervia Free City?
Is it because she's too high level, maybe?
That would be amazing, actually.
I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what level you expect her to be here, but
So.
No, shouldn't be.
Bernervia Free City, it's another assassination battle. We have to kill Islud's sister now. So, with this battle, because it's assassination, I don't predict there to be any problem. I mean, in math, it's pretty simple. You just kind of cast Holy and then she dies.
in this category, you also cast Holy and then she dies.
Yeah.
And then she dies, all right.
Oddly enough.
Easy enough.
Oh, I see.
Difference is, I think you have to move 2 spaces forward. I don't know if you have to in math or not.
I think I figured I would. Went wrong there. So she has re-raise on her, which is, you would think it would be, annoying. However, all you gotta do basically is put in a critical, and she also doesn't go after you. So
Yeah, re-raise is an interesting mechanic in this game because if all your characters are dead before re-raise reactivates, it doesn't actually activate itself. It counts as a game over. And actually, the equipment that Milialdo has on her, she has a Chantage, and veteran FFT players know all about it. It's an item that gives you auto re-raise, pretty much. So the re-raise effect never goes away. So there are strategies that, you know, grab the Chantage and then allow you to do pretty much invulnerability strats where you never die. Obviously, we don't do that here. For one, we don't have steel accessory, and for another, we don't need it.
$5 donation from Anonymous, putting this
Just got
towards
it.
the Earthbound favorite thing being butterfly, because background guy 02 loves his butterflies.
So up next is Finath River. Finath River is a map with a lot of monsters. Most of them are chocobos of the yellow variety. They can be red. I mean, generally speaking, you want to see the yellow ones over the red ones because the yellow ones have less HP. You can also spot with a Eurobo and I think a black chocobo as well.
yes,
I don't know how whether or not those mess things up, but
not really.
Nah.
It's a matter of seconds. I mean, the fight should always look okay here. If you have
Yeah.
more reds than yellows, there's a chance that they
Oh,
survive.
it's
It's
the
perfect.
it is the piggy. It's the Eurovo. So typically, I think even like in a more traditional casual playthrough, like chocobos are probably high leveled, and the one thing we don't really touch upon is like monster stats because during the course of run they're not super relevant. But monster stats scale a lot better than generic units would for them to kind of keep up with you. So they'll have much higher HP, much better stats. So you fight this battle at a much higher level and you get a bunch of reds, they're gonna drop meters on you before you can do much and pretty much kill someone. So kind of the way to beat this battle always in the challenge playthrough if you're having trouble is, you just level down. There are traps in the game called degenerator traps which lower your level. And if you drop your level low enough to the point where the chocobos, don't really have that much HP, it's going to be a lot easier.
Speaking of meteors,
Speaking of meteors, shoutouts to Space Rocks.
sometimes one of the chocobos will come a little bit further forward and you have to do something with Ramza,
Yeah.
but that's not a big deal.
You either have to do something with Ramza or number 1, the wizard has to summon instead of casting bolts.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty neat fight right there. All right.
All right, and then the last part of our little trek to meet up with Delita is at the Zeltania Church. Yes, go figure, a heretic is going to go to church to meet his best friend.
Where else would you meet a
Yeah,
heretic?
exactly. It's the place nobody would expect, of course. So, Delita and Ramza basically kind of talk to each other to kind of figure out what each other is doing. And Delita kind of points out, he's not really working for Gotana. He's actually a quote-unquote agent of the church in his words, but, it's Delita, so how much value you place in that's up to you. But essentially, he's kind of saying the plan for, what the church's plan is that they're going to kill the two leaders in the midst of the civil war. And because the two leaders are going to be dead, Galtana and Larg, and then their officers, so Orlando, Zalbag and Dystark are going to go with them. The army doesn't have anybody leading them anymore, and at that point, the church is going to step in and it's going to try to take over and kind of have, be the person that everybody goes to. That's how the church is going to gain favor. Delita, kind of confirms to Ramza that, he's not a puppet of the church. He's not really working for them. As well, he's kind of doing his own thing. And he kind of talks to Ramza about his relationship with Ophelia as well, because he thinks that this is the best way that he has in order to protect Ophelia and to, get her to queendom, more or less. And Ramza is just kind of saying, he believes him because, the leader seems to be being truthful. And all of a sudden, our favorite heretic examiner, Zalmo Lumthansa, reappears again. And this battle normally is considered kind of a joke. My favorite thing in this fight is you can set ignore height and jump way high up to where Zalmo is and then poke him just for fun and giggles. And there's also a chance for Delita, if he's high enough level, to spawn with enough strength and get a crit and then instantly kill Zalmo before you do anything. So this is kind of a joke battle in some ways.
Yeah, they didn't really think about his placement in this battle.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
Works out fine for us.
I mean, he has the Immortal flag, so you can't knock him off the platform, unfortunately. But if you can, you can throw rocks at him, and then he'll take a massive fall and then die.
Instead, he's just gonna die.
He's just gonna die to Holy. We're gonna kill a holy man with Holy.
Maybe he wasn't so holy after
Maybe
all.
he wasn't so holy after all. Zalmo Lunthasa, Heretic Examiner. Alright. That actually is probably more consistent than the math route, where you math Holy and it has a chance of hitting Delita at the same time.
I mean, both get the job done, but you have a
Yeah.
chance to lose time. Yeah.
I don't know. I can't imagine losing time in this game.
Never.
Never.
I think that would happen.
All runs are perfect. No RNG.
Alright, so Delita talks to Ramza and pretty much confirms that, they're going to be executing or pretty much keeping TG Sid Orlando kind of prisoner at the Bethla garrison. And that's kind of where they're going to spring the trap. And of course, again, Delita's kind of working on his own, not necessarily working for the church or Galtana or anybody. So he's, giving Ramza instructions that allow Ramza to do his thing and come in and basically save everybody. So, he's acting like, the best friend type of person. But as soon as Ramza leaves, his cohort or psychic, I don't remember what her name is specifically, but she's a person that the church sent to watch over the leader to make sure he doesn't do anything funny. But he pretty much, confirms that, he's really only using Ramza for his own purposes. He knows what Ramza's going to do, and that's going to further his own goals. So you can kind of see, again, the turn that the leader has taken after the first chapter to be much more Machiavellian. And then we get to a bed desert. Cross a green dot first, though.
Of course.
Of
Always.
course. All the green dots.
Why wouldn't there be a green dot in Chapter 4?
Bed desert is really kind of a unique level as well. Because I think it's the first time you encounter spell guns. And you also begin that battle off poisoned. And there's some interesting mechanics that kind of work with each other or kind of disrupt each other as a result of that. In the math, you equip the angel ring you just picked up so that you can re-raise. And the poison can actually override that status if you're placed in the wrong formation. I'm not exactly sure how the no math route handles it, but I think Lynn can cover that for me.
We're just going to use a bait unit to draw Balk forward, and then we're going to kill him with Ramza.
Just withdraw it.
Just draw it. Yep. He dies to 2. Also, random encounters.
Random encounters.
Shoutouts.
So Bulk, I think it's kind of one of the first bosses in the late game that has like defense up and magic defense up.
Yep.
It's kind of the game's way of making the enemies a little bit tankier.
Without just giving them 500 health.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'd like to announce a $255 donation from Mr. Cab, simply saying, let's go.
All right.
Applause for that, $255. Thank you very much, Mr. Cab.
Here we go. Here's the Bed Desert fight.
It's pretty straightforward. It's just,
Ah, start place.
Aha.
you have somebody set up that he can kill, and he sees that he can kill them.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the strategies with baiting units relies on that part of the AI, that the AI loves to kill people if they can.
Yep.
Um,
I mean, for all that we rag on FFT AI, it's actually pretty sophisticated in some of
Yeah.
the things that it knows what to do.
Yep.
It's just that in this case, because it's predictable, we were going to set it up such that we get way more consistency. Imagine Bulk walking around doing a bunch of random stuff and stuff that, you know, we can predict where he's going to go. Especially with the range on his gun.
Like the AI works. It does exactly what the AI is supposed to do. It's just sometimes it's questionable as to whether or not that's
Sometimes.
what you would actually want to do.
Sometimes.
All right. Very important. Do not press R2.
Don't
during
press
bulk.
R2,
Don't-
exclamation point.
Don't press R2.
Don't you do it.
I was tempted.
If you press, the thing is, if you press R2, there the camera actually turns instead of. But if you don't, it just stays right here. For whatever reason, just how it works out.
108 HP. So yeah, in the math version of this, you use Mustadio with the Angel Ring, and Bulk's gun will always do around 107 damage as long as it's a tier 1 spell. And if you have 108 HP, you don't need to see the re-raise animation. And again, you have to be in a specific position to avoid the poison override. Just that in this case, it doesn't really matter. So thankfully, we don't have to worry about that. Bye, Bulk. Also, goodbye, Katetsu, or Heaven's Cloud, whichever one that was.
No, it's Cloud, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's 2 to kill him.
Yep.
All right. So then we're going to go to Bethlehem Garrison, which has a north and south wall version.
North Wall is second option.
North wall is indeed second option.
I've done that one too. Don't worry.
So typically you don't want to go to one of the walls. You specifically want to go to one. You don't want to go to the other one. And the reason for that is because you get different enemies in them. And one of them, unfortunately, has thieves and ninjas. You know, 2 of the fastest classes that get to do things before you get to do things. And, you know, we're, using female units. There are thieves. They have Steel Heart. Steel Heart is really awful if it hits. So you really don't want to hit that other wall if you don't have to. Which basically you pretty much never do as far as I know.
Yeah, South Wall just doesn't work out well for the speedrun. It's
Yeah.
useful in some cases, like for challenge runs and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Not here. Not here.
not here. Definitely not.
Yeah, so, Delita has Orlando arrested, and basically gets himself promoted. So he basically manages to convince Goltana, even though this man that has been working for him for over 20 years is somehow a traitor trying to backstab him. So Goltana's common sensibilities are quite sharp in the face of his ambition. And Delita gets promoted to kind of be the head of the Night Corps that is part of Goltana's group.
Good job.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, we avoided the catastrophe that is South Wall, I believe.
Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, you mentioned the units are not only faster, but they're like so close to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
They start on top of the wall around you. Like
Yeah.
you're in a little valley and inside two walls. It's just
Steel Heart is also really bad when you have a lot of female
it's not
units.
fun. So instead, we'll go here,
Yeah, where there are no thieves, no Steel Heart, no ninjas.
and hopefully not a worse comp summoner.
Yeah,
It's the main thing that can happen in this fight is you get like worse comp stuff.
this fight in math is always a troublesome fight as well. The enemies they have better equipment. They can have like various random compatibilities. Shields are getting better magic evasion. Mantles are getting better magic evasion. So it's just really messy overall. And again, even in no math, when you're not having to deal with evasion due to draw and faith, there's still problems that you can run into as always.
You'll see that all of our units have float. It's very important because monks can have Earth Slash,
Yep.
and if that guy comes around the corner with Earth Slash, you're going to be very sorry.
Oh yeah.
So they're all
Again,
floating.
Don't bet against the odds in FFT. Like, I don't know what the chance of that guy having Earth Slash is, but, you know, don't be like, 10% Earth Slash. What are the chances? You know, the one time you decide not to do it, it's going to make you pay for it.
Yep. If that summoner's worst comp, he lives, and so you just have to kill him. Like,
Yes.
there's no question. You have to hit him again.
All right, looking good so far.
Capricorn. Sweet. Aw. Oh well. Should be enough.
Yep, looks good. And you just. And part of where we moved Ramza is to manipulate these Lancers to come down here, or the second one at least to come down here. If you move Ramza pretty much almost anywhere else, he'll go up after him for no reason. But right there is perfect. He'll come down here to die.
All right, it's just the monk left.
Yeah.
Just Ted. Okay, I think this is it.
Seems good.
Yep.
Time for a sluice.
Yeah, Sluice Gate. So
Sluice is fun.
Sluice Gate, I mean, what can you say about this battle? This battle's the objective is different than many of the other ones. It's the only battle that has this objective. So in order to stop the two armies from clashing, Ramza decides that he's going to open the floodgates that will pretty much stop the armies in the tracks. So the objective is actually just to activate the two levers, and then you win the fight. Doesn't matter how many units are left on the enemy side. The problem is, if you've seen the math version of this fight, the Knights have very specific AIs. They're programmed to stay on the switch unless some very particular set of circumstances happen. For example, if all the enemy units are dead except one, they will step off the switch most of the time. And then you have the other enemy units there too, including I think 2 like very high faith wizards with like 80-something faith. And then the knights are equipped with Icebrand and Black Robe, so they hit like a truck. So in this fight, what you pretty much want to do is you want to use teleport and get to the switches as quick as you can, and then pretty much quick yourself or find a way to haste yourself so that you get another turn before the enemies get to do much, and then teleport to the other side. And you can equip Ramza in ways that increase the survivability, including things like a white robe, an Aegis shield, and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to the teleport luck, as well as whether or not you hit with the spells that you need to. If you do, you're going to make it. If not, you're going to have to survive the barrage, and chances are you're probably going to get killed.
Yeah, the real trick is that you have to get the Knights off the switches somehow.
Yeah, that's the real trouble.
Which is kind of what makes the fight interesting, as far as or interesting, to not die to, because the way we're going to be doing that is kind of difficult.
Yeah, like, just as a reminder, in the math route, the way you do that is you bring him a Stadio, and he has no equipment, so he's going to pretty much die and get one-shotted. And that causes the Knights to move off the switch, because then, the only person that's left is Ramza. And again, this is a 2 PBF fight, so you have to bring in a second unit as long as you have a second unit to bring in. So that strat kind of worked out pretty much, perfectly. I guess in no math, there's going to be a little bit of a difference as well.
It's
So
going to be exactly the same.
is it the exact same? Okay.
We're bringing Agrias.
We're bringing Agrias. Okay. So Agrias just takes the role of a Stadio, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agrias is going to move. She's going to.
Formation's a little different.
Yeah, you want to kind of...
You put Mustadio in the same formation as Ramza in the first one, if I recall correctly. There's been a reroute.
You can't do that here because you have the other generics as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And if you put somebody else on the other side, then they have to die too. Because you have to have Ramza alive by himself,
Yep.
or the Knights aren't going to
Yep.
move.
The Knights, again, they're programmed in very specific ways. There are some cases where even if there's only one unit, they won't behave the way you want them to, which is absolutely infuriating, and chances are will cause you to die because it's very, very hard to survive against 8 units with just one guy for more than a round. So hopefully we don't see that.
So there's your usage of equip change for the run.
Yep.
And you put Agrias there, take off. She needs the speed to be fast enough to move for the units, and then you have to take the stuff off for her to
Yeah, so then
die.
she gets one-shotted. And now the Knights, if they're moving according as programmed, they'll move off the switch.
Yeah.
And,
This is pretty much the only way to get knights off the switches.
Yeah, without flat out killing them and then waiting 3 rounds, which is extremely slow.
They won't. Their AI is actually even if you do stuff like talked about earlier, where you mark somebody for death, it doesn't. They don't care. They will still stay there. Like even if you have death charged on somebody, they'll sit there until they're dead.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like I think the way the developers realize that they should probably stand the gate to guard it. This is kind of one of the few ways you can get them move.
80%.
All right, we got it.
That's the 80% teleport.
Yep.
If you miss that, the fight gets very interesting.
Yep.
Because Ramza has to start quicking himself, and Ramza does not have best compatibility to himself.
To himself, yes. The chances, if I recall correctly, from my
67, I think.
math stuff, is I think it's about a 72% chance or something for Ramza to hit him with
somewhere
quick.
around
And he has to do it twice if he misses the 80% teleport. So your combined chances are somewhere around 50-something%.
But
So it
instead,
gets nasty.
we cast haste 2, and he'll get a
Yeah,
turn
and
immediately.
this is pretty much over. Again, you
That's it.
want to hit the switches and avoid the enemies if you don't have to kill them. So this pretty much solves that problem.
All right, let's see this insta-scrollable.
Yeah, so now we're going to get one of the most well-known characters in this game. We're going to
Also-
get the almighty TG Sid.
By Agrius.
Yep.
She's gone. Washed away, never to be seen again. That's it. We took her just this far.
It's alright, we got other units. We got TG Sid.
Yeah, we got Orlando now. We're fine. Actually, we don't have Orlando yet. We don't have Orlando for another couple seconds or so.
Yeah.
I guess, does somebody want to talk about the Excalibur since Orlando's joined the party now?
Yeah.
I can go over it. If
Excalibur is a knight sword. It's a little bit different from a normal sword, but it's a knight sword. Excalibur is also the reason we need Brave, because it's a knight sword. Knight sword's damage formula is based off Brave. But more importantly, Excalibur has auto haste,
Yeah.
which is very useful.
That's actually a very big reason of why it's considered probably one of the best weapons. I mean, in terms of weapon power, it's only 21. It's not the strongest knight sword by far, but there's a couple of factors that make it a really strong weapon. One of them is that it strengthens Holy, which in the math route, obviously, allows you to throw Holies around and they do even more damage because, you weren't strong enough. But the other property it has, as Lim was saying, is it has auto haste. And haste in this game increases the speed value that you have by 50%. So a unit with 8 speed, for example, will now have 12 speed. Unit with 12 speed will now have 18 speed. So this weapon, because it increases your speed by 50%, in some ways it pretty much increases your offensive output by 50% as well, because you're getting that many more turns. So it's considered probably the most powerful weapon for that reason. And Orlando starts with it because why not? Why not give the best character in the game with also one of the best weapons? What can go wrong? The interesting thing about Orlando is that he will come, like the rest of the units, and he will have a randomized amount of starting JP. In the best case scenario, we will get what's called a scrollable Orlando. And he will be, as the name implies, we can scroll him and pretty much use the JP glitch to get a couple of really powerful abilities on him at the start.
Yes, if you're insanely lucky, he is scrollable when he comes. AKA, I got that in my last run. And if you're incredibly unlucky, he'll come with terrible abilities learned and need like 500 JP to get scrolled.
Yep.
And it's really bad.
That's what's gonna happen this run.
Of course.
No, man, you just gotta be like
But
Chest Jerk and get
it's-
natural Lightning Stab or natural Holy Explosion,
Yeah, that's
whichever
right.
one it was. That's the best case because you don't have to even scroll him.
You need both, so you do have to scroll.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and you
dang.
need move +1.
Yeah, move +1 is a big one actually.
Yeah.
Alright.
You definitely need to scroll Orlando. There's no
And
getting around it.
Orlando starts, again, the party average level is kind of when they join. I forget exactly when Orlando gets his PA points, but the higher level Orlando is obviously better because he has more PA, so he's going to hit a little bit harder. And the level range is a little bit randomized. I believe it can be like +1 or +2, -1, -2. So Orlando is going to be a little bit higher than your level average, and he's going to become scrollable. So we'll see very quickly.
You
what
actually
type of
don't.
Orlando
You
we
actually
get.
do not want Orlando to be too high of a level. It makes Solera slower.
Yep. Actually, there were some important cutscenes there. So the leader proceeds to kill Gotana as planned by the church, and he proceeds to let Orlando go because he realizes Orlando is probably going to be an important person for Ramza to accomplish his mission. And in place, he frames a person who looks like Orlando and claims it's Orlando to say, Orlando is the reason for why, this uprising has happened. So he's essentially tarnished Orlando's name in the same process, but he's allowed Orlando to live so that, he can help Ramza. Again, the lead is a very crafty individual in that respect. So that's how we get the Thunder God on our team, even though he was just imprisoned for supposed treason.
Juice the frames.
How many encounters is
9,
this now?
I believe.
9?
I think it's 9. Yeah.
All right.
Not too bad.
I think the world record was something like 18. We're getting there.
We've got
Please.
time. Don't worry.
We've got time.
We still gotta get the Egros.
Yeah, we do. That's the worst track actually. I tend to find that in FFT when you get into a random encounter, you get successive encounters for some reason. Anyways, we have to get out of here now. Of course.
Come on, dude.
Of course, why not?
I think there was like 1 or 2 green dots you didn't get an encounter on.
Yeah, chapter 3 was good. The rest always.
Even in chapter 2 with that lone green dot, you had to run into it. It's pretty amazing. I got 1. Note that there's only 1 green dot in chapter 2. All right.
We did it.
All right.
We're done for
So
several seconds.
after this cutscene, which leads to a side quest, we're gonna be duping Excaliburs if I'm not mistaken.
We're also going to be duping H-bags.
Yeah. Okay.
Excalibur, because we want everybody that can use Excalibur to have Excalibur.
We just went over why it's
And-
good and it's doable, so why are we not doing it?
And H-bags are for the people that can't equip Excalibur, because H-bags have plus speed.
She seems familiar.
Ah, yeah. I wonder who she is.
I feel bad now.
I feel bad now. Ramza Bayou 2017. Bowie Bayou
Yeah, man,
2017.
come on.
Did we talk about how the duping method works? I
Basically,
believe we might have, but I'm forgetting.
we can do it again. You have to have a unit that can be as best fit already, with all the stuff in the shop, right? And you equip a weapon in their other hand so that it de-equips the first one, and then you can best fit again,
Yeah,
and
it-
it will give you another one of the
It
weapons.
causes the game to think that for whatever reason, here's an extra copy of the sword that
Right.
you originally had. It's
Yeah.
like, all right,
Whatever you
I'm
have.
okay with this.
6 of these.
So we're gonna also go buy some new katanas.
Yep, these are pretty important.
Yep, they're stronger than the ones that we already have. So make sure you pick those up. And some new equipment, new accessories as well.
All this is going to get used at some point.
Yep. Then we're gonna get to
Get to see our-
German
See our
Ice Peak.
Orlando.
Yeah, see what our Orlando is. Sorry, and then we're gonna go to German Ice Peaks after that.
We have some very deep equipping to do here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna set up Orlando with some more power, because he already has speed through the Excalibur. So we're gonna give the
That's why we gave
Excalibur
him-
to other characters.
That's why I gave him a green beret to make him faster.
They are all screwed up in the formation.
Yeah.
Yep. I remember Claude had this problem too when he swapped his number 2 and number 1 around, and he was like, "Number 2 is number 1. What is this?" Kept getting confused.
Yeah, it's especially annoying that not only did that happen, but also with get it, Excalibur. All right.
And by the way, flash hats are stronger than the Holy Miter. Provides the +1 MA as well, but he needs very specific speed values for what he's going to do. So you can't equip the better equipment just because it's better.
Well, flash hats also have plus speed, which
Yeah.
is also important.
Yes.
They're basically +1 speed, +1 MA, and
No, I was referring to the fact that if he set the flash hat on, but the Excalibur will give him a different speed
Right,
value than the one
exactly.
he needs. Yeah.
There's
So
the guy.
you can't just equip the better one because you think, yeah, why not?
Standards,
It's
nice.
standard.
not bad.
All right.
Not bad. So, okay, well, my formation is, first of all, 1 and 2 are one further to the right in the formation, which is annoying already. Alicia is at the start where she should be, but then due to the fact that hold on.
I hope you don't have to use recruit Meliodor into the party as well, or that's
I
gonna
do.
mess up. That's gonna mess
I
up
do.
your party
No,
again.
but due to the fact that Alicia and Lavian were in different positions, Aegir's position was now different, and then now everything is just
Reversed and back over.
yeah.
Anyways, this fight, I'm not sure if there's what else can really go wrong. I mean, there is of course the
There's
guy
not
with
much.
meat boom slash that can happen.
That's why you have item.
Yeah. I believe you do something else to take care of that guy so that he can't meep him slash you as well.
No, we just kick Hui and item Ramza if we need
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I know in math you don't really worry about him. You can get meep him slash is pretty great.
If you noticed, we did equip the One Knight with item and Excalibur, obviously, so she'll be backing us up there.
Yeah.
Quick.
So he's also got the Kikuchi Munji. Say that 3 times fast. K-Sword, shorter way of saying it, attacks in a line. So that lets us hit numerous units at the same time. The other katana we picked up is the Muramasa, I believe, which is a stronger area effect. Can add confusion and death sentence as well.
Yeah.
So for those of you that are into math for whatever reason, even though this is no math run,
Aries.
the damage formula that works on katanas is it multiplies the MA by the weapon power of the katana. So this is why having higher magic is very important on your Ramza. It lets you do more damage.
Hold on.
And you can
Alright.
see just how good Orlando is.
Yep,
Just walking
that's
around
all I
comfortable.
do. Walking around like a boss.
I should have moved them forward at least. Oh well.
And generally,
Can you reach there?
No. Usually, what you're supposed to do is kill with Orlando down here. However,
The guy was the wrong
he's bad
compatibility.
combat, yeah.
uh,
And you can see Blade Grasp there, of course.
the other way around was the case as well. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's still gonna stasis. The sooner.
Oh, and that's crit.
Close.
Almost.
Okay. Yeah, so the Thief was back home to Ramza, the Archer was back home to Orlando, so I wanted to kind of switch that around. But yeah.
Oh, well. Do what you can.
The good thing is, with Orlando, as long as you don't do too many more actions, a bit of
Yeah.
experience is not bad.
Yeah.
We need a bit of experience.
You just want him to not be 23 for Zalera. Anything else is fine.
No. Alright.
Poeska Lake coming up next.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last time we're going to see undead units.
Yep.
But we have some better options than just Phoenix Downs to deal with them.
As a reminder, because they're undead units, don't use draining attacks on them. Give your life away to undead units by accident.
That kind of worked out though.
If you're not sure where your units are, trying to set them in the formations, that's really awkward.
Yeah, this category, the formations are a lot more specific than they are in math for sure. By
It's like-
far.
Yeah, the thing is also, like, normally I would reset if I had, like, a math time and my units were in different positions and stuff, but, yeah, I can't right now.
Yeah,
Just got to deal with it.
yeah, pretty much.
Just gotta go through
Just
it.
roll the punches.
Yeah. That's why I'm stopping every now and then and double-checking if I placed the right unit or not.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, just whack them.
20 is pretty good for now. I just checked experience right now.
Yep.
Quick.
Alright, then Ramza, or sorry, Bowie's gonna do his thing.
Yeah.
Draw out some swords.
Kui's good. It's the it's fast animation.
Yep.
So you use it to kill stuff whenever you can.
Here's a very creative use of throw item.
Yep. Straight up there.
By the way, items, if you're using them, I believe do not have vertical tolerance, but throw item, depending on the range, does. So you can use the item like directly underneath the
Yeah.
unit as well.
You also don't need line of sight if you don't have throw item.
That is true. And yeah, there's
One
the
shot.
Muramasa, which is the stronger version, as I was saying.
Got him.
I got him. Didn't even need to quick.
At this point, most of the things that go wrong are just the units having bad compatibilities and not dying.
Yep.
You're not really going to die.
As long as you're doing what the notes are saying, pretty much, yeah. What the route dictates, you should be fine.
Yep.
Yep.
It's pretty straightforward at this point.
All right. Oh, we see another guy. He's talking to Dice Dark. And he very subtly hints that wasn't your father killed by some sort of illness? I believe it was musfungus poison. You know, very subtly, implying, you know, Dice Dark pretty much poisoned his own dad. Dice Dark, again, he's not a very nice guy. And you know, unfortunately for him, you know, Zalbag is standing outside listening to this conversation. It's like, oh, I guess my brother is a bit of a jerk. So he also gives him a Holy Stone as a sign of trust between the Shrine Knights and Dystarg. But I mean, at this point, if you can't tell Dystarg is not a good person, I'm not sure what to tell you.
I'm sure that Holy Stone won't come into play later.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's a plot item.
What are Holy Stones? Limbury set. So 3 fights here. Gate of Limbury, inside Limbury, as well as at the, I think it's a cemetery or the bottom cellar of where Limbury is. So first battle, this objective is actually really misleading. So it tells you to defeat all enemies, but really all you have to do is you have to kill one of the assassins. So in the math route, what you usually end up doing if you get the chance is you go for either the double flare if you need to save some time, or you go for the holy if you want to be safer. In this case, again, we have draw out, so we're just gonna rip them
Gonna
apart
use
with draw
Kikui.
out. Yeah. Just rip
Also,
them
he
apart
said
with draw out.
he said Orlando. You set Orlando here to give him an extra action if you want him to get more XP or JP.
Yeah, I
depending.
just want to scroll him as fast as possible, basically.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Because the sooner you can scroll Orlando, the sooner you can use all the good strats. Which we'll talk about once we're there. But this fight's, yeah, that's
Yep,
it.
That's it.
So if I can scroll him now, I can skip equipping him with
Yeah, no German.
Germanist boots.
And again, the very misleading objective tells you defeat all enemies. Really, all you have to do is just hit one of them, bring them to critical.
They're defeated.
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone.
I don't see any enemies.
And the next one is sort of misleading too, because it tells you you have to kill Elmdor.
Yeah, a lot of the.
But really, you don't have to kill him. I believe you do have to bring it down to super critical, which we talked about a little bit. Critical HP is not enough to kill Elmdor. You have to bring it down to 10% or under for him to run away. But you don't have to kill him. That's kind of the big thing. Elmdor has a lot of HP, and he also has Blade Grasp. So in a traditional kind of casual playthrough, using physicals that are not sword skills is a bad idea against him. He also has an ability called Bloodsuck. So Bloodsuck has 0 height tolerance, but when it hits, it puts a person in vampire mode. And a vampire status is equivalent to zombie status in a lot of the older FF games. So if your entire party is vampired, the game is over. Typically, that usually will never happen. It happens in math if you screw up, pretty much. Because, again, you have to bring him down to super critical. If your MA is off, he'll survive by, a hair of HP and then proceed to bloodsuck you, and then you lose the fight. So I don't think we will have any risk of that here.
That's it. And so what you get for scrolling
For
Orlando,
defense.
Lightning Stab, Holy Explosion, and Move +1, and apparently also
I saw Ice Wolf Bite.
Ice Wolf Bite.
Ice Wolf
Ice Wolf
Bite.
Blade, of course. For the fans.
Ice Wolf Bite.
Lightning Stab is, generally speaking, the go-to for almost everything.
Yep.
It's high damage, and it's the fastest animation of all his skills.
It also arguably has the best range because it's not just restricted to line targeting.
Right, it has good range. Yeah, it has more range than Stasis. It has one more range than Stasis, too. And Holy Explosion is the most damage.
Yep.
And we need the damage sometimes.
Yep. It's line target only, though.
Yep.
That's kind of the drawback. And unlike, I think, Lightning Stab, there is some vertical tolerance to it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether or not that comes into play. We'll see, though. So, again, as I mentioned, you don't need to kill Elmdor necessarily, just bring him down to what they call the super critical, and then you're done. So Elmdor's going to come forward, do his thing, then you blow him up, and that's pretty much it.
I don't think I've ever seen Elmdor take an action.
Yo, Bloodsuck!
He shouldn't.
Yeah!
I wonder...
Bloodsuck.
I shouldn't be too low leveled, but something is not equipped here.
Yeah. One of the physical damage, one of the physical
Dead.
I love that.
That,
I love
that
the
also
death.
works, I guess.
That's definitely one of the assassin's abilities. Apply dead.
It
Yo, it's the stop
it-
bracelet.
works out,
Yeah.
but... Wonder what I did there.
Do you need to equip the flash hat there?
That is it, 100%.
It's the flash hat, yeah. He did the flash at. And Wells still worked out.
Ah. Just wanted to show off Bloodsuck.
Yeah.
We,
He
nev-
just
we
wanted to
never, we
show
never
Bloodsuck.
get to see it.
You never get to see Bloodsuck.
And you get to see the assassin take a turn too. or things.
good old stop bracelet.
Yeah. Well, everything's fine.
Which, by the way, in case it wasn't obvious, it's supposed to be breath. You know, stop breath. But translation is very cute in this game.
Oh yeah. Oops. There we go. Bracer.
All right.
Is that good enough? That should be enough.
Yeah, so Zalera, which is the next fight coming up, he's a little different than the other Zodiac fights that you've been through. Because in the other Zodiac fights, like in the Velius fight, you pretty much killed him before they did anything. And in the Queckland fight, you know, he was on his own. But Zalera is interesting because he has enough HP to survive a little bit longer. And you have, you know, support units in that fight as well. So we've already talked about how when you bring a unit down to critical and there's other units around, that unit is going to run away. And that happens to Zalera as well. So if you recall in the math run about 2 years ago, bringing him down into a critical position is actually really bad for you because he'll run away and cast Nightmare and put you to sleep, or inflict death sentence, which is the status that you would rather get if that happens. In this case, I'm assuming that it's kind of the same rule. You don't really want to bring Zalera down to critical, otherwise he's going to run away and do something that you don't really want to see.
No, we're just gonna kill him instead.
Yeah.
We're using our non-main generic to bait Zalera forward to cast a spell, and because he'll be casting a spell, our physical attacks will do a lot more damage.
Yeah.
The problem with this fight, if Orlando is too high level, is at 23 Orlando will be faster than Zalera, and you won't be able to.
You won't get the
You
mid-charge.
won't get the mid-charge,
That is pretty much it.
which actually means the fight takes longer.
So again, getting hit mid-charge. Mid-charge removes your evasion, and you take 50% more damage. So, you know, don't let your units get hit by mid-charge. Hit other people that are in mid-charge. Generally works good.
Also, we have two hands on Ramza, so he does more damage to basic attacks.
Yep.
Because it's just
And
quick, fast damage.
yeah, and as Lynn already mentioned earlier on, Night Sword damage is modified by Brave, so you do want Ramza with the extra Brave bonus so that he hits a little bit harder.
I'm gonna do here is this. This looks a bit unconventional probably to you, but
Aha.
I definitely needed the extra damage.
63.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
She did her best.
Yeah. I'm missing a power sleeve, which is why I had to do it that way.
All right.
And like I said, Holy Explosion does the most damage, so normally you would just use Lightning Stab and attack with Ramza, but Holy Explosion does slightly more damage. So if you're short, it's a good backup.
All right. Now we get the we get the walk right after
But
the.
first, we get
We get a cutscene. Yeah.
we get our last unit.
That's true.
All right. Yeah, so Melia Duel will join us at the end of this cutscene. So she reveals to Ramza that, you know, she didn't realize that he was telling the truth, that, you know, these people became like holy demons. And why would she? So she talks to Ramza and basically says, you know, I want to see with my own eyes what's going on. And she pretty much joins the party that way. Then she tells Ramza that she did see one of the other Shrine Knights go to Egros and give, or rather have a Holy Stone in his possession to give the Dice Dark. So Ramza is now very concerned because he's like, uh-oh, my crazy tyrannical brother has a Holy Stone. We should probably stop him.
We should probably go check that out.
Yeah, about that.
That might be a problem.
Better not before. More
Yeah,
cutscenes.
More cutscenes. Actually, all the cutscenes in this game, other than the Rafa Gautana and the Battle Gautana, the Gautana sibling cutscenes are pretty important. This one is also pretty neat because you get to see kind of Ovelia within, I guess, Gautana's little castle. And, you know, we hear some death screens in the background, and all of a sudden, guess who pops up? It's none other than somebody we haven't seen in a while. It's Olan. So Olan is trying to kind of restore the damage that Delita has done to the Orlando name. So he's trying to go around telling people the truth, but, Delita's like, I can't have that. So he's ordering his knights to, hunt Olan down, and they pretty much injure him. And, he's all bloody, and Ovila's like, oh no. So they do eventually find Olan, obviously. And they have a talk, just Olan and Delita. Delita tells Ovila, you don't want to hear about this, it's fine. And he pretty much asks Olan to join him and kind of work as his kind of, history writer, so to speak. Work for me, I can do good things. And Olan's like, yeah, right, like, because, he just pretty much sold out the Orlando name to become king. And of course, the person that was hired to watch over Delita tries to kill him, but at that point she can't. So Delita takes advantage of her hesitation and pretty much, either scares her or cuts off her tongue. That's kind of up to debate. But Olan essentially refuses to work for Delita, and his survival is pretty paramount to why we get FFT as a whole in general, because this entire story is being read from his descendant, Alazam Dure. And there's a very nice animation there as well. You can see Ovilia opening the door and then closing it if your volume is up. So she's kind of faking Delita out to kind of hear what the extent of this conversation is. What's the matter? Gonna kill me?
She's not a very good assassin.
Nah, she's not.
She needs more stop bracelet.
If you don't kill me, I'll kill you. Yeah, but she doesn't die. Spoilers. Ah, yes, and then we get to check up on our other older brother. Good old Zalbag. An interesting thing to know about the scene. So all the different enemies in the game, depending on what faction they belong to, they have different color schemes. This chemist in particular has a very generic color scheme to show that he's not affiliated with either the Lard Goltana or like the Lionel camp. So he's truly an independent chemist that Zalbag has hired. And they go to Balbane's graves, and he pulls something from the ground, and apparently it's fungus mushrooms. And as Raphael, one of the Temple Knights that was seeing Dystar referred to, musfungus really only grows in kind of corpses that have been poisoned by musfungus. So this is kind of the confirmation to Zalbag that, his brother is, kind of an evil dude. Killed his own dad, kind of put the entire country into a civil war just so that he can, satisfy his own ambitions.
All right, it's time.
It's time. All right, here we go.
This is the worst one.
I know,
Here we go.
I know you guys would love to see me do the whole thing in one go, but
I'm not.
I need to buy. I need to buy stuff.
Ugh, what a blow up. So in runs, you would normally go across all 5 of these green dots at one time in one motion.
Doesn't matter. I got to encounter on the first one anyways.
Yeah, we got the encounter anyways. Yeah,
At least it's better than getting encountered on the last
so
one.
instead, we're going to have to go over them twice.
Yeah. Actually, I don't actually know the entire theory behind it, but like each green dot has around like a 30 to 40% chance if you cross them individually. But crossing a bunch of them at once it decreases the chances or holds the chances stable. So you actually want to cross more.
It makes the last one have a 0% chance, even though Claude still got an encounter on it.
Yeah, exactly. The science has been disproven on that one.
That's why your damage is low. Then, yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
Yes. So we're going back to Egros to check up on our
2 dots. How hard could it be?
How hard can it be?
Free.
Easy. See.
We're gonna check up on our crazy tyrannical brother Dystark, who now has a possession of the Holy Stone. Nothing can possibly go wrong from this scenario.
Yeah. This fight, a long time ago, back on the very beginning of the game, we picked Rams as Zodiac sign. The 2 really viable ones for this category are Taurus and Capricorn. In this case, we have Capricorn. This is one of the fights where you actually would lose a lot of time with Taurus, because Ramza as Taurus would be worst compatibility to Dysodarg and bad compatibility to Addermilk.
Yep. Dystark is Scorpio, in case you're keeping track of that at home.
As opposed to Capricorn, where Ramza is neutral.
Yep.
And you have to take a lot more actions on this fight at Taurus than you do with with Capricorn.
Yeah. As a general rule, like this is also kind of why the liberal route was initially invented. But hitting neutral damage is obviously better than hitting resisted. It's a very similar rule to competitive Pokemon if you're into that. You want to hit neutral compatibility at worst. You don't want to hit anywhere where it's a resistant compatibility. So if you're hitting stuff where they're taking less damage, it's bad for you. So Taurus in this fight is going to be a little worse than Capricorn.
Yep.
And obviously Zelbag discovering that, you know, his brother murdered his dad is like, how could you do this, brother?
Yeah.
Even though Ramza told me you were a bad guy like 2 hours ago, and I didn't believe him.
But Zalbag's insane. He's trying to kill Baisadar. Why would he do that?
Why would he do that?
I don't know. It's very strange.
Zelbag, you're insane. Also, for those of you keeping track at home of Ramza's quotes, he pretty much yells Zelbag's name for like the next, like, you know, 3 levels, but nothing else.
This fight's it's pretty straightforward. We're just gonna
Yep.
hit him with Ramza, lightning stab with Orlandu, quick Ramza.
I think the Taurus route uses Orlandu for this part, doesn't it? Because Ramza's damage is so low
No,
as a result.
we do this, but we also have Alicia cast Holy
Mm.
to make up the damage,
Yeah,
basically.
that makes sense. All right. Out spawns the Goat King. Which, by the way, interesting designs on the Zodiac Demons. Most of them look like goats. I do understand that part of the Zodiac, there are plenty of rams and goats, which is why they look like goats. But hey, it's just funnier that way.
You would need, with Taurus, you need an extra attack there, so you
Yeah.
need 2 quicks. And then you also need Holy at the end
Yeah.
to kill her. To kill him, it's a lot more.
By the way, a little plot hole here. So eLmaGus is all like, oh yes, I totally killed Balbanes, and now I'm going to send you to the Netherworld. So then he pretty much kills Zelbag and sends him off to, you know, Demon Universe. Then he turns around to Ramza and goes, now I'm going to kill you. But instead of, you know, doing the same thing, it's like, all right, fight me, bro. It's like, all right, why didn't you just do that in the first place?
Because he has Blade Grasp.
I don't know if Blade Grabs is going to work on that type of magic. I mean, maybe if Ramza was 0 faith, I would believe it.
It's Blade Grasp. Don't worry about it. Also, because the compatibility of Agrius, you can use Demi.
All right. We should probably also talk a little bit about Demi, because you're going to see that spell probably again. So Demi does a gravity % damage. Again, this is percentage damage. It's not a flat amount. So it's always going to kill in 4 hits, and it works on Zodiac bosses, which have a lot more hit points. So it's always going to take away 25% of the health.
Unlike later or other Final Fantasies, in this game, it's percentage of max HP versus percentage of current HP.
Yep.
So Demi can actually kill.
Yep. And all right, 420 on the killing blow. Rams are doing it for the memes. And then eLmaGus turns back into a little ball. All right. And Ramza Bayouth, or rather Boyu Bayouth, installs some wisdom upon everybody watching this chat. What matters is not what your name is, but the actions that you do and how you live your life.
What matters
Amen.
is not the name of Bowie.
Not the name of Bowie. Yeah, so DDR was just saying this is a macro depiction of Bowie's life. So,
All right.
and then we have the Morond Church series. Again, few more battles. You have outside Morond, inside Morond, and then in the catacombs of Morond. So outside Morond, Ramza is gonna, you know, basically barge in. It's a bunch of random units, and then the next 2 are pretty much assassination missions. So in the outside Morond fight, you have 2 parties. One party is kind of facing in front of the church, the other is approaching from the back. And you have enemy mediators. You have the priest that has possibility of math skill, which we all sure know about that one.
But this is no math.
But this is no math.
That's
Well,
banned.
it's just PC, or sorry, player side math skill is banned. So wow.
Impossible.
Wow.
It's going to be the 4.
I think that's like the 12th one. Still not quite world record, but it's getting there. You have more green dots across too.
Only 1 more after this.
Yeah. Every single one of those, for those keeping track of home, is 27 seconds.
Yep.
Every single one. So we've lost almost 6 minutes to random encounters at this point.
You expect to get some.
You do,
you-
yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's expected to get like
Yeah.
6, 7.
Yeah, 6 or 7.
Average is around 7.
It just that's how it goes. But more any so you probably you would generally say you only lost like 3 minutes. or
3
something.
minutes is probably fair, yeah. I mean,
But
in
still,
the perfect world, you'll
it's a
get
lot.
none. But
It's not-
hey.
yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Oh,
It might happen, but it's not gonna happen.
Oh, and yeah, so Vormath is he's a Shrine Knight, but he's also a demon. So he's gonna kill this guy, head of the church now, because the church's plan didn't really come to fruition when they killed the leaders. People didn't really turn to the church. So initially, the demons really wanted this war because they need more blood to be spilt in order for their god to be revived, which is why they manipulated the church into manipulating the leaders to create this war, so that they can get the blood necessary to revive their dead god. But now, things are not happening the way they are. They see no use for having this guy around, so they kill the head of the church, Marge Funeral. So, and we're on to the outside of Moran Gate.
Miliaddle's here, mostly as backup, but if everything goes well, she won't be needed.
But that's usually how it always works, yeah. In the ideal world, you don't really need the other units, but it's probably not going to happen.
Well, you need the quickers.
Oh, yes.
At least one.
Sorry, that's true. You do need the quickers.
But
Yeah, this scene's great, too, because this guy who's, like, at the top of the church, he's obviously security. He's like, state your name, and then, Ramza is all like, my name is Ramza the Heretic. I've come to open the door to the church.
I'm Bowie, your hero.
And you're like, wait a second. You're that crazy heretic.
Oh. Oops. There we go.
Oh, that's,
Confusion.
oh,
All
and
right,
Don't do
Mass
it.
Skill Priest.
he doesn't have mascot.
He doesn't have mass skill. Not this time.
How sad.
How sad.
He was a blow up.
Oops.
A meteor, there you go.
Yes.
That's the one.
Yes, lock Meteor onto Ramza. I'm sure that will work.
It might. You never know.
I don't know. I think these units have a little bit too much HP and a little bit.
Hey,
Mixed
Orlando's
compatibilities
here.
with
He's
this work.
fine. He'll kill everybody.
Yeah. There's a chance for those meteors to survive, by the way, if they're Scorpio.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or, sorry, Taurus.
yeah,
Because
Taurus.
Orlando's Scorpio.
Yeah. But that's just how it goes.
I'll have to.
All right.
See ya.
Just that one guy left.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this guy you can kill with. I'm gonna try anyways because I'm optimistic, but I think you can kill this guy with Muramasa no matter what. So. Would
Never
be-
give up.
Would be smarter to use Kiku here. It's a bit of a better animation, but nice Blade Grasp again. I love it. Didn't even work once so far.
It did work against the knife against the thieves and Germanias, but they did significantly less damage. All right, we're inside the church now. So the next level, you're fighting the Three Stooges, Vormath, Klechian, and Raffle. And again, this is a really misleading objective. It tells you, I think, you have to kill all 3 enemies, but really, you only have to kill 1. And, between the 3 of them, Klechian and, sorry, not Klechian, Raffle and Vormath are, knights, and Klechian's the mage, so, guess who we're going to kill?
Yeah, Ruffle's not easy to kill anyway.
Yeah.
You don't want to kill him.
Klechian is kind of the weak link
Yeah, he's definitely
of the Three Stooges. Now, I think it's the exact same strat in the map thread as well. Like, you have Holy Explosions.
I believe you use the Holy Explosion ability.
Yeah, and then that kills Klechian. Because Klechian's an amazing unit. amazing unit.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's unlikely that watching any spell animation would be faster than using Holy Explosion.
Yeah, so they pretty much blackmail Ramza into giving them all the stones and the scriptures, but Ramza's like, I'm only going to give you the scriptures. You have to return my sister first. And, you know, Ramza's making a deal with the devil, so you can imagine how well this is going to go. Raphael's reading the scriptures, and he's like, ah, yeah, I know what to do. And they're like, okay, let's kill the boy. And Ramza's all like, you deceived me! You know, like he was expecting this to really go any way different.
You don't say. Somebody like lying and betraying you.
Yeah,
in
pretty much. It's
this
like,
game.
good job, Ramza. This is why it's like he's got a little bit smarter, but not quite. Not quite there yet. All right, see you, Raffle.
No. Yeah, we'll see him later. Don't worry.
Oh, sorry, it's not Raffle, it's Clutchin. My bad.
We'll
See
see
ya,
him all,
Clutchin.
we'll see him all later, actually.
Yeah, that's true. We definitely will see them all later. All right, time for us to head to Miranda Catacombs. So he lures us there with the promises of seeing Alma.
Instead, we're
Ramza.
going to see someone else.
And Ramza's already, you know, he's already been tricked once. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go down there. Our friend Ramza made you the smartest man alive in this universe.
He's kind of easy to deceive.
So we are going to see, as Lynn alluded to, a very familiar face. And at this fight, it's always been kind of interesting because of the demons that spawn with the boss that you have to kill. And I think traditionally it's also been the reason why we always keep melee, though, even in both routes.
Yeah. This fight's interesting too because of how you have to how you draw Zalbag forward.
Yeah.
You have to teach Ramza enough abilities for some reason.
It's like the game recognizes you
Yeah.
because you have enough abilities, it thinks that you're like a mage or something.
Yeah.
So then it does something different. And Claude discovered this by fooling around a lot. So this is very different from the strategy that we did back 2 years ago. Because you kind of do a similar strategy in math nowadays too. Obviously with math, you're able to use Masco to kind of take care of this instead of the draw abilities. But the lure to get Zalbag into position is done the same
We're not using any drawouts here.
We're
Don't
not?
worry. No.
Okay.
Ramza doesn't get a turn. If Ramza gets a turn, there's dialogue.
Right. There's dialogue,
You don't want
like
Ramza to get
45
turn.
seconds of dialogue. And that's the whole point of manipulating it
But-
such that you don't need to see it.
Because Ramza has black magic and he has enough abilities learned in black magic. Zalbag's going to come forward and cast Magic Ruin on him.
Yeah.
And
Now
as
you
we-
can hit
as-
a mid-charge.
As we said before, yeah, mid charges do more damage, and now Melidol can hit him, and Orlando can hit him, and that's all it takes.
Yep. So it's important to note that the Zalbag also has defense up normally. But, you know, mid-charge, extra 50 damage percent multiplier is going to kind of remove that from being an issue.
Yep.
This fight is actually normally pretty scary even in a casual playthrough because the Ultima Demons are really, really strong. So getting rid of just Zalbag is kind of the way to go, regardless of what you're doing. All right.
You also have to be careful depending on turn orders not to accidentally silence Zalbag with Orlando. Because if you silence Zalbag, he's not charging anymore.
Yeah, he's not going to use Magic Ruin. It is a spell. And we're on to the final leg of the game. It's time for the final dungeon. So I don't know if you had to do any more shops, Magus. But
Thief
I
hats.
do have.
you do? Okay, yeah. So
Thief hats. Definitely important.
Thief hats, right. Now
Perfect.
might be a good time for donations if there are any left. Because, yeah, once we get to the end game, it's going to be pretty quick.
Yes, I do have a few donations. We have $100 from Disco Superfly, no comment, but thank you for that. We have $10 from Essentia. My 7-year-old daughter really wants to name Chespin Spiky. You don't want to make her cry, do you? And as to that, Chespin is currently being named Pontu 4E at $125, and Spiky is in second, far behind at 46. So if you don't want to make Essentia's daughter cry, you have approximately half an hour or so to get in or less than that probably, to get in a lot of donations for Spiky. We also have $5 from Danky Kang. I spent countless hours on Final Fantasy Tactics as a kid. I can't believe you can speedrun it in just 5 hours. Thanks for the great entertainment all week. And finally, we have $5 from Jinx Black. Shout out to my best friend on the mic, MS Kane. You're doing a great job. Good luck to eLmaGus. A great run so far, guys. Been very fun to watch you destroy a game that has given me so much grief, namely that rooftop fight. Thanks to RPG Limit Break and all you guys do. Game on.
Ah, yes. Danky Kang.
Amazingly enough, we got over Green Dot.
We got over a green dot. No encounters this time. Alright, I guess we can go over some of the final series of the fights too. Most of them actually are assassination missions, which is why, again, the final series of fights are actually really quick once they
This is
come.
the last one that's not.
Yeah, this is the last one that's not. It's also the hardest one to get a one-round kill in the math run. It's pretty much impossible. I guess in this version you don't really have to worry about that, but traditionally this fight is a lot more. It's a lot scarier than it looks. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's a problem in a lot of challenge runs. There's a lot of high, powerful units with a lot of abilities learned.
Yeah. We'll be killing pretty efficiently.
Yeah, we have Orlando, we have our drawouts, we
is-
have our quickers.
In Capricorn, this is the last place. You have to have a lot of stuff done by this. Rams has to be 26, Orlando has to be 23, and Orlando has to be scrolled after this fight for Capricorn. His Orlando's already good. His Rams will get enough XP from the fight and he'll be fine. He won't have to do anything extra, most likely. But
Alright.
that can be a problem.
That archer, by the way, has a rear bow for some reason. It's a Yoichi bow.
Oops. That's enough. You wait in place. Actually, I think this is the sweet spot.
Alright.
Just
Lots of quicks.
yeah, Quicks and Orlando.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. Really, Idle's just around to clean up if it's necessary. Yeah, nice. Nice worst.
144.
And I was more interested in the 96.
I didn't see the 96 actually. I was focusing on the bottom one.
Or 98, I think, or whatever.
Pretty
It's
great.
worst comp.
Yeah.
So he doesn't.
Getting your damage cut in half is a great way to really put a stop and kind of rolling the enemies over.
Yeah. Nice wave fist.
That's fine.
He's actually right in the line now, and hopefully the
Yeah,
lights
yeah.
line up. Everybody's happy. So
Guys, you made a mistake there.
Draw out that K sword.
got him.
Oh no. Holy explosion.
Ah,
It's okay. You still got Ramza.
uh,
And you have Melialdo.
she, yeah.
Draw the K sword out.
Oh, Kikui.
Rip.
27, 23. Yeah, we're
Yep, everybody's good.
We good. All right, let's quick Orlando because I
That's
think
just to get the necessary speed points to make the
Yeah,
next several fights
Be-
doable, right?
because you need the damage on Raffle, you have to be 23 for this in Cap.
Yeah.
In Taurus, you don't have to be 23 yet, or you have to be 23 on Orlando, I think.
Yeah, I think Raffle's a cancer, right? Male
I
cancer.
don't remember.
I think he is. I'm pretty sure he's a male cancer.
No,
no. You
No.
wouldn't cast Holy with Rams
Yeah.
like this cancer.
yeah.
Okay.
No, it's let's see. I've got the list. I brought the tech. Let's see. let's see what
His
Zodiac
notes
sign
for
Raffle
commentary
is.
the first time he's looking at it.
He is Capricorn.
He's Capricorn, all right.
There we go.
There we go.
We figured it out. Good job, team.
Yeah.
Ah, it was close. It's the opposite end. It's one or the other. Yeah, so it's a whole bunch of assassination fights starting from this point on. And a lot of these bosses, again, they have defense up and magic defense up to kind of make them a little bit tankier. Raffle, in this case, is an absolute physical beast. He has Save the Queen, which gives him physical protection, as well as his defense up innate. And he has a shield. So he's very, very tanky if you try to think about physically. I don't remember what the strat is here now anymore. I believe there used to be a
Holy
strat
and-
where you used to reflect some spells onto him. I don't know if that's done as well.
Holy and lightning stab. Well,
Lightning Stab Holy.
Stasis, actually, I guess, but the compatibilities are different in this than they are in Taurus. So
Yeah.
you have to. So in order to make up the damage, you need the teleport. You need 90% teleport. And you need Orlando to be guaranteed 23 and scrolled. In Taurus, you do a little bit more damage, so you have a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, Raffle has a whole bunch of mage buddies for some reason.
This fight is the main selling point for Taurus, I guess, really.
Yeah.
Because you don't need the 90% teleport at the end of the run. You have a 100% consistent strat that always kills them. And you need a little bit less XP on Orlando, so if If your XP is a little bit slow, you don't have to worry about it. But it's not really faster though. It's just more consistent.
Yeah. Well, it matters in a run that's pretty long like this, especially when there's plenty of other things that can go wrong. Yeah, as you can see, he's Raffle tanked that hit from Orlando pretty well. Only 156.
Yeah, he's very tanky.
All right, and we're on to the gateways of hell as Raffle proceeds to drag us there. So the next fight up is Kletchen. Kletchen is typically a wuss. I mean, there's a running meme in the FFT community, which is like, come on, it's Kletchen. And again, there's really not much we really need to say. I mean, we have Orlando, he has Holy Explosion. I believe the Holy Explosion is going to one-shot Kletchen, or come very, very close to it. I forget which level you need to be to guarantee the one-hit KO. I don't know if 23 is enough, actually.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It could be, though.
Yeah, if you get a crit.
But even if he doesn't die, you have melee idol. She kills him.
I mean, I guess there's a chance for something to go wrong if that like one ninja has Geomancy and inflicts don't move, but we've been pretty much dealing with Geomancy problems the entire way through. If, if it happens and it hits, and
I guess that can happen. Yeah.
Bad things can happen. So I mean, that kind of goes without saying. Again, this is FFT. Don't bet against the odds, type of thing. But I mean, on the whole, it's pretty consistent.
You're going to make me safe, dude.
I'm sorry. Before carve model.
Good old carve model. That's a good one. Yeah, Petrify is slightly worse than Don't Move.
Just a little, yeah.
Tiny little bit. Yeah.
All right, and Raffle destroys the exit back to the real world. So Ramza is essentially trapped in, for all intents and purposes, hell. So, he pretty much lives and dies here at this point. But, he decides saving his sister is more important, so he's like, all right, whatever. I will deal with getting out of here later.
Oh, well, she's gonna get hit.
Oh. Not the waifu.
No. Sorry. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, this is Miran Death City. I believe in the translation they call it the Necropolis of Miran. It's kind of a throwback to, I believe it's FF12.
Yeah, so throwback to FF12.
Yeah.
Which hasn't come out yet.
Well, no. I mean, the version where they retranslated it, I think. I mean, originally when they created this, right, it's just called Miran Death City. So yeah, here we go. All right, what's this ninja got for us?
Nothing.
Awesome.
How exciting.
This ninja will definitely have something, but oh, looks good.
All right.
Fantastic.
You think we're set?
Yeah.
Nope, that's enough. One shot of him.
Got him.
All right, so yeah, that's kind of the running joke about how Kletchen's a bit of a meme.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, the thing is, he is just standing in front of all his supporting units, which is kind of weird, but, instead of them protecting him, but, oh well.
It's also kind of funny that he has all the physical units and Raffle has all the magical units. And I think one of these ninjas or something, like, they don't even have, like, the right skills or something. Like, they have mage skills for some reason. So you kind of wonder whether or not they screwed up the classes there. All right, Lost Sacred Precincts. Very infamous battle amongst FFT veterans. It's known pretty much as the one battle that can kill you after Orlando joins. There's a bunch of powerful monsters, and of course you have to deal with bulk as well. So this battle, you only really have to kill bulk, but getting to him is tricky because he has a gun. And those monsters love to get in the way, and they do a ton of damage if they actually do hit you. So you have to maneuver a little bit and be kind of careful. I mean, at least I assume we're going to be doing a little bit of moving. I mean, in the math throw, you bait him, right? You equip the ice shield, and then he charges forward, and then,
we are baiting him.
Yeah.
As you see, we have our non-main generic again as a knight in here. And she has enough HP that she will die to Bulk, which means Bulk wants to kill her. And
Yeah.
Bulk can reach her from where he
Alright,
from
yep.
over there.
Yeah, so that would draw him forward.
Not from where he is, but from where he will move to.
Yeah, so that will draw him forward, and then we'll proceed to kill him. You really don't want to tangle with those monsters, by the way. They deal a lot of damage, like I said, and they're really tanky. Again, monster stats scale up really well, just so that they provide you with a bit of a challenge at the end of the game. So, you know, if you don't have to deal with the monsters, don't deal with them.
So, yep, he just comes over here and shoots her with her spell gun, and then that's it.
That's that.
And then we have 2 people that can get to him.
Blaster punch for the fans.
Blast Art Punch.
Where's my koi?
Thought it was going to be the Ice Wolf bite, but then I remembered that that's
I
on Orlando.
Sadly, I can't do that. Yeah.
That is on Orlando.
Yeah. Also, we kill Miliado because
Yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah,
she's in the way.
it's fine.
It'll be fine.
All right, and after that we get the Hashmaloom, the Judicator. So in the mouth throw, you redirect like a meteor toward his face. You know, because he charges and he thinks he can kill everybody, but you know, you can hit a mid-charge and redirect it, which is all sorts of fun that gets him killed.
He's also going to Meteor in this, but he's not going to cast Meteor.
Not cast meter, yeah. So you're just gonna hit a mid-charge, no redirect necessary.
It's unless you're playing Taurus route and your generic has 64 faith, which we discovered means hash doesn't actually work because he'll walk forward and kill your party instead of casting Meteor. That was a good thing to find out at the end of one of my runs. We've amended the notes now to be 65 faith.
Yep. All right, here we go.
This is the other fight that Capricorn saves time on because you're not bad compatibility to hash with Ramza.
Yeah.
So in Taurus you would have to set melee idle as well to pick up the damage, but here you're fine.
Yeah. And then after that, it's the last battle in the game.
We'll get to
So, yep. So Vormath is trying to get the stone to work, even though he saw the resonance before and it's not working. So, you know, Ramza comes down and he's like, all right, game's up. Return my sister to me. And Vormath's all like, no, I just need more blood. So I'm going to start with you, pretty much. And then he transformed into a giant lion. Not a goat this time because, you know, Leo is a lion star sign.
That's what we call consistency.
Yeah, exactly. I'm following the shapes of the zodiac, man. Just, you know, you have a ram and you have a goat. So you get 2 goats.
Exactly.
I don't know what the heck Zalera is. Apparently, people call him a horsefly. All right, here we go.
So he's like, oh, I can kill your unit there with Meteor, so here I come. And
Yeah, he
there,
thinks
there's
he can
Meteor.
kill everybody. He's gonna try to charge Meteor. Opening himself up to mid-charges. As a whole, the AI doesn't really protect their charges very well. They have a tendency to leave people in mid-charge. It's like they don't realize that it's a status. I believe Hash is about 1,300 HP, if not more. Somewhere around
Something
there.
like that, yeah.
If Orlando crits there's a chance that he can kill off Ash, but that very rarely happens.
Yeah, that happened on one of my math PBs.
You basically need a full damage crit.
Yeah, like a max variance
Yeah.
critical. Deals like 800 something damage, and it's pretty glorious when you see it.
If only you could turn your Excalibur into a broadsword.
If only. Yeah. One more fight.
Yeah.
One more.
This is the last battle.
This is the good old classic strategy that's never changed.
Um,
good one.
It's good though,
yeah,
yeah.
It
it's
works.
very good,
It works.
especially if people haven't seen it before.
It's pretty interesting.
So as a reminder, there's 2 forms to this fight. You have Ultima 1, then you have the second Ultima. In the first form, she has 4 supporting units, and then in the second form, she just fights you by herself. One of the key things in difference between the routes is that in the math run, what you're able to do is you're able to cast Holy with math skill, and then use Don't Move, and then kill her with Demi. We're gonna do something similar here, but because we don't really have the infinite range, and not as much power, I guess, in math skill as well. We're going to do something a little bit different, and you'll see kind of what happens. Don't want to really spoil it quite yet, because it's pretty good. Pretty good if you haven't seen it.
One more menu.
There we go.
Scrolling Oracle right here at the end. Pray Faith. Yeah.
And I need to equip. I go 299. I forget. I think that's enough, but surcharge time. Magic. Double checking. Yes.
So we have Pray Faith, which is it gives you the faith status, which basically gives you essentially
it sets your faith
max
to 100.
faith as long for the duration of the effect, which is pretty important because we're going to be using spells that don't necessarily have good hit chances if you don't have 100 faith.
Yeah, their base accuracy is really low. So setting your faith modifier really high kind of helps mitigate the accuracy loss that you have. Yeah, so we're about to kind of see what's going to happen.
If you paid attention, I put a reflect ring on my priest over there. So that's going to come in very, very handy. We haven't seen reflect before, and reflect kind of works a little bit differently in this game as it usually does in Final Fantasies. It's a pretty good way of, well, kind of exploiting the fact that reflect works a bit differently. But yeah, we'll see.
Yep.
It's very hard to take advantage of, but
It usually is, because as a general rule for reflect in this game, it kind of copies like kind of the distance you are away from the caster to reflect where the spell is. So it's very, you know, in order to set up, you kind of have a mindset of, you know, this is what I'm going to do type of thing. It's not really possible to, well, I guess it's possible to stumble upon it accidentally, but for all intents and purposes, doing what we're doing, we kind of plan around it, you know, just the way reflect works.
just happens to work out very
Yeah,
well.
it
in this
does.
fight,
It does work out very well. It's very, very clean, actually. It's kind of the way I like to describe it. Yeah, so Saint Njora is revived. Hashmoon sacrifices himself to summon their dead god. And then Alma manages to escape the clutches. Her soul is freed, so she reverts back onto our side. And we're going to proceed to take out the false god, so to speak.
Also, we're killing Yama so that
Yeah,
she doesn't
so-
cast anything.
Yeah, so Ramza Bayu comes all the way to save her sister and then proceeds to kill her.
Orlando kills her. It's Orlando's fault.
It's her fault.
Wait,
Orlando, why you do this?
you moved there. You're gonna get hit by Demi now. Oh
Orlando,
no!
why you do this?
What's going on?
I must have misclicked, I'm sorry.
Huh. Well, it hit her. Wait, what's happening? No, this is the reflex strat.
Yeah.
Because she's 2 panels in front of Ramza, the spell hits 2 more panels past her.
Yeah, this
on
is
Ultima.
the reflect symmetry I was talking about. So the range distance away from the caster is 2, so it's going to bounce back 2 steps and hit Ultima as a result. Technically, you can bounce back more spells in the same way to get a double act effect like that, and triple act if you want to call it. But again, it's very difficult to set up. It just works out very nicely in this case.
All right, you should get ready on time.
Yep.
It's going to be very, very soon.
And in case you're wondering how he's doing so much damage, Demi 2 hits for 50% of your max HP. And again, this is percentage value, so it doesn't really matter how high the value is unless it's way over, you know, like 2K. So you know, that's how you're able to do like 800 damage.
Yeah.
And that can happen.
And of course, you get the reaction abilities to lose
Yeah,
time.
every time that happens, I believe it's around 4 seconds.
Not that one.
No.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that. No.
Doing that is really bad.
That's really bad. Yeah.
All right, and get ready on time.
But first,
4 more seconds? Why not?
you gotta get them all.
All right, and time.
Time.
So yeah, that is Final Fantasy Tactics, everybody. So we defeat the dead god. Ramza is still stuck in kind of purgatory at the moment. But according to developer comments, he and Alma do apparently survive. I guess we'll show parts of the ending very quickly, but I don't think we have time for the entire thing. So just kind of to wrap up the story. The story, yeah, gotta say Farlam. The story is
you're
read
spoiling it.
from the
You can't say it yet.
the perspective of Alazam Dure. So he discovers at the very end that Ramza is the true hero. It's not the leader. The entire history is that, you know, in Evil East, the leader is the one who brought about the prosperous rule, so everybody thinks he's the real hero. But in reality, Ramza is the one who's kind of saved Evil East by, you know, going through all this trouble and, you know, getting rid of the demons who were going to, you know, destroy Evil East as a result. And at the end, you know, we know that Ramza's stuck in purgatory and there's apparently no chance for him to leave. So he's, you know, pretty much dead for all intents and purposes. And
with the Father's blessing, you shall return to Earth, guide Alma Beove's soul to heaven. With Saint Jorah's divine protection, Farlam.
Farlam.
All right, and that's pretty much it.
That's FFT.
Yeah, that is FFT.
Yeah, it was truly a speedrun.
All right, thank you, eLmaGus. Thanks for that wonderful Final Fantasy Tactics run. Don't go anywhere before we move on. We're going to have an interview with eLmaGus, the man himself, and then we'll be moving straight from there. We'll get set up for Pokemon X. Last couple donations before we move on there. We have $10 from Anonymous, another $10 in saving my last 5 for Ogre Battle tonight. Thanks for putting this awesome event together. And $5 from Wealthy, Make Spiky Happen. And as to that, we still have $125 for Pawn to E4 for Chespin, and Spiky is still way behind at $51, and that's coming up real fast. So if you don't want to make a Sentia's 7-year-old daughter cry, better get those donations for Spiky in.
Okay, so I'm sitting here with eLmaGus, who just finished this awesome Final Fantasy Tactics run. Now that it's over with, it looks like you had, for what shall we say, some marathon luck in this run. How do you feel after it?
Yeah, the start, I was pretty nervous going in because it's my first live marathon run, and then I got really, really terrible luck. Pretty out of the ordinary, and that was actually kind of a good thing, honestly, afterwards, because I lost my nervousness was gone after that. Like, you know, I sat there, played my game, and it was all good. It just bad that I lost the time at the start, but oh well.
It happens, definitely it happens, but it's nice to be able to just relax and go into the flow like, well, nothing else can really go wrong. And so, so you have a big history with this run. I know you, the Claude originally was pretty much untouchable in this run until you started running. Was it a few years ago now, I think?
Yeah, a couple years ago.
A couple years ago. So what was it like kind of getting into a run and getting it down past seemingly untouchable?
I mean, I'm not. I got close to Claude, but he's kind of pulling away again. So it was really tough actually with this game because it's a lot of menus that you have to memorize, and what happened in the run too, like my units were not in the correct order in my there is no correct order in your formation, but you kind of learn one way and then you have to do it another way, and it screws everything up, and kind of having to handle all around that. It's I don't know. It's definitely very, very fun, but in like small intervals. I can't grind the game, for instance, for like, I don't know, a month or two straight, and then still play the game and have fun.
Yeah, that's
Can't really do that.
yeah, that's definitely sometimes the issue with speedrunning I've come across as well. So what's it like coming over from Europe? So it's your first live marathon.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
having fun?
it's awesome. It kind of felt like a dream at the start because I didn't sleep very much, so I was kind of like just walking around and like seeing faces I've seen online, and I couldn't believe I was here. Now it's just kind of settling down, and I'm actually meeting everybody, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's been more awesome than I could have imagined, honestly. So
Good, good. Finally, I know you were, in addition to this marathon, you have a lot of experience with online marathons. You have been hosting the Scrubathon event for, I think there's 6 of them now that have been?
7.
7 now? Okay, so, and the 8th one's coming up relatively, I'm not sure when you have that planned, but
Soonish, yeah.
soonish, yeah. So what do you see the differences between the online and offline?
I think offline is, I mean, hard to say, honestly. Like, there is a lot more tech involved here, obviously, on site. Whereas with online, you have like kind of like a lot more issues with tech on a different level because you have to work around everybody's home connection, basically. And here you can just have it all in one place, but it's a lot more tech. So I guess it kind of balances each other out. Like, you are having trouble. You will have trouble with either one in one way or another. It's definitely a lot more fun to be able to sit down and then on site and watch people run on like a big screen with commentary. That's definitely more fun than just having the online experience. But yeah. Organizational wise, this is all organizing venue and stuff. I didn't do that, so I can't
Right.
really talk about that. But
Yeah. Good, good. So finally, you have anything you want to shout out before we get out of here?
I want to shout out my team, the Moon Bros. I hope you enjoyed the run, guys. Shout outs to my mom and brother who hopefully also watched the run. And yeah, with that, I think I got everybody covered.
Okay. Thank you for sitting down with me, Magnus.
Thank you for
Great
having
job
me.
on the run, and get some rest.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that interview, eLmaGus. In the meantime, I'm going to be taking over as host here. I'm Critical Sid, and welcome back to RPG Limit Break. Hmm? Oh, running advertisements. Yeah, 1 second. All right. All right, so as we're setting up for Pokemon X here, let's just finish up a couple of more donations that have come in the meantime. First off, we have $110 from Oro151 saying, "I've got a surprise for you, Alta. Let the games begin." Then we have $50 from Daijin Tai saying, "Responsibilities pulled me away from keeping track of the low percent misses, so here's a solid 50 to cover my bases." We also have another $25 from 6 Feet Deep with no comments, but thank you very much for your donation. And then we have $100 from Bad Prof saying, my 6-year-old daughter agrees with Essentia's 7-year-old daughter. Chespin should be named Spiky. How can you go against 2 kiddos? I agree. And who else agrees is Foolagin, because Foolagin gave a very generous $250 saying, I heard that a certain young lady wanted to name Chespin Spiky, and I would certainly hate to disappoint her, so let's go ahead and fix that. And all of these donations have now put Spiky in the lead with $401 compared to the second place, Ponto E4, with $125 for the name of Chespin in Pokemon X. Alright, then we also have another last donation from Finkelstein saying, with glad to see this marathon back for another year to help a worthy cause. Keep up the good work, and that was for $25. Thank you very much.